Welcome into today, our coverage of Ole Miss and Auburn. Today, 11 a.m., Vaught Hemingway Stadium. It's been an eventful morning, a little computer time with the people at Apple Support, but all's well that apparently remotely sort of ends well. We had the whole day sort of planned out for you, so we're going to have to refix some things off the top, figure out which programs we'll bring to you, which ones we won't. We'll have scoreboard business starting at 9 o'clock. Chase Parham will be with me at that time. Keith Carter will join us. We've already taped that interview. Also have an interview with J.G. Tate of auburnsports.com. And we will have Ryan Brown, as always, from WJOX in Birmingham. He will join us as well. So sit back, enjoy our coverage of the day. We'll be with you throughout the game with the MPW Digital Watch Party. Witch Party. This morning kind of feels like a witch party. We'll have the MPW Digital Watch Party, and then we'll have hand raise guys pretty much immediately thereafter. We're not going to take a 30-minute break today. We'll just stay with it. So yesterday, Zach Berry and I taped the Soft Verbal Podcast presented by deadsoxy.com. It's deadsoxy.com, deadsoxy.com. Enter promo code Rebel Grove at checkout. You get 30% off all your orders. So here's Zach Berry and myself with the Soft Verbal Podcast. Welcome into the Soft Verbal Podcast presented by Dead Soxy. I'm Neal McCready. That's Zach Berry. You see him there on the screen. You just missed a moment of what would have been great Zoom podcasting. Zach's lovely wife brought in a sample of her homemade butternut squash macaroni and cheese, and Zach was quite pleased. I hate that we didn't get that on camera. Would have been really good, but hope I painted a mental picture for you. I'm Neal McCready. That's Zach Berry. We're going to talk some recruiting here for the next, 35 minutes or so. First, I want to tell you that we're brought to you by Dead Soxy, the best socks you'll put on your feet. Deadsoxy.com, the no-shows, the traditional socks. You'll pull them up. They stay up. You don't have to bend down all day to pull your socks up. They keep your feet nice and cool and dry. You'll love them. The no-shows are just that. They don't show. They don't slide. Perfect for loafers if you're going with the sockless look. Very stylish. They fit great. Stay up. You'll love them. And tell Dead Soxy that you heard about them on the podcast. Enter Rebel Grove in the promo code at checkout. You get 30% off from Dead Soxy. I'm coming to you from the Clark Ford Studios. Clark Ford's in Amory, Mississippi, 662-257. 1900's the number. Call it. Ask for Corey Clark. Tell Corey what Ford product you're looking for. He'll send you a quote within 15 minutes in business hours. Right to the bottom line. No hassle, no haggle. You get your quote, and the rest is up to you. 662-257-1900. Zach, besides sampling butternut squash macaroni and cheese, how are you?
Doing well. It's another lovely day here in Nashville. Got a double dip action officiating wise this week. Did a game last night and then got another one tonight. So
was not to get political at all, but I'm curious from a logistical standpoint, did Nashville kind of shut down last night with the president and
oh my God,
the former vice president in town?
It was brutal. So it was timed up just perfectly for going to pick up the little man from school. As I was driving out to Brentwood to go get him, I noticed that northbound 65 was completely blocked, and they had the emergency trucks out there blocking the highway. It was just a parking lot, and I kind of looked in my mirror to see what the emergency vehicle said, and it just said close. And as I was, I remember I was like, I went past there was no wreck. I didn't see an ambulance. And then I was like, okay. So Trump and Biden basically landed in Nashville.
Roughly the same time. Yeah, they were not separated by much.
So that was blocked off because 65 kind of runs into the same interstate system that comes from the airport. Belmont is kind of smack dab in the middle of Nashville. So that was that. And on the way back, I basically detoured because the interstate was just completely blocked. So I was going down Old Harding Pike, and I caught FRA school traffic. So the normal 15 to 20 minute drive home from picking him up turned into about 45. So
wow.
Other than that, though, it wasn't terribly bad. I mean, I officiated a game out in White House, Tennessee, so I was way out there, which is fitting for the night of a debate. I was in White House, Tennessee, but yeah, so I was going away from Nashville, so I really didn't catch too much of it. So
it's always interesting to watch the logistics of one of those, because you know that there's been so much planning and there's so much concern because the president of the United States is flying in, which is an event in and of itself. And then on top of that, you have the potential future president of the United States, and he's a former vice president, and you have all the people that are accompanied with him, and then you have the debate people, and you have so much media there, and there's a lot of logistics that go. It's anybody who's ever covered a presidential event. So I covered one, Zach, back in the 90s, in the beginning of my journalism career. A horrific tornado ripped through Birmingham, and killed a lot of people. And a couple of days later, President Clinton came in, and we had to go out to the airport to see him land and all of that. And he toured the damage in Birmingham and all of that. And just the logistics for that visit alone were incredible. And so you think about, you'd probably triple that for a presidential debate. So
right.
Anyway, enough of that. I don't want to get anybody accusing me of being political. We're just talking about it's interesting to watch the machinations of one of those things, because you actually do have to get the people and all of their people to the event, which is an endeavor in and of itself. Also, when you see the beast that carries the president, that is one hell of a vehicle now. Did you see that puppy?
Is that the limo?
That's the limo. They call it the beast because it is a beast. It is something else. That is a piece of machinery right there.
I think I saw it. I saw at least one limo that I don't know if it was in his caravan or the president was actually in it, but it reminded me of the like futuristic limo that Wolverine drove in Logan. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's like Wolverine down on hard times. He's like, chauffeuring, girls to prom and stuff, but it's supposed to be like a futuristic setting of I believe it's a Cadillac, but it kind of had that same look. But logistics for like presidential caravans and that kind of thing is very interesting. And then also, I was talking, my dad was telling me about, whenever the president goes overseas, they take I don't know the actual term, like a carrier jet.
Yeah, with all the stuff.
Or a plane with all of the vehicles.
Yeah.
So, man, I can't imagine the itinerary and like having to logistically do all that.
Yeah, because no matter who the president is, you have two of the beast, one that carries the president and one that's a decoy.
Right.
And then you have to have all the Secret Service, the external support. You have to have his medical people. You have to have whatever other officials are traveling with him or her, whatever. Again, this is not a Republican Democrat thing. This is just the logistics. And there's a lot there. And you have to have it because, I mean, in the event that something were to go down, it's all got to be right there because that the seat of power is inside that beast.
Yeah. That stuff is fascinating.
I think it is too. I could read and watch stuff about that for a million years. All right, let's talk some Cruton. You want to start football or basketball? Up to you.
I'd say a little more recent, so I'd say let's start basketball.
Okay. Debo Coleman announces his top three. It's Georgia Tech, Ole Miss, and I just looked at the story. You think I'd know.
Texas Tech.
Texas Tech, thank you. I started to say Indiana, but it's Texas Tech. Sounds to me from talking to different people that this is Georgia Tech, Ole Miss. I think Texas Tech's in it. Obviously, Chris Beard has done a fantastic job with that program, developing players, advancing in the tournament, all of those things. This is a kid with Memphis ties. He goes way back with Pastner, and he also is really tight with Kermit and the Ole Miss staff and with Deshaun Ruffin, who has already signed with or committed to sign with, I'm not sure, one or the other with Ole Miss. Debo's a two-guard. He's springy. He's a four-star. I'm not sure exactly where we have him ranked.
He is.
He's a player.
I
I'm
can tell
pulling it
you.
up right now. I mean, this is a
55 nationally.
yeah, this is a big time get if you get him. 6'6", 210. He's in Callahan, Florida now. Stud. His quote about Ole Miss is, quote, "I'm real good friends with Deshaun Ruffin. We always communicate. We've talked about possibly teaming up together. The other thing with them is they've told me I can play the 1 and the 2, referring to the point and the 2 guard. They said I could come off ball screens or play off the ball and come off down screens to catch and shoot." In other words, they're selling him on, we're going to prepare you to be an NBA guard. And this is where people have asked Zach a number of times, hey, Neal, when does Terrence Davis start to help? This is where Terrence Davis starts to help.
Mm-hmm.
Ole Miss can now say, hey, look, we only had 1 year with TD. You know, they'll do the right thing. AK did a good job with him. You don't want to oversell AK because then all of a sudden he's calling you AB. AK did a good job with him, but we had 1 year with him, and we made him an NBA 2 guard who's versatile enough to play other spots. And look at him. He's all rookie team with the Raptors,
Mm-hmm.
et cetera, et cetera. And imagine what we could do with you, Debo, in 2 years and get you ready for the NBA if you came and joined us and you could play with Deshaun. You know him. He's going to get you the ball. And when he's not on the floor, we're going to make you the point. That's their selling point.
Right.
And it's a pretty good one. Here's what he said about Georgia Tech. He said, they were one of the schools that has been on me the longest going back to my 8th grade year. They always say I'll have a chance to have the ball in my hands. I like the coaching staff a lot. I feel like I have the best relationship with these coaches since I've been recruited by them the longest. About Texas Tech, he says they are also recruiting me as a 1 and 2. I just like the winning mentality they have. Anytime I talk to the assistant coach, Coach Ulrich Maligi, he's always saying how they are going to win a national championship this year. It's a winning program with a winning history the last few years, which is true. So 4-star guy, Rivals sort of agrees with me. They think Georgia Tech is a leader here, but they say it's not a done deal. Quoting Dan McDonald of Rivals, Ole Miss has done a terrific job recruiting him, sharing its plan for him, and he's built a really strong friendship with Ruffin to where it's very realistic they decide to play together. What are you hearing?
So last couple weeks, I've heard a lot of momentum for Ole Miss. You mentioned the Memphis connection. A lot of folks forget that Matthew Morrell, originally from Memphis, they all played on the same AAU team together way back when, as Matthew Morrell played at Whitehaven in Memphis before going to IMG. So there's a connection there as well. I think that the potential of being, the guy with the ball in his hand at the 1 or the 2, giving him that flexibility, then like you said, preparing him for the NBA, all that combined with you've got a guy like Deshaun Ruffin who can get buckets, and you've got a guy like Matthew Morrell who can get buckets. It's almost like a perfect hodgepodge combination of you're going to have the ball in your hand and you're going to have 2 dudes around you who can help, take the load off a little bit to where it's not you're our guy, but we also need you to immediately score 18 a game. That's a thing here with talking about Georgia Tech and then, Texas Tech's in the conversation as well. Texas Tech, obviously, very successful under Chris Beard, national program now. They just signed a 5-star in Namari Burnett in the 2020 class, who also plays guard, big guy out of Napa, California, at the so eloquently named high school Prolific Prep.
Good name.
So they're getting some big-time signees now. But I just think that Memphis connection, how Ole Miss has been honest with him, how they want to use him, and you have by the way, 2 of your best friends growing up that you played AAU ball with are going to be right next to you. I think that's a huge selling point. I would say right now it's probably neck and neck Ole Miss, Georgia Tech. I don't really know how hard Texas Tech is really pushing. I wouldn't say like they're not that they don't want him, but I think it's Josh Pastner and then Ole Miss and all the reasoning that I just used. But
He's a
Yeah, I'm hearing
priority.
good things right
He's a
now.
priority for Ole Miss. I mean,
Absolutely.
they would not only take him, they would pop champagne. They would throw a party. They want this kid. This kid is a difference maker. You know, I'm sure they envision in their mind a deal where you put, you know, Ruffin at the 1, Coleman at the 2, go get Brandon Huntley Hatfield at the 3 or the 4 or both, and all of a sudden you're a legitimate player nationally in basketball.
Sean Robinson at the 4 or the 5.
Yeah, by then he would have developed. Yeah, still have some guys.
Yeah,
Well, Kermit has done, and his staff have done a great job, Zach, getting to this place. They're right here. This last step is the hardest step, and they're close. Yeah. They're really close.
One thing that would be, I mean, getting Morrell and getting Ruffin is already, that's phenomenal. But you get the trifecta of Debo, and that's 3 top 60 players that you're getting. That's how you build a national brand, a national program. That's how you compete.
And then you follow that with Huntley Hatfield, who right now is, like I said, ranked number 8 in the country in the 2022 class.
Pretty good.
And could very easily reclassify.
Yeah, I still think that's out there. He's certainly hinted at it plenty. But also just but yeah, I mean, Debo, like you said, big physical guy, already looks the part, every bit of 6'6", 200 pounds. I mean, that right there, you've got 3 top 60 guards right there. But you've got Ruffin, who's the small little spark plug, jitterbug, can get to the rim, but can also fill it up from deep. You've got Morrell, who's the polished outside shooter, very sturdy guard. And then you've got the third guy in Debo, potentially 6'6", big, strong, can really, overpower smaller guards that might have to, when he plays the 1, that might have to try to D him up one-on-one. So, yeah, I mean, that's the NBA mold right there in a guard where you're 6'6", 6'7", 200 plus. Those types of dudes don't come around very often to play the 1.
No, and Kermit, like a lot of coaches, has talked about wanting to play positionless basketball. To do that, you have to have a deep, diverse, talented, athletic roster. Getting there. Haven't been able to do that yet because the first year they were talented and they had some athleticism, but they weren't deep at all. I mean, at all. And then last year was kind of an abomination by the end. I mean, it really was. It wasn't his fault necessarily. It wasn't anybody's fault. That team was never what he hoped it would be.
No.
At any point. All right, we'll switch to football. By the way, I know the logical question is, when are we going to know something? And my answer is, I don't know.
I think it's probably in the next couple weeks. That's what I was told.
Okay. So you put 50-50 odds, coin toss?
50-50, probably leaning slightly Ole Miss right now.
Oh, wow. Okay. There you go. All right, we'll switch to football. Ole Miss 1-3, getting ready to play. By the time, I guess, if you're watching this, the game is today. If you're hearing this, the game might be tomorrow, depending on how quickly I get this podcast version up and to you. We'll talk about this for a minute. Last week, we were talking about a lot of momentum coming off of a strong performance against Alabama. Ole Miss goes to Arkansas, plays its worst game of the year. Lose a 33-21 decision, I think was the final. 33-21, Arkansas beats Ole Miss. Ole Miss commits 7 turnovers, just awful in the red zone, some stuff like that. So I get the question from people, and it's fair. I think you and I both will share the same opinion, but we'll broach it before we get into some specifics. Does that equate lost momentum?
I don't think so. As bad as they played, I thought the defense showed a ton of improvement. I mean, Arkansas is no prolific offense, but
no.
Showed huge strides week to week. Now, Alabama is the most efficient offense in the country, and Mac Jones is never going to do that to a lot of people. I mean, hell, they did to Georgia.
Yeah.
Number 1 defense in the country. But big-time improvement. And then also offensively, I thought it was a combination of Corral being a little impatient, not taking what the defense gave him as he did the first 3 weeks where he would tuck it and just get what he could. I think he was looking for the big play a lot. And then Corral admitted it in the postgame. And then I believe Kiffin and Levy admitted the same, where they both got a little impatient with the play calling. But with all of that said, I mean, they still had the ball with under 3 minutes and a chance to win.
Yeah.
So,
and you got to give Arkansas credit too. They had a plan. The plan was to drop 8, put them into zones, see if you could force mistakes. They did it, and when Corral made mistakes, they executed. They made the plays. Give them credit.
Mm-hmm.
Credit's due. They probably had the one plan that gave them a chance to win it, and they ran it, and it worked.
Yeah, Barry Odom and that defense looked really good. And yeah, I mean, it was kind of a blink of an eye, and it was 17-0. So there's a little bit of everything in that. It was a nice mixed bag of a bunch of, oh God, this is awful. And then the offense second half played well, had a chance. Yeah, I wouldn't say they lost any momentum. I still think it's very evident that you can play immediately on that defense. You can also be an explosive playmaker in the offense. I mean, Elijah Moore is still on pace to break A.J. Brown's single-season receptions record in just 10 games. So Kenny Yeboah is definitely helping Ole Miss out with guys like Jalen Sheed, who's committed to LSU. Kenny Yeboah right now, I believe, is still leading the country. And I have to look up the stat, but it was essentially yards after catch, I believe. But, yeah, momentum is still there. I think recruits know this is a year zero type vibe, and this is something to where it's like, you know what, they're not there yet, but if I go there, they're there. Here it is, Neal.
Okay.
SEC pass catchers with the best first down plus touchdown rate entering week 5. Kenny Yeboah, 82.4% of his catches are for first downs or touchdowns.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
All right. They're talking about Ole Miss needs defense. We know that. They need defensive linemen. It's hard to go out and get young defensive linemen to step in and play right away. Everyone's been recruiting those guys, the ones that are impactful right away. It's not realistic to expect to land a bunch of those kind of guys. Ole Miss got a defensive line commitment this week, and they are pursuing a bunch of JUCO defensive linemen that we know of, and I suspect they are going to be active in the grad transfer and then the transfer markets. First, give us your thoughts on the commitment, and then let's talk about some of these JUCO guys that you've highlighted today who I know they're in on.
Devin Lee, I like this pickup, kid out of Georgia. I talked to a high school coach, and the quote was, "The guy's everywhere." Said he never leaves the field, and he's just all over the place making plays. That's kind of the gist that I got from watching his tape. They move him around a lot. He plays a little end, he plays a little tackle, and he's versatile. I think that's a huge thing when you're coming to college, is being able to play multiple spots. But also the thing for me, and it's such a cliche when talking recruiting, but I mean, you watch his tape and you see, I mean, high energy, high motor, constantly moving, pursuing the football. I think that's a huge thing. I mean, that's how you get on the field in college. You saw it on the season this week. Terrell Buckley was talking to his guys about effort and body language. Devin Lee is a lot of effort, a lot of body language, and he is I think this is a good pickup. I mean, 3-star, but it's that weird no evaluation cycle where this is a guy that maybe gets up to a 5.7 3-star if he gets to go to camps and is seen more, but plays a high level at Ola in Georgia, McDonough, Georgia, and sturdy, 6'4", 295. I think this is a solid pickup for Deke Adams, and they highlighted him a couple months ago and have been after him hard. Vandy thought they had him. Mississippi State came in pretty late, made a run, and Virginia Tech. That's 3 pretty good. I think three pretty good Power 5 programs there. Or I should say, Georgia Tech, not Vandy.
Yeah.
Defensive minded. Jeff Collins knows defense. If he wants him, I think it's a good, solid pickup for Ole Miss.
I know you are of the opinion, and I share it, that they're going to be active on the JUCO front, maybe in general, but especially on the defensive line. We talked about Nigel McGriff. I think we talked about him some last week. I can't remember. So at some point, some of the podcasts start to run together in my head.
Yeah.
Isaiah Iton. McGriff, by the way, is from Northwest in Senatobia. Iton is from Hutchinson out in Kansas. And then Jalen Williams, Jones College in Ellisville. All big guys. McGriff is 6'3", 290. Iton 6'4", 295. Williams 6'3", 295. The kind of big bodies that you need. And then because of the pandemic, this is where you can afford to take a gamble on these guys a little bit because they don't lose a year of eligibility playing this year.
Right. Yeah, the Board of Regents in the National Junior College Athletic Association voted on it. I believe it was announced yesterday that all 20 through 21 sports seasons will not count towards student-athlete eligibility. So that's huge. So it's a lot of those guys that have, two to play one, that kind of thing. Now it becomes two to play two. So that's a big deal because, Neal, as you know, more times than not, it takes a JUCO guy sometimes a year to get acclimated. They're spinning a little bit when they get out there. Sometimes you can strike a guy, or I should say, strike gold on a guy, comes in, plays immediately. But, the name that always comes to mind is kind of like a Patrick Trahan or an Ashley Palmer, where that second year jump is big. So that's a pretty clutch thing to happen, especially in this season with just a 10-game season. And I think you're right. I think they're looking to completely overhaul this roster. Got to get bigger and faster.
Yeah. I have people ask me, what do you expect? And my answer is, I expect a lot of turnover. No one's told me that, but that's what I expect. I expect organized chaos.
Yeah.
I do.
That's a good way to put it. I
expect guys to get processed. I expect them to be active going after some guys. Because again, it's Kiffin talked about this. I asked him about this the other day, and he talked about this some. He said, no one knows whether they're going to even be able to meet these guys. And then what else goes unknown, and you talk to coaches about this, they're frustrated. We all are. I mean, I think the following is not a political comment. Bill, brace yourselves. There's COVID fatigue. These coaches have COVID fatigue. This thing is around them all the time. And from a recruiting standpoint, they don't know when can you start again. Like if you're Ole Miss and you're thinking about next year's plan, what's that plan look like? Are you going to have to do this again? Or are you going to be able to hit the road traditionally and get to know people and talk to people and get in some high school in the spring, get in some high school field houses and talk to kids face-to-face, talk to coaches face-to-face, get to know guys? Or is it going to be another year of Zoom calls? And I think it's the former and not the latter, but no one can promise you right now, Zach. So that's one of the reasons I think they're going to really be active, and they're going to go after some JUCO guys. They're going to try to get some guys who can be immediate impact players, because going out and landing a bunch of 5-stars out of high school that can come in and help you when they didn't have a chance to come to your campus is not a realistic strategy. So I expect, like someone said, how many of those 3 JUCOs would they take? My thought, as many as you could get.
Yeah. I think they take them all if they could. I mean, you talked about the size. I know obviously you need to get bigger and faster and stronger. That's a given, but I think that's evident when you watch this front 7 play. Is they're not very big and they're not very fast. So those JUCO guys meet that size speed ratio they've been looking for. Another name, we talk about JUCO, they're going to be active in the portal as well. You got a guy like Ishmael Sobcher, who's leaving Alabama. Ole Miss recruited him very, very heavily. At one point was the number 1 player in the country in his class. And then talking about the high school level, a lot of people think it's Tennessee or Ole Miss for Taiwan Malone. And Jeremy Pruitt fired Jimmy Brumbaugh last week
during the game.
That's his D-line coach. So is Taiwan, who's going to be his D-line coach now? So
I
obviously
almost hate to do this. I don't crystal ball because I don't want to get yelled at more than I already get yelled at.
Okay.
I don't know that I'm quite ready to do the crystal ball, but I would be warming up the crystal ball machine. I like Ole Miss's chances with Malone more today than I ever did before.
Yeah, I would think that too. And he said it in a couple interviews now, and he's been extremely quiet this whole process. And I think he's finally, now that he's narrowed it down, he's kind of said some things. But one quote that he says a lot that I think resonates and I think gives Ole Miss the best shot, he knows who Jerry Neely and John Rice Plumlee are. He knows that they play football and baseball, and I think that's a huge thing. And then, Chase talked with Mike Bianco for, an hour the other day. I mean, Mike Bianco has a phenomenal national brand over there at Swayze Field. I don't think that's lost on Taiwan. So as someone who wants to play college baseball and takes it very serious, and you've got Lane Kiffin with some real momentum and a national brand that he's starting to build. I mean, last time I checked, Neal, Matt Luke wasn't on the Dan Patrick Show multiple times. So,
no, I mean, the only people that are on that show a lot these days are Lane Kiffin and the ULM water ski coach.
That's right.
Now, I'll tell you this now. There's a rumor, and it's just rumor, that Malone also really likes water skiing, and that if he decides to be a 3-sport star, it's football, baseball, water skiing. And I'm going to tell you, last I checked, neither Ole Miss nor Tennessee have a water ski team.
You can connect the dots there, Neal, in terms of baseball, because Ole Miss's last baseball game in 2020
was in Monroe. That's exactly right. And that is not a coincidence, and that is not lost on Taiwan Malone. I'll just tell you that now. Breaking.
Yeah.
They're also in on some transfer guys. One that played at Maryland for DJ Durkin, Seun Oluwatimi.
So yeah, he's got his name, his full name is a mouthful.
Yeah.
So that's just an abbreviation. His Oluwatimi.
Oh.
So he just goes by Cian or Sean. I don't know how he says it, but yeah, so pretty cool story. Walked on, eventually earned a scholarship, and then started every game his last year at Maryland. Got his degree, three-time academic All Big Ten. Excuse me. One of only 5 players to start in all 12 games, and he has now earned his degree, so he is now ready to, look elsewhere. One thing that jumped out to me about him, and I would assume that, maybe Durkin is going to get in touch with him, but it wouldn't hurt because he went to high school at DeMatha Catholic in Hyattsville, Maryland.
Yeah.
DeMatha is an absolute factory for high school players. So if they want to make some inroads to a high school program, and you were talking about if they want to get in some field houses for 2022, that's a good place to start. So we'll see if Durkin reaches out, but you play a lot in the Big Ten up front. I mean, you can play.
Well, at some point you just need some guys who can come in and play a little bit, because even if you sign a bunch of high school guys, you wouldn't mind having a bridge to get you some development time. I meant to tell you this last week, and I failed. It was a busy week. There was a lot going on, and I got this information late in the week, so you probably already know more about it. There was a point where Arkansas felt good about Armand Bethea, the offensive lineman from Erasmus Hall campus in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
I was told by someone close to the Arkansas program that the Hogs are out. I know Arizona State's in this, but Arkansas felt like Ole Miss was really in it on Armand Bethea. I apologize for waiting to tell you here on a Zoom call where we're doing a show. But better late than never. But it makes sense, too, that they would try to get some offensive line guys with some experience who could step in and play a little bit.
Yeah. Armand up there, Erasmus Hall up there in Flatbush. Shout out to Brooklyn. But, yeah, now they're not playing the game this year. They announced it last week. Or no, maybe it was earlier this week. The U.S. All-American Bowl, they're not playing it this year, the one in San Antonio. Due to COVID, they just felt that they weren't going to be able to keep the players safe. So, but that's a bummer. But Armand was chosen for that game, so that's kind of where I've said it before in the Chicks, where I'm like, this is kind of that cycle where you just need to, pay attention to the offers, pay attention to who the coaches hone in on, because the star ratings are not going to matter a ton this year. Arizona State is in on him now. It's basically going to be, I think, the Sun Devils or the Rebels, and a surprise public thing. Arizona State, I don't know if you saw this, Neal, pulled 2 offers from 2 offensive linemen last week.
Really?
And one of them, did his thing on Twitter, decommitted, and put it out there that they pulled his offer. So I guess Herm Edwards and them don't care. So I think maybe they're making room for Armand. He's an impressive prospect. He big physical guy from New York. Ole Miss really wants him. They've been recruiting him hard. But yeah, that's a guy you're talking about bridging. But a 6'6", 315 guy can come in and play more times than not. So yeah, Randy Clements versus Antonio Pierce for this one.
All right, last thing. I anticipate another kind of a virtual recruiting day for Ole Miss tomorrow. That has proven to be fairly significant as to who shows up for those, who gets up in the morning and logs into their Zoom and spends the day Zooming with the Rebels or whoever. This has started to become a bit of a trend around the country, talking to some people, that it's a sign of real interest when a kid logs into his Zoom and spends time with you, because he doesn't have to. No one's stopping him from rolling over in the bed and sleeping some more, or going over and hanging out with his buddies, or going to see his girlfriend, or going to Lyft, or whatever the case may be. When they sit down in front of a computer or sign into their phone all day and Zoom with you all day long, that's a sign of interest. That's proven to be the case already, and I think it's going to be more and more the case as we get closer to a December signing period that I think is probably going to happen without any in-person contact at all.
Absolutely. And then tomorrow with the 11 a.m. kick, it really shows who is serious, because the ones that tune in for the Zoom are having to make that tough decision to not tune in for my Respect My Decision live stream.
Ooh,
so
thought of it that way.
But yeah, no, it's very, very significant, because they're kids, they're teenagers. They're either sleeping in, or they're getting up and they're playing video games, or they're going out, hanging out with buddies, watching College Game Day, anything but that. But definitely the names that we put out there that tune in for that's who you need to pay attention to.
All right, we'll stop there. Enjoy your weekend, everyone. Thanks to Zach Berry for his time here on the Soft Verbal. Don't forget deadsoxy.com, DEADSOXY.com. Enter promo code Rebel Grove at checkout. You'll be glad that you did. Best socks you'll ever put on your feet. We'll be back next week with another edition of the Soft Verbal podcast. Until then, for Zach Berry, I'm Neal McCready. Take care. So that was the Soft Verbal podcast. It's 8:14 right now, Ole Miss and Auburn. At 11 o'clock, we'll have scoreboard business presented by the Rogue for you at 9 a.m. It's a miracle today. Just an absolute miracle day. Big Ten has decided it's safe to play football. Myocarditis has been solved. Everything has been resolved. College Game Day right now is in Minneapolis. I guess that's St. Paul, Minnesota, and Michigan getting ready to play today. Ohio State and Nebraska playing today. Wisconsin and Illinois played last night. It's just amazing. Really, it's a miracle. We should all be appreciative of everybody in the Big Ten finally solving things enough to play college football. So now the rest of us can play, except everybody's already playing. Yeah, I need some caffeine, Webb. In fact, Webb, I need something a little stronger than caffeine. I'm probably about to go get that for myself here in a minute. So that was Zach Berry. Thanks to him for his time. As always, on the Soft Verbal podcast, Zach does a great job at rebelgrove.com, part of the Rivals Network. Please sign up. Please subscribe. All of those things. Another show that we've been doing for a while that's been a lot of fun. We just taped week number 6 of it, getting really good numbers on it. I think we're getting great results at LB's as well. That is the Butcher versus the Spin Instructor. It's presented by LB's Meat Market, LB's Meat Market, 2008 University Avenue in Oxford. I got the spiny lobster yesterday. I'm going to try that later today or tomorrow, so I'll get back to you guys and tell you what that was like. But they've got all the freshest cuts, and Yeah, Leif, the thought crossed my mind at about 6:30 this morning. I'll tell you that. Even though I've never done that, wouldn't know where to find it, but the thought crossed my mind. So we'll go to that. We'll go to Greg Jones, Campbell, McCready, and myself for the Butcher versus the Spin Instructor. This is week number 6. They go into this week completely tied. So I hope you enjoy, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Welcome into the Butcher versus the Spin Instructor, presented by LB's Meat Market. This is week number 6 of the big competition. I'm Neal McCready. Greg Jones is the Butcher. He's the owner of LB's Meat Market in Oxford. We'll talk to Greg about LB's throughout the show today. Campbell McCready, who just finished a spin class, teaching a spin class this morning at Zen Studios there in Fayetteville. She joins us as well. Welcome to both of you.
Good morning.
So we are tied through 5 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. We are tied. Arkansas, as we all know, Arkansas emerged victorious over a turnover-laden Ole Miss team last Saturday. Arkansas wins 33-21. More importantly, that means Campbell made up a game on Greg. The two of them have identical records through 5 weeks. You both are significantly over 500, which frankly deserves a round of applause, because I would never have guessed that you both would be this strong through it all. You're both at I don't have the exact number in front of me. I've got it here somewhere. I've got too many notes in front of me to catch up. You both, I think, 8 over 500 and tied with each other. So congrats. All right,
Taking this one game at a time.
One game at a time. So this week there are only 4 SEC games, so we had to venture out, add a few games. So we're probably going to get into the area where we're really testing Campbell's knowledge here, Greg. I would think this likely works in your favor. Before we get into it, let's tell everybody about what's going on at LB's.
Well, we're going to be stocked up, ready for the weekend. We got Auburn coming to town at 11 o'clock game. So I'm just going to be open all day Saturday. I mean, I just, as much as I want to go and check out the game, it's hard for me to go watch a half and then come back to open up the store too. So we're just going to be open all day on Saturday. We'll be stocked up, ready to go. Plenty of lane trains. Got fresh fish coming this weekend. We've got some tuna, some mahi-mahi, some salmon. Got some fresh scallops coming in. Got some spiny lobster from Florida and some stone crabs from Florida also. So you can get a little surf and turf action this weekend with your steak.
I got to do the spiny lobster soon. I'm serious. I've done a little research on it. I actually think I can do it and do it pretty well. I went in the other day. I want to remind people of this. When you go into LB's, the eye candy when you go into LB's is kind of in the front and on your right. The stuffed mushrooms, the jalapenos, the everything, the bone-in ribeye, all of that stuff. But don't forget, sometimes the bargains, if you're bargain hunting, sometimes the bargains are on your left in the frozen section. What is it, Greg? $2 off everything frozen. So. Yeah.
Like $2 off the price, you got to take advantage of that. We've got so many out of town customers that they're going to put it in their freezer anyway when they get home. So it's just take advantage of that and stock it up, and then we'll give you a bag of ice or whatever you need to travel with. But yeah, those freezers are where it's at, especially when you get $2 off that price.
Yeah, Laura and Caroline were going up to Fayetteville last weekend, so it was just Carson and myself, and so I went in there on Friday, I guess early afternoon, and just grabbed a couple of frozen flank steaks, and they were already vacuum dried. I just put them let them thaw. You're right, by the way. You can sous vide them just frozen.
Straight frozen, yeah.
But I wanted to season them and put them in. So I let them thaw. They were thawed in an hour. I did the sous vide for 4 hours at 129 degrees and threw them on the grill real quick. Boom, boom, they're off. And so that was great. So all sorts of deals at LB's, whatever you like. I'm a big stuffed jalapeno fan. That's my favorite thing. The mushrooms are very popular here. The ribeye stuffed mushrooms, very popular here at this house. But there's all sorts of things, lots of the homemade sausages, the house-made sausages, chicken jalapeno, the Swayze, the spicy ribeye. There's so much there. So try yours. You'll find a favorite, and leave my chicken jalapenos alone. If you're down to like the last two, don't take them. Those are mine. All right.
I've got you a little stash in the back, so don't you worry. We got you taken care of.
I love them so much. All right, Campbell, I know you had several classes this week. You just taught one this morning. How's everything at Zen?
It's good. My legs feel like jello after this morning. I put a song in this morning. I did not realize how fast it was going to be.
What was the song?
It was you're not going to know what it is, but she played in High School Musical, the main character, and she came out with music like years and years and years ago, like 2008 maybe.
Oh, back in ancient days.
Yeah, lost me at High School Musical.
Time ago. But, I am worn out, but I get a break until Monday.
Get a quiet weekend in Fayetteville this weekend. The Razorbacks are off. They play Texas A&M next Saturday, but no game this weekend. It's probably a lot of people getting out of town, so you get a chance to chill a little, huh?
Yes, a lot of people have left to go home. I think my roommate actually might go home tomorrow.
So I'm sure you will be glued to the set, studying the games, getting ready for week number 7.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. First, we have to dive into week 6, and we start with the game right here in Oxford, Greg. It's Auburn coming to town at Ole Miss. As you mentioned, it's 11 a.m. The game can be seen on SEC Network. Auburn, a 3.5-point favorite, coming off of a loss at South Carolina. Ole Miss coming off the disappointing performance there in Fayetteville, 6 interceptions, a fumble at the goal line, another goal line stand that Arkansas stopped Ole Miss at the 1. Lots of opportunities for Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin still talking about the Arkansas game on Wednesday. It's over. It's in the books. You got to move on if you're Ole Miss, and that means Auburn and a chance to knock off the Tigers. What do you think?
And I think it's going to be a good game. I'm still on the Bo Nix overrated train, and I definitely think that Auburn's going to be paying Malzahn for a quite some time. I think the Rebs get a good bounce back here. I mean, they had an opportunity to win the game with 6 turnovers. You got to look at that, but you got to throw it away. You got to start fresh, and Auburn. It's a good team, a lot of talent on both sides of the ball. But, I think Ole Miss just plays real well at home. Matt Corral, definitely a different player, home versus away. So I think he gets back on track. And I say, Ole Miss wins, late field goal or just, a touchdown. I mean, it's tough whenever you get stopped on the 4th and 1 at the start of the game, and that kind of dictates the whole game. And it was disappointing, but move on to the next one. And we got Auburn this weekend, and got to get back on track.
Campbell, what do you think? You've got you were there in Fayetteville. You were at the stadium on Saturday for Arkansas's win over the Rebels. What do you think about Ole Miss and Auburn?
Well, last week was so much fun. It was like one of the most fun weekends of my sophomore year so far. I got to actually go to the game with 2 of my friends, and it was so much fun. We stayed the whole time, and usually that's not the case for me. Usually I'll leave about 15 minutes in. So it was so much fun, and I got really nervous towards the end, but Arkansas pulled through for this one. But it was super fun to see my Ole Miss friends, so I'm actually going to pick Ole Miss this week. My friends are going to be surprised by that, but I really hope they win.
Yeah, I thought it was cool. It was a good weather day. I mean, it's the 2 programs that obviously I follow the closest because of the ties that I have to both of them. And I don't know, I told you this, Greg, and I think I've told Campbell this too. It's one of those deals where I really look forward to the game next year in Oxford, even the game in 2 years in Fayetteville. And I just hope that we've moved past some of these things that stop us from being able to enjoy each other's company and enjoy the Grove or enjoy the tailgates in Arkansas and all that stuff. But it's for me, it's kind of cool to see 2 programs that I think are kind of on the rise. I do. I think they're both heading in the right direction. 7 turnovers get you beat. If you tell a coach before a game, you're going to turn the ball over 7 times, he's going to say, do we even have to go? And the fact that Ole Miss still had the football 3 minutes to go, like Campbell was saying, if you're an Arkansas fan, you were nervous there. 3 minutes to go, had a chance to drive down the field and get a win. You have to feel like, hey, that's as good of a shot as we could have had considering how they played. So, all right, you both taking Ole Miss. You both get the 3.5 points there. It's interesting. So next up, I can't remember which game I put next. I think it's Alabama heading to Tennessee. Alabama, a 20-point favorite. This game at 2:30. You can see it on CBS. No idea why CBS wanted this game, but they've got it. Campbell, what do you think?
Obviously going to pick Alabama for this one. I heard that Tennessee the head coach fired his assistant coach during the game.
During the game, Jimmy Brumbaugh fired during the game at Kentucky.
What happened?
Well,
they gave up 35 points in 2 quarters.
Kentucky just boat raced Tennessee. And keep in mind now, I think Mark Stoops at Kentucky has done a whale of a job over the last – how long has he been there? 7, 8 years? He's done a great job. But Kentucky remains a very average program. And they boat raced Tennessee. They made Tennessee look so bad that I think it set the Tennessee – like we always joke about the Vols are back and all that stuff. I think we can stop the joke. They're nowhere close to back. The Kentucky win over Tennessee showed you that Tennessee, it's this whole thing about Tennessee's going to emerge as a whatever, it's over. It's over. It's done. I think games like that are devastating for a program. And then it gets out that he fires Jimmy Brumbaugh during the game on the headset.
Yeah, that's a recipe for disaster. I mean, that third quarter in Georgia, kind of started it, and that first half against Kentucky, probably sealed the deal. I mean, we were talking about when Arkansas got their first win against State. That's a big confidence booster. It makes the Monday morning film session look better, and you get a little bit better confidence in yourself. So, don't see much confidence going on in Tennessee right now, and the last person you want to see is Nick Saban and the Tide coming to town. So I have to agree with Campbell here. I mean, the Tide rolls for sure. I mean, it's going to get bad early and often.
So, Campbell, just for clarification's sake, you're laying the 20 points?
Yes. I'm slowly catching along. I've done my research this week.
Okay. So Campbell's laying the 20. Greg, you're laying the 20?
For sure.
Yeah, I'd think about laying 30 here. All right, let's see. The next game we've got is – you guys help me out here. Which one did I put next on the list?
The Notre Dame game.
Right.
Notre Dame,
that's right. Notre Dame, I've got 2 lists going. One was for Neal's picks and one was for the Butcher versus the Spin Instructor. Notre Dame minus 9.5 at Pittsburgh. It's a 2:30 game on ABC. Greg, you're up.
Man, venturing out the SEC box, I have to get my handicapping skills going on this one. Notre Dame is Notre Dame. I know Pittsburgh was a 2-touchdown favorite against NC State the other week and lost. So, I like Notre Dame here, but maybe Pittsburgh was saving up for this game. So I'm going to go with Pittsburgh on this. Let's go with Pittsburgh.
All right, Greg takes the Irish and the 9.5 points. Campbell?
No, Pittsburgh. I want the Pittsburgh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Greg takes Pittsburgh in the 9.5.
Pittsburgh.
Stand corrected. Campbell?
This one, I'm obviously not familiar with these teams, but I'm pretty sure the first week we did this, we picked a Notre Dame game, and I picked it for the reason that I graduated that went there or goes there now. So I'm going to pick Notre Dame for this one. That's my reasoning.
Okay. So Campbell lays the 9.5 and takes the Irish. Greg takes the 9.5 and goes with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's a weird team, man. They're all over the place. They are a roller coaster. All right, next. Kentucky's next, right? Kentucky is at Missouri. That game, a 3 p.m. kick on the SEC network. Missouri did not get to play last week because Vanderbilt has COVID issues. I'm going to go ahead and warn people. Don't make reservations in ink next week, Ole Miss people in Vanderbilt. That game is iffy from a COVID standpoint for the Doors. Kentucky heads in off the win that we just talked about, just absolutely mauled Tennessee. Kentucky, a 6.5-point favorite at Missouri. Campbell?
I'm going to pick Kentucky for this one. They, like you said, blew out Tennessee last week. And also, she's my cousin, but is she my second cousin, technically?
She'd be your second or third cousin.
Well, she's my cousin. She graduated from Kentucky, I think, this past May. Yeah. So I'm going to pick Kentucky here.
Shout out to Caroline Neal, a UK grad. She'd be your third cousin because because she's my second cousin because her dad is my first cousin.
Yes.
Isn't that how that works?
I think so.
I mean, in Alabama, that's enough to get married right there.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Greg, what do you got?
I'm going to have to agree with Campbell here. I mean, Kentucky is it seems like they found their stride. And, at the start of the year, they were kind of a sleeper pick, to win the East. And, they those first two games kind of didn't look good on the start of the season, but they really turned around. And I say they roll here. And I like Kentucky a lot.
I think I agree with both of you. I like the Wildcats here. I think they're actually a pretty good club. They were devastated with the way that Ole Miss game ended, and ever since then they've come out barnstorming. They have popped some people since then, and I think they popped Missouri as well. I was looking for games because I was concerned. I was like, when we have 4 games, and what if one gets COVIDed and all that? I was like, we have to have more than 3 games. And so I was going down the slate on Sunday and I guess Monday looking for games that looked attractive. And I don't know how much I would watch this one if I weren't working, but I'm interested in it a little bit. West Virginia, -3 at Texas Tech. This game is a 4:30 kick on, I think, Fox or FS1 or something. If you want to see it bad enough, you can find it. In Lubbock, West Virginia at Texas Tech, the Mountaineers a 3-point favorite. Campbell?
This one, I was reading the list when you sent it out, I think like Tuesday. And I was with my friend from Amarillo, Texas.
Okay.
And I was like, I don't know anything about Texas Tech or West Virginia. And she was like, oh, my gosh, I hate Tech. So I'm going to go with West Virginia.
That's science right there.
Science!
I don't really have much else to say about this one.
I've been to Morgantown a couple of times on work assignments, and it's a sneaky cool place. I mean, like 10 minutes out in any direction, and you're like, whoa, am I even in civilization anymore? But Morgantown's kind of cool. It's a fun town. I've been to a West Virginia game. When I was working in Mobile, they had a quarterback from Daphne who was like a big star for them. Pat White, remember when Rich Rodriguez and Steve Slayton and all those guys? So Pat White was there, and the paper sent me up a couple of different times. I always made that a pretty fun trip. I would fly into Pittsburgh. I'd go see a Pirates game, and then I'd go down to Morgantown, which wasn't a particularly bad drive. It was a couple hours, and Morgantown's sneaky cool.
Yeah, I heard it's a party school.
It is. These are 2 schools. No one would ever call West Virginia or Texas Tech elite academic institutions.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with West Virginia here. I have to venture back in the family archives. I think I have a third cousin from Morgantown or something like that. So I'm going to create that angle for the West Virginia for me. So I'm going to go with the West Virginia here.
All right, you're both taking the Mountaineers. You're both laying the 3 points. Back into more familiar territory here. South Carolina heads to LSU. South Carolina, a 6.5-point underdog. This game can be seen on ESPN at 6 o'clock, right about the time that we probably wrap up. Hand raise, guys. I'll pour a glass and turn this one on. I won't lie. I'm interested in this one. I like what Will Muschamp's done the last couple of weeks, and this is an interesting spot for LSU as well. I think who's up? Greg, you're up.
I like South Carolina a lot. I don't even want the points. I think they're going to win straight up. I saw some pictures surface from Coach O. It seems like he's, all in on coaching the Tigers this year to a national championship. So I'm going to go with South Carolina just to win the game. I don't need the points. I think South Carolina wins the game.
Campbell?
I'm going to agree with Greg here. I did my research this week, and I know that the head coach for LSU has been kind of crazy since his divorce.
Yeah.
And you talked about how there's like some pictures out there right now of him.
There are.
So I agree with Greg. I'm going to go with South Carolina.
So
Yeah, I mean, he's a happy guy, just won the national championship and, graduated a bunch of All-Americans and, have to rebuild the team. So why not rebuild the team and enjoy yourself?
That's fine. It's awkward saying this with my daughter on the call, but at some point, don't you, when she pulls out the camera to take the selfie, don't you, if you're him, have to say, no, this is not the best idea, right? I mean, this is not a good idea. We don't need photographic evidence that this happened.
I mean, she's a pretty lady. I mean, congratulations to him. But yeah, there's times to take pictures and there's time not to take pictures. This would probably be one of those categories to where you don't take a picture here.
When you're making $5 million a year to coach the LSU Tigers, you probably don't need that picture taken at that particular moment, especially on a week where your program just got popped and is about to get really popped by the NCAA.
Well, I'd say hand slap, but okay,
Well, the NCAA has not accepted those penalties, and I don't think they're going to. They laundered money through a children's hospital charity.
Yeah, that's bad.
Run those words through your head a few times. They bought players by laundering money through a charity that's supposed to give money to.
Wait, so the charity just gave them money to use?
Well, the guy that was running. This has been proven in federal court. The guy that was running the hospital charity, unbeknownst to the charity, was moving money through the charity to give to football players to play football, and not to the families of young cancer patients fighting for their lives.
Oh, wow.
A rough look.
Yeah.
It's a rough look. Which one do we have? We have one more. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I've got to be more organized next week because I tried to be creative here. All right. The biggest game of the week, really every week, is always the ULM game, Louisiana Monroe. They head to South Alabama there in Mobile. This game also kicks off at 6 o'clock. You can see it on ESPN Plus. You can see it on the Big Show. This game is so big they're not even putting it on television. This game's so big that they're putting it on the internet. I mean, what's bigger, the internet or television?
Oh, for sure. I mean, pay-per-view internet on top of that.
So ULM is getting 15 points in Mobile. Campbell, what do you think?
This is an obvious one for me. I'll be picking ULM. This is the easiest one. The McCready family is big ULM fans.
Yes, we are all Warhawks.
I'm shocked I did not tour ULM.
Well, I like ULM, but not enough to send my kids there. You should have toured it just for the hell of it. Got you a ULM shirt.
I remember when we were at our grandparents in Oxford, and we were joking around with Caroline, who my little sister who wants to try out for a dance team, and my grandfather was asking if ULM had a dance team that Caroline could try out for, and Caroline was like, I don't think so.
No, they might have a dance team, but no.
No.
All right, so you're taking ULM and getting the 15 points. Greg, what do you got?
I think there was a score a couple weeks ago that ULM, got pretty beaten really bad. I think there was somebody that tweeted at that, Neal. Maybe they've gotten their X's and O's together, but I'm going to go with the team from Mobile. I'm going to go with the South Alabama Jaguars.
So Greg takes the Jaguars. He lays the 15. I want to point out what happened that week was it had been a big midterm week at ULM, and the players were just so exhausted from studying that they were just worn down. They were just.
It was either that or hanging out with the water ski team, who are idols around Monroe.
It could have been, but it probably was just study and also we take things really seriously at ULM. I mean, we wake up each day and think, what can I do today to make the world a better place? Not very selfish. And, they're probably trying to cure cancer, probably trying to this COVID thing has really created some challenges. How do you stop COVID, eradicate it in its tracks? And so that's the kind of thing that our players think about on a daily basis. So we were distracted wherever we were playing. That's what
Warhawks do. They fight the good fight.
That's what Warhawks do. It's why we are all Warhawks. All right, guys, we'll come back next week. Arkansas will be back on the slate. The Aggies and Razorbacks, that game's in College Station this year. They normally play it in Dallas every year, but not this year. COVID claimed that one, so it'll be in College Station. So we'll talk about that. Ole Miss hopefully will be heading to Nashville to play Vanderbilt. So hopefully we'll be talking about that one as well. Greg, one more time before we wrap up, how can people get in touch with you and find out more about LBs and get themselves hooked up for the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, just always call the store, 662-259-2999. If there's a big order or if you got a bunch of people coming in town that you need, say 10 or 12 steaks, we'll put it together for you, set it over the side. That way you don't have to, come in and, pick things out. We'll have it ready for you. Just always call the store. I try to get on do the social media as much as possible, but it is what it is. And we try to get back to people as quickly possible on the social media. But we really try to, hands-on the storefront and just, coming in and taking care of each customer that walks in. So like I said, just give us a call, set it over the side to get you taken care of always.
Can't recommend it highly enough. Everything there is fresh, fantastic. Greg and the people there take great care of their customers. The product is amazing. You need to give that a shot the next time you are in or around Oxford. It's right over there across from Kroger, 2008 University Avenue in Oxford. Campbell, enjoy your weekend. Don't watch too much football. Allow yourself to get out and have some fun. There's more to life than studying your picks for week 7. So,
yeah, I'll definitely try.
Yeah, good. All right. So for Campbell McCready, for Greg Jones, I'm Neal McCready. That does it for episode number 6 of The Butcher versus the Spin Instructor, brought to you by LB's Meat Market. Until next week, take care. So thanks to Campbell and to Greg for their time. That's always fun on Thursday morning. Sort of the way it works. We get to Thursday morning, and it's just kind of, you've written all the football. I write football in 10 thoughts. I write football on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I did 5 questions with one of Jay's guys over there at auburnsports.com. So at that point, really, there's not a lot of football left to talk about. And so we're just trying to shift, have a little fun. Neal's picks, lighten the mood a little bit. I did write a column about Gus Malzahn going into this game today and basically why Auburn people hate him. So 8:43, Chase will be here in a little bit. The plan was to bring you SEC football and beyond. We were going to do that early this morning. I had a little computer issue early this morning that has luckily been resolved, thank God. So we're good. So if you guys want to ask me some questions in the thread here, or we can just chat, we can do that. Yeah, Kenneth points out that I finally stopped calling her the bartender. I've had to focus. I think it's because the alliteration of butcher, bartender makes more sense. But she's not a bartender. She's a spin instructor. Been doing a really good job of it. Really proud of her. She's out there like 6 classes next week teaching. So that's really cool. No, Chase is Chance not late to work. He's not due until 9. We'll have Ryan Brown at about 9:10. We'll talk to him for a while. Keith Carter will join us, the Ole Miss athletics director, as will J.G. Tate of auburnsports.com. We'll talk about Auburn and Ole Miss. I'll go over some lines with you guys, then I'll come back and answer some questions. Some of the lines updated for today of interest. Ole Miss and Auburn, that line has hovered around 3.5. Right now it's 4 or 3.5. Auburn a 4-point favorite, 3.5-point favorite, depending on your book. That game at 11, as you know, we'll watch it with you on the MPW Digital Watch Party, which follows Scoreboard Business, which is brought to you by The Rogue. So Kansas State a 20.5-point favorite. That game in Manhattan at 11 o'clock today. Syracuse and Clemson. Please don't tell me how great the ACC is, anybody. Clemson a 46-point favorite at home against the Orange. This morning, TCU and Oklahoma, that line is 6.5 or 7. TCU a 7-point dog, 6.5-point dog, depending on your book. The Miracle in the Big Ten, they get started at 11. Rutgers and Michigan State, they're in East Lansing, Michigan State, an 11-point favorite across the board. North Carolina State and North Carolina, that game also at 11. Pretty much across the board. It opened at 14.5 and it stayed at 14.5. The Tar Heels a 14.5-point favorite over their in-state rival. Florida State's at Louisville this morning at 11. That game, Louisville a 5-point favorite across the board. It opened at 6.5. It's dropped to 5. Nebraska and Ohio State, that game opened at 12.5. It has skyrocketed to across the board. Just about across. Well, some places 26.5, some places 27. Ohio State a 26.5 or 27-point favorite over the Huskers. I was talking to Chris Landry about Ohio State on Thursday for our SEC Football and Beyond. I'll take his word for it. He knows their personnel. He says that is a national championship caliber team. Georgia Southern is at Coastal Carolina today. That is a 5-point. The Chanticleer is favored by 5 pretty much across the board. Temple at Memphis this morning at 11. The Tigers a 13.5-point favorite across the board against Temple. Mercer is at Army. Go Army, beat Navy. Army a 30.5-point favorite today over Mercer. Southern Miss is at Liberty. Hugh Freeze and the gang are a 13-point favorite. That line opened at 10.5. It is moved to 13. That's a noon kickoff there in wherever Liberty is, somewhere in Virginia, right? Never been to Liberty. Chase here. My gut on Malzahn, Nicholas asked. My gut on Malzahn being the Auburn coach next year. My gut is that he will be. That's my guess. We talked about that a little bit. The money is not such where the money's just not such where they can do that. I was talking to Jay about it. You'll hear that later. I wrote about it. The buyout is $21.45 million. That's the buyout. Then you got to pay off the other coaches. So probably can round that up to $23, $24 million just to get them to go away. Then after that, you're probably talking about, I don't know, got to buy out a new coach. So let's say you hire, for kicks and giggles, you hire Billy Napier, and he's got $1 million buyout. And you got to hire him. He's going to want more money. He's going to want big money. He's going to want a staff. He's going to want to pay a staff big money. So realistically, no, I think Gus Malzahn stays unless the bottom falls out today, which is possible. Mark wants to know if there's something I can put on my head to soften the glare. Yeah, I can put a cap on. I'll do that here shortly. The problem with the cap for me all day long is it gets really hot. I'm just kind of hot-natured, and it gets really hot. Chase did not sleep in. He's actually here right now. He's setting up his computer and all of those things. We'll probably even get started with scoreboard business a little bit early. I might go to the Bear for just a couple of minutes just to kind of get a couple things set in here with resets and things like that. I'll let you guys get a live look at Chase fixing himself. Got to turn his light on. Here's Chase right there. He's getting all set up. He's here. Got his Rivals gear on. Got his Rogue hat on. Looking the part.
Very gray today, kind of matching the outside a little bit.
Yeah, it is gray and cool today in Oxford.
It's misting right now. I mean, there's no rain on the forecast. I think it's fine as the day goes on, but it's a little misty at the moment.
Yeah. Got to get your light turned on here in a minute. It's okay. Yeah, so today I'll tell you this early. We'll promote it throughout the show. I've got another banner I need to put up, but you can go to therogue.com. That's therogue.com. Enter promo code NealChase20, NealChase20, and you get 20% off of anything in their Peter Millar Ole Miss collection. So check that out today. That's cool looking stuff. So again, the promo code, we'll keep this up throughout the show. It's NealChase20 at therogue.com.
So it won't work for the state stuff. It just works for the Ole Miss stuff.
I can't answer that. These are questions that I cannot answer because I just don't know. Okay. I'm gonna turn your light on real quick because you're in the dark. Nobody, to my knowledge, nobody took nude pics of the bear, Sammy. That's a Ed Orgeron thing. I haven't seen all of the pictures, and I'm kind of glad.
I haven't searched them out now.
No,
yeah, I'm good.
no,
I mean,
I don't
that's-
need to see those pictures. I'm told that there are some graphic pictures that exist. I haven't seen them. Don't want to see them. Don't need to see them.
You're good. I'm
Yeah,
good.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean,
If I go through the rest of my life without seeing Ed Orgeron
I will
naked,
say this:
I'm fine.
it was in that thread when we talked about the other day of the which coach would you fight. Ed jogging looked like one of the more painful things I've ever seen in my entire life. Dude has no flexibility at this point in his life. Stiff. I mean, he's
That's
just,
what she
he's
said.
Just, yeah. Well, yeah, sure. He's just shuffling, and it looked terrible. I was like, holy hell. I mean.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't have the monkey thing. This is the closest thing. That's the closest I have right there.
Jeez.
So, let's see. I think Ryan texted me back. I can't remember.
What, to go ahead and start or what? What are we doing?
No. 9-10. No, but we'll
Okay.
talk a little bit. Big Ten Miracle today. It's exciting. Big
Luke
day.
Fickle is going to be a very rich man one day. Watching him on game day right now.
So the word on Fickle, by the way, from talking to some people, and I trust the people who told me this, is that Fickle is the guy at Notre Dame if it opens up. That there won't even be a search.
That's a good fit.
He's Catholic.
Yeah.
Big family, the whole deal. And that he can literally sit at Cincinnati and await his choice of Big Ten jobs. If a Big Ten job opens up, he's got first dibs. And he's very happy in Cincinnati. He's making good money. He's winning. There's no pressure. And he's still a fairly young guy. That program's not going to bottom out. He is in the catbird seat.
Would you rather be the coach at Notre Dame or Michigan?
Notre Dame.
Would you?
Yeah, especially if I'm Catholic.
Yeah. Oh, you think that's enough of a that's enough of a thing?
I mean, that's a cool
Yeah.
deal. I mean, you know.
Notre Dame's had some issues though recruiting nationally, institutionally. They've got some stuff there they've got to kind of figure out. I'd like to know a little more about that. Because frankly, Michigan's all in. They just Harbaugh hasn't been good enough.
When was the last time Michigan was an elite power?
I don't think they're at the Tennessee, Nebraska level though. Especially with Michigan State slumping a little bit. I mean, this isn't D'Antonio in the playoff every year. Michigan State.
See, I look at Michigan, and I've never been there. Never been to Ann Arbor. But you look at that league. That league doesn't have as many just absolute freebies the way it used to.
No, the bottom is better.
Yeah.
Indiana's a decent program.
Purdue's better.
Yeah, sure.
Northwestern's
you got to
better.
show up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, even Illinois, which is still awful, is a little better awful.
They're the worst teams, too,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah, but Iowa's good. Michigan State's good. Ohio State's an elite power. Penn State and Wisconsin are borderline powers. There's work to be done in that league.
Frankly, Nebraska's a team you got to beat up on. You got to make sure you beat up on Maryland. Rutgers sucks.
Yeah, Rutgers is bad.
I forgot about
Rutgers might be worse than Illinois,
They
but they
are.
just hired Greg Schiano, and I bet they don't stay that way.
You think he's going to do okay there?
Well, let me just put it this way. If the speed limit is 70, he is not going 70. He's going to go 100, careening off the rails.
Until whatever happens.
Yep.
He reaches a destination or he causes a 14-car collision, one or the other.
Wisconsin allowed fans last night?
I have no idea.
Oh, I don't know.
It looked empty, but that could have just been the shots I saw. Like I just saw end zone kind of shots.
I didn't watch.
For Wisconsin, really threw that thing around last night. The kid for Wisconsin threw for like 250, but he threw 4 or 5 touchdown passes last night in his first start.
Ryan Kelly asked us in the thread, Chase, our thoughts on Jalen Jones being out today, possibly out for the season. What does that do?
Huge.
Confidence you had in the secondary. It's a big blow.
Wow, it's massive.
Look, I don't know this, and we'll see. I mean, we'll all kind of find out together. I do wonder if this is the week where Plumlee plays on that side of the ball.
If there's a week, it's right.
If it's not this week, it's not happening, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, looking at – hold on, I'll pull up some snap stuff on the defense real quick.
Georgia Rebel was cracking a joke. It went over my bald head. I apologize.
About what?
About Wisconsin allowed fans last night. A group of college kids from Illinois got to watch in person. She was referring to the Fighting Illini.
Oh, okay.
So is the Big Ten just locked down, no fans at all because we're
clue.
terrified? It's bizarre.
It would still go by state, though, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be a conference rule still, would it?
I don't know.
Because like you'll hear with Keith Carter during our pregame show, I asked about the contact tracing thing that Lane referenced on Monday, and he said that it is not a school policy at all. It is straight state policy. That is what they have to go by.
What a shock!
So the states are different throughout the league. He said that you'll hear it, but I'm pretty sure the non-verbatim answer was that a isolation positive case can get out in 10 days, but a contact trace is 14 days, and there's no way to test out unless that positive test tests out. So, yeah, that was what Lane was referring to. Frankly, that's probably what has Vanderbilt in a bit of a mess for next week as well, is some of these lengthy contact trace situations.
Did you ask about Vanderbilt?
I did. He said they are monitoring closely. As of right now, he's fairly optimistic, but it's questionable.
So I've talked to people at Vanderbilt who are 50-50. They just don't know.
Jalen Jones has played the most snaps on the defensive side of the ball for Ole Miss this season. He has played 297 out of 311. So that tells you what kind of blow it is.
297 out of 311 possible snaps?
That is correct, yes. The next is Keydron Smith at 278 out of 311. Looking for your next safety who would kind of play here. A.J. Finley's played a ton. He's played 212 out of 311. He's played too much. See, here's the problem. To find another safety, and really you got to find kind of two safeties. And this is why I think you are talking about, hey, who's coming to the other side of the ball? Are you doing something with Tylen Knight, Plumlee, Miles Battle, whomever? Is that John Haynes is the next played safety down at 87 snaps this season. You don't have another safety in that whole gap there. So they've played two dudes.
It's someone asked me this morning.
Another safety has not played this season. Let me even make it a little more obvious here.
A couple people have asked Rebs cover. This is the reason I don't think they do. I think today's the day that defensive depth becomes a monumental issue for this team. Ole Miss to win this game today, I think Ole Miss has to get into the 40s.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's possible. Unless Bo Nix throws it to him 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
Bo Nix, frankly, I think Bo Nix is the deciding factor in this football game. Last year he throws for 340 against Ole Miss, a career high. He threw it all over the yard. Can he avoid the mistakes? Can he just – because, look, Ole Miss is not going to pressure him all day long. They have done nothing this season to show they're going to bring a ton of pressure all day. Can he stay in the pocket? Can Bo Nix be composed and run an offense? And they're going to score points on Ole Miss probably. If he doesn't, then he's going to throw it to him a couple times, and suddenly Ole Miss – like you talked about, that's the recipe. You get ahead early, and suddenly he's pressing a little bit, and some stuff happens, and it kind of goes from there.
For me, I don't disagree with what you said. I'd add something to it. The only way, in my mind, that Ole Miss wins today is if they get Auburn, whether it's by stopping it or by getting way ahead, get Auburn out of its running game. Because if I'm Auburn, we're running. What's wrong?
Weather. Windy and kind of – I know you're hearing this, but no, I'm looking outside. It's like windy.
I was going to say, no, that's a hairdryer.
No. Sound effects will get you around here. Okay. No, it's like the trees blowing like crazy outside right now.
I don't even know what the forecast is.
It's like mid-50s with overcast but no rain as the day moves on. It's fine.
Okay.
Good weather.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see who plays. Safety. Oh, that's not good. Internet went out for a second. Trying to see who else is even possible.
Yeah, I don't. Did your mic stop working?
My mic?
No, there you go. There you go. You turned away from it. It was.
Oh, okay.
That's okay.
I mean, Jalen Jordan's played a good bit. Corner. I mean, I guess he can move. Yeah, it's just.
They got issues at safety.
Yeah,
we knew that going in. We talked about it in August. This team had a couple of spots that were really thin, defensive front, safety.
Look, we said this earlier in the week. They've offered safety to John Rice Plumlee before. Before the season began, that was a conversation for a day.
We didn't report it mainly because we were just sort of protecting people. But he was offered.
I mean, but we kind of did. I mean, yeah. I did write. Hey, he had the staff ask him if he wanted to move to the other side of the ball. I mean, what? Because here's the implication of that. If the staff's asking you, do you want to move? They want you to move.
Yes.
You're not playing the position you're currently at.
They wanted him to move to safety and be a leader on defense.
Yes.
Be a vocal leader on defense, and he wanted to lead on offense. And I don't know. I mean, look, if I'm him and 6 weeks, 6 picks into the guy in front of me throws 6 interceptions and I'm still not playing, I'm not going to play. I see the writing on the wall.
And look, you can play safety. And this is not me reporting this is what he's going to do. I have no clue. You can still play safety and then transfer at the end of the year if that's what you want to do. You know what I mean? Playing safety for 6 weeks doesn't mean you don't play quarterback next year.
Well, look, there's an elephant in the room. I'm going to address it. Hello, Mr. Elephant. If he wants to transfer to Southern Miss with Derek Nix in December, nothing's stopping him. He can still play safety now, unless he's concerned that playing safety now might injure him and make him less of a quarterback. I don't know. I have no idea. No one's told me that, I swear. I'm not hinting at anything. I'm not reading. I'm not asking you to read between lines. There's no lines to read between. I do think Derek Nix is a legitimate candidate at Southern Miss. I think Derek makes a ton of sense at Southern Miss.
Yeah.
And if you told me that Derek got the job at Southern Miss and that John Rice Plumlee, who's from the Hattiesburg area, transferred there to play quarterback, I'd buy it. I mean, Derek might even be able to bring Rich Rodriguez in as his offensive coordinator. They could reunite them. I mean, there's a lot there. There's a lot of reason.
That would be a path, actually. Yeah. Sure.
So there's stuff to watch there. But right now, this team, for the next 6 games, 7 if there's a bowl game, this team needs him in the defensive backfield today more than it needs him at quarterback, assuming that Matt Corral's healthy.
Yeah, sure. And he appears to be.
What happened to Jalen Jones, we're asked. Listen, I'll give full credit. David Johnson of 24/7 Sports is reporting that he's out for the season.
Some type of upper body, shoulder, chest, something issue.
I don't have that information. So, but I have no reason to doubt David. Obviously, David has, contacts pretty close to the roster from a player standpoint, and I'll take his word for it. But I don't have it where I can independently report it. Mr. Bloodline post, he says, Arkansas fan here. We're all pulling for you guys to beat the crap out of Auburn.
I see that. I bet Arkansas is not overly happy with Auburn right now. So yeah, I'll play that game.
Yeah, I get it.
What does Arkansas not like the most? Like, because they don't have that natural tie in the West. What is their rival meter?
I guess it's Texas A&M's their big rival because they play that
stuff.
Yeah, and they play that game in Dallas every year, and it's kind of a party. I guess
like low rent Florida, Georgia in a way.
Yeah, maybe so. Just a southwestern version of a game that is still fairly new from a rivalry standpoint.
New money a little bit, but yeah, sure. Because the LSU thing, neither team gives a crap.
No, I mean
Ole Miss is more of a rival than LSU.
Mr. Bloodline would probably agree with this begrudgingly, I would guess. Arkansas's got to get a lot better for the Arkansas LSU game to become a big thing.
Well, I mean, and look, there's a lot more of a historical tie here. Ole Miss has to be good for LSU to be a big thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, when Ole Miss is good, Ole Miss LSU is really freaking fun. It's more fun than Ole Miss and State. But they got to get that. It's got to be competitive. It has to be at least something sort of on it a little bit. Yeah. I mean, 52-3 is not fun. But
if you're LSU, in fairness, the last few years, your rival has been Alabama.
Yeah, that's had to be your focus. I mean, it's like Florida and Tennessee used to be, hey, we're rivals because, by God, we're deciding the East every year. I mean,
and then Texas A&M and LSU has become a very contentious game. The two schools don't like each other. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. Now, it feels like it's a more current thing than
It's situational. But.
Yeah, but if you ask LSU who they dislike the most right now, it's A&M.
You think so?
Oh, I know so. Ain't no doubt in my mind. NAU fan says, Auburn fan here cheering for you guys to beat the crap out of Auburn and end our Gus misery. That's what's – I wrote about this yesterday in Food for Thought. Auburn fans in a weird spot. I mean, when the two teams play, you're an Auburn fan and Auburn's on the field. You're cheering for Auburn because you've cheered for Auburn. But if Auburn wins, it's like, well, that's another feather, albeit a small one in this case, in Gus's cap. And if Auburn loses, you're like, see? Here's the great thing. If you're an Auburn fan today and your team wins, your team wins. If you're an Auburn fan today and your team loses,
you win.
You get ammunition.
Oh, you're the whole holster.
Yeah.
You put the whole thing on.
It's actually not a bad place to be if you're an Auburn fan today. It's kind of
you'll have a good day or you'll have a good day.
Yeah.
You'll go to the message board going,
Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
The only scenario that would be like crappy if I'm an Auburn fan. If I'm an Auburn fan today, I either want to beat Ole Miss, like I want to beat them 10 plus points.
Yeah, sure.
Or I want to lose. I don't want some crazy deal.
Winning by 3 in overtime, and you're like, oh, my God, kill us. Like
41-38 triple overtime win.
Yeah.
That
win on a call or something.
No,
where it's like,
yeah.
That would be the thing where at the end of the game, you got like the officials huddling, and even the Auburn fans are going, go Ole Miss's way. Go Ole Miss's way. Please. That's pass interference.
Where someone's like, that was not interference. No. Just give it to him, damn it.
I don't
it's
know.
Where Ole Miss fans were with Matt Luke last year.
I don't know when. We'll do it sometime during the pregame show since we have an early morning. Visit Oxford. High Rise Donuts this morning. That is part of the Oxford Creamery on the square. They have gourmet donuts. They do the croissant donuts. They do the more traditional kind as well. So that coming up sometime during the pregame show this morning. Again, visit Oxford. Visit oxfordms.com. Also, the partner for our Keith Carter interview. We talked to him a couple weeks ago. Keith, we'll keep doing those on home football weekends from the double-decker bus on the square on Friday afternoons. If you're listening to this and you are headed out to the game soon, the double-decker bus will be in front of the stadium from 9 to 11. And I'll fill you in on some other drive-in movies. We get closer to Halloween and different things as the day goes on. But anyway, we'll have those soon, but just want to point that out for you. Remember, High Rise Donuts today, courtesy of Visit Oxford.
We got a new pair of jeans from
Blue Delta
right here.
It is the duck canvas. So and this is not a promotional. This is not something that anybody told me to say. They are my favorite pair. They are a little thicker.
Oh, really?
They are sort of a Carhartt type style. A little more rugged, a little more of a work pant, but something about the structure to them I like better than anything else. I
love the way they feel.
Yeah, they're awesome fall, winter. I mean, I wouldn't want to wear them in the heat of the summer. I mean, because they are a little thicker. But they are for terrific winter and fall pant. They hold up really well. They're structured. Mine are navy. You'll see those in a little while. Neal has on brown. So yeah, they're really, really good. They're tremendous. We'll keep talking about throughout the day. But it's the duck canvas material from Blue Delta.
Mine's got a little bit of a not really a navy, almost a light blue, royal blue stitching.
Okay.
Just in a couple of accent spots. They look great.
Yeah.
So we'll put those on later in the day, and one of us, I guess both of us, will do some modeling.
Yeah, we have different colors, so I guess
we'll model a little bit.
Because these, like I said, you can kind of do some activity in them. You can kind of work in them, but they almost, especially mine because of the color, they almost kind of look like a slack a little bit. You could get away with a little more dressy things too, even though they're kind of structured. They have the color Neal has, which I guess would be brown. I don't really know how to categorize that.
He called it brown.
Okay. Brown. They have a kind of an olive green color that's pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
They have a navy. They have several different colors with it. So, again, yeah, you can find out more at BlueDeltaJeans.com.
Who won the World Series game last night?
The Los Angeles Dodgers won the World Series game last night. 4-2, maybe?
Is that right?
Yeah, something like that. So they are up 2-1.
I don't remember what I did last night, which is probably an indication that I probably started drinking too soon.
I did not watch a pitch. I didn't even think about it. I saw on social media when it was over that they had won. Maybe even in the middle of the night. I don't remember.
I got into some political show that was interesting, and I can't remember exactly what it was. But
like
I was
on Netflix
watching
or something, or just like
no, it was on the current race, but it was kind of a breakdown of the race state by state that I got into because it didn't feel super biased one way or the other.
Okay,
it kind of was interesting, so I can't remember where the hell I saw it. But it was really good, and some of that's reflected today in the national numbers. What's interesting, before we get to Ryan Brown here in a minute, this is Real Clear Politics. Biden's lead post-debate overall has gone up from 7.5 to 8.1.
Okay.
His lead in the battleground states has dropped from about 4.5 to about 3.5.
Which that's the number that actually matters.
Yeah.
Who cares how much Trump wins Mississippi and how much Biden wins California?
I mean, it could be one of those really interesting nights. His lead in Iowa is less than a point. His lead in Georgia is less than a point. I don't believe that one, by the way.
You don't believe Georgia?
I don't.
Yeah.
his lead in Michigan.
You don't believe that Georgia or Texas has any chance of going blue?
No, I don't. Trump's up 4 here, and I think Trump's up bigger than that. So,
where?
In Texas.
Yeah, I know that's been kind of a pipe dream for the Democrats for a long time, but that's hard to buy that we're there yet.
Yeah, really interesting.
Yeah,
we'll see. I think it's going to be a fascinating final 10 days. All right, we'll get to Ryan here. It's probably a good time to get to him. I got up early this morning and with the plan of being super organized, and thank God I did get up because, whoa.
So what happened? Do we know?
I think I generally know, and I'm almost embarrassed to admit it.
Okay. That's a good answer, though.
Yeah.
That's good. Given our options, that was a good answer.
Yeah.
Because I was worried, hey, we got to go find a keyboard, and we can only find ones that maybe are not Mac compatible or something. Like I was having some thoughts in my head.
Ryan Brown.
Happy football, boy.
Hey, Ryan, the Big Ten's playing today. They played last night. Myocarditis has been resolved. It's over. We can all move on from this national nightmare.
Trust the science, Neal. The science said it is far safer to start football late October than in September, Neal. You got to trust the science.
I know. I keep trying to trust the science. I was very proud of the way that Illinois and Wisconsin contact traced last night. It looked like Illinois made sure they were socially distanced throughout the game. I just thought it was great.
No, nothing's more scientific than Illinois losing a Big Ten game 45-7. That is science.
Hey, but Wisconsin threw that thing around. I mean,
they got a little air raid for
Wisconsin.
Chase. I mean, everything we know about Wisconsin is they're going to have a 2,000-yard rusher. And when Graham Mertz, I know you guys follow the recruiting game. When Graham Mertz was recruited, it was the highest rated quarterback to ever sign with Minnesota, and I thought we would have seen him sooner. But boy, last night they didn't look like a team that just lines up and runs it 70 times a game. They look like they got some a 2020 offense about them.
Does that put them a little more actually in the conversation then? Because they've always been.
Yeah, I mean, it might. In a normal situation, playing just a normal divisional schedule that they would play, and then whoever they would get in the crossover, you'd really like them. I know they play Michigan. I don't think they play Ohio State or Penn State, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken.
All right, here's our schedule real quick. I don't know why we're doing this, but what the hell?
Well, because it's SEC. We're going to talk Big Ten. I do know they play Michigan.
Yeah,
that's the only one I'm aware of.
Here's their schedule. Illinois, Nebraska, Purdue, Michigan, Northwestern, Minnesota, Indiana, Iowa.
Boy, that's manageable.
You get Michigan and...
Yeah. And we'll see Minnesota tonight. I'm not certain Minnesota doesn't beat Michigan tonight, but, because Michigan, they've got a new quarterback. I don't know if you've seen this kid. He's like 6'5", 245, and supposedly can run the football. So, I will really be intrigued to see Michigan's quarterback tonight, see if they look any better.
No, Ryan, there's too much pressure on him. I mean, as we've seen here, being the guy who replaces Shea Patterson is just, it's just too much.
It's a heavy cross to bear, Neal. You never know.
It is. It's amazing. Everybody who's followed him's been better somehow, some way. It's just like he blazed a path.
Wisconsin opening Illinois, Nebraska, Purdue. I mean, you got some gifts early there to figure that thing out.
Well, they were the anti-Nebraska because Nebraska got punished for. Nebraska got punished.
That was all random, Ryan.
To get Wisconsin in week 2.
It was all random. They just put the people in a hat and pulled them out.
Yeah, sure they did.
Yeah, they put let's put Nebraska in that hat and everybody else in this hat.
Yeah. And then in week 2, let's put Penn State in this hat.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, ridiculous what they did to Nebraska.
Oh, they were mad at him. They were angry.
Oh, I know. That president beat him to the punch and said what everybody knew was going to happen already.
All right, before people get mad at me for not going here, Ole Miss and Auburn here in about an hour and 45 minutes or so. It feels like, and the Ole Miss people in the thread will probably yell at me here, but it feels like a much bigger game for Auburn than it is for Ole Miss. I mean, Ole Miss is in year 0, year 1, however you want to call it, of the Lane Kiffin era. This is not year 1 or year 0 for Gus Malzahn, and they should have lost to Arkansas. They did lose to South Carolina. They did lose to Georgia. An Auburn loss at Ole Miss today, what would that mean in that state?
Well, to your point, there is no scenario in this game that would A, get Lane Kiffin fired, or B, get him headed down the road to be fired.
Right.
There is a scenario that plays out in this game. I don't think would get Gus Malzahn fired. Like, and by fired, I mean Sunday morning, fired. Kevin Steele, interim coach, fired. But there is a scenario in this game that sends him headed down that road, and he will have to do something in the back half of this season to save his job. So, in those terms, it is a bigger game for Auburn, and I understand why Ole Miss fans will be upset at that. But that's the truth. I mean, it is this game for Gus Malzahn. It doesn't make or break his time at Auburn, but boy, if he loses this game, guys, with what they have left on that schedule and the way Alabama is playing across the state, which has a huge impact on this, I'm not certain he can turn the thing around. And I don't know where we are. Everybody speculates on whether or not coaches will be fired this year. As we pointed out on our show, Arkansas just bought out two defensive coaches. Arkansas State, just bought out two defensive coaches. Arkansas State. So if Sun Belt teams are buying out coaches mid-season, I don't think people are going to be fearful of firing head coaches that aren't getting the job done. And the truth of the matter is, this Auburn fan base, Gus Malzahn has just about lost them all, if he hasn't lost all of them. And whoever's hanging on, probably lets go if they lose this game this morning.
$21.45 million is that buyout.
Yeah.
I mean, and I know the money's there and you can do all that. And this is when people say, why do you guys keep going into politics? Why do you keep talking about the pandemic? It's because, well, it's underneath the surface on all of these things. Like, if you had told me 3 weeks ago that we would be talking about 2021 season being played in the current conditions, I would have told you were out of your mind. But the more I listen to people, the more I'm like, well, I don't know, maybe that's where we're headed here, unfortunately. And if you're any school, and Auburn's included in the group of any schools, obviously, before you make a massive move like this, don't you have to feel confident, and I do mean really confident, that if you hire a new coach, you can have all the energy that comes with that, and you can fill up Jordan Hare, and you can sell a bunch of season tickets, and you can start reclaiming your money? Because if you fire Malzahn, you got to pay him, it's like $10.7 million within 30 days or whatnot. And then you got to pay the rest of it off. You got to pay off the staff. You got to hire a new coach. He's going to want to get paid, I would assume. He's going to want to bring in a staff that gets paid. So there's more money, more money, more money. If you do this and then next season you can only put 20% or 25% of the people in the stadium for whatever ridiculous reason, all of a sudden you're getting into financial suicide, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a legitimate concern. I don't think there's any doubt. And there was one point, I believe it was last year before he won the Iron Bowl, where sometime mid-season last year, where there was speculation that you just let him go, keep the current staff because of the size of this contract. This was last year now, in the best of times, economically for an SEC program. And you let him go, you keep the current staff, and you let Kevin Steele manage this thing for a year or two, which I thought was an awful idea. And no knock on Kevin Steele. He's a fine defensive coach. He was a horrible head coach. But, I just think you're delaying the inevitable there. But you let him go, you work out some of that contract money, and then you go hire your staff. I thought that was a bad idea. It's a huge concern because of the size of that contract. And, I don't want to relive the history, but I'm sure all of your listeners know it. But when Gus Malzahn got this contract, he had Auburn over the barrel. Auburn didn't have they had a lame duck athletics director. They had a lame duck school president. They did not want to get on the coaching carousel. He had just beaten Georgia and Alabama and was headed to the SEC championship game. And Jimmy Sexton held them at gunpoint, basically, figuratively. He didn't literally bring a gun into the football complex, but he figuratively held Auburn at gunpoint to get this sweetheart deal. And Auburn now is the Grim Reaper has come to collect, and Auburn may not have the money to pay.
It's what's fascinating. Let me ask you this, because I'm curious. Me and coaching searches, I love them. I love to cover them. I love the ones that I don't cover even more. I just find them interesting. In the event, let's say Ole Miss wins today.
Okay.
We'll talk about the game in a minute. Just for the sake of this conversation, Ole Miss wins, I don't know, pick your score. I don't know that it would matter. Ole Miss wins by 7. Auburn decides, hey, this just doesn't work. We're going to finish the season, but this doesn't work. Got to move on. Who's at the top of that list?
And that's one of the issues is there isn't the obvious hire. there isn't the obvious place Auburn would go, you would immediately get some of the same names you get in all of these jobs, right? Like Matt Campbell at Iowa State. Now, some people foolishly, in my opinion, would say, "Oh, God, yeah, well, don't forget the last coach Auburn hired from Iowa State. Gene Chizik, you had to fire him." I'm like, well, that really shouldn't matter. I mean, I think Matt Campbell has proven at Iowa. He's done more at Iowa State, and I love Gene Chizik, but he's done more at Iowa State than Coach Chizik did. Gene Chizik will tell you that. So I think that's stupid. I'll tell you a name that gets a lot of traction just among the fans around here. And I can't tell you that he would 100% be a candidate, and I can't tell you that he'd be interested in the job. I don't know. But the name that gets a lot of traction around here is Mario Cristobal.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this too. This is an oddity. His name gets a lot of traction for the Saban replacement.
I know. That's what I was getting ready to ask
you.
Because, all right, we're going down this path. I'm sorry. Saban 69 next week. I think he turned 69 on Halloween. There's no sign of him slowing down. He defeated coronavirus in less than 24 hours. He processed it. I know he didn't get it. I'm just having some fun. He looks fine. He does not appear to have any age issues, health issues. If I put a gun to your head today, the proverbial gun, not a real one, and said, how much longer does Nick Saban do this? Do you go over, under 5 years?
Well, and I'll say I've probably been under on that for a little while, and I've been wrong, I guess. I don't know if I've reached the 5-year mark from the first time I said under 5 years, so I'm getting close to being wrong if I haven't been wrong yet. I would say under. I do think he's as young at 69 as anybody I know that's 69. Loves what he does. Here's the thing. We're not to the late Bear Bryant years or the late Bobby Bowden years or the late Joe Paterno years when people are starting to question, is this just a figurehead hanging on? Nick Saban is not that. I mean, he is not just some guy that's hanging on doing the speaking circuit and the assistant coaches are running the team. This guy is still at the top of his game, and that's what's weird about this, is normally when you start to have these discussions, you can see it slipping, and you really can't with Saban. So, I would say under 5 years, but at age 74, if he's still anywhere close to what he is at 69, why would you want him to leave? But I would say under. I mean, I think Alabama will have to have this discussion, that we're having about the coaching search, and I would assume it's in the next 5 years. I don't know. And here's the weird thing about that is, you would historically and stuff like this, where you start, we've just had huge success. Let's look for a guy that's connected to Saban. And Lord knows there are plenty of guys in college football that are connected to Saban. None of them are super obvious hires. So then you would say, well, what about a coordinator on the staff? And the coordinator on the staff right now that is doing by far and away the best job.
Oh, yeah.
It is a guy that appears to have conquered a lot of his demons. Mm-hmm. I'll say that.
Yeah.
But boy, there are a lot. And I'm just going to say this, the Alabama job, and you guys know this, especially Neal, you lived over here, you saw it.
Yeah.
The Alabama job is a pressure cooker, especially the guy that follows Nick Saban.
Ooh.
And the alcoholism part aside that Steve Sarkisian dealt with, the guy just had to have a heart, operation in the off season, just had to have a heart procedure in the off season. I mean, if you've got any sort of health concerns like that, that is a pressure cooker job, man. That's a tough job.
So here's what's interesting. And you're over there every day, and you guys have an award-winning show. Y'all just kill ratings. It's awesome. So you talk about this all the time. In a vacuum, to me and to the Auburn fans in our thread, don't get mad at me, but I lived over there for a while. In a vacuum, the Alabama job's a better job than Auburn, and it's significantly so.
Yeah.
What's a better job from a do well, tear it up, kind of a deal, health perspective, all that pressure? Is it a better job to take over Auburn when the fans have had it with the previous coach completely, where you're going to get total buy-in? Or is it replacing Saban, where you're going to get probably a stacked roster and all the facilities? My God, they've done a phenomenal job over there on facilities and all that stuff, but you're still replacing Saban.
That's a great question. Because you can make an argument that if Malzahn were to be done at the end of this season, this might be the best time ever to take the Auburn job. I mean, you could really make that argument because he has done a pretty good job recruiting. Auburn's facilities have improved greatly as well over the last decade. And here's the other aspect of it. Whoever is the next Auburn coach is not going to face Nick Saban a ton. I mean, Nick Saban may not be immortal. I'm not certain, but he may not be immortal. And you eventually you're going to get Saban's replacement, and that's going to be a very different looking deal for the Auburn coach of the future. So, in a lot of ways, you would say now's the best time to take the Auburn job if it were to come open sometime in the near future. So, but I mean, the flip side of that is if Nick Saban announced his retirement tomorrow, whoever took that job in 2021 would have the best roster in college football, maybe the best facilities, if not they're in the discussion for the best facilities in college football. Who wouldn't want that job? Now, the one thing that comes with that job that you can't change is filling the shoes of maybe the most successful coach we've ever seen in college football. When you consider
there's no maybe
that they've had to face,
no maybe to it. We can throw that out. He's the greatest coach in the history of college football.
Yeah,
so maybe somebody down the road will be better than Saban, but nobody yet.
Yeah, but historically, when you have followed that guy, when you've been, Bill O'Brien, you got to kind of throw out because not only did you follow Paterno, but you followed Paterno in a decimated Penn State program that they're, obviously everybody knows what happened there.
Yeah.
But you look at Jimbo Fisher, he was the coach in waiting and then followed Coach Bowden in it was a Florida State program that lost a lot of steam and he had to build that up. If Saban goes out in the situation like he's in right now, it's not necessarily the historical follow the legendary coach who let the program slip, and now you got to build it back up and coach out of that guy's shadow. You really wouldn't have to build it back up if it doesn't slip.
Now the expectations still remain win title or don't. I mean,
there's no doubt.
Yeah.
But Chase, that was not to this extent, but that plagued any coach post Bear Bryant. I mean, Gene Stallings faced that. He finally won a national championship, but Alabama fans wanted another one. I know it's laughable to think that the expectation for Mike DeBose and Mike Shula was win championships, but it was, the fact that they clearly showed they weren't going to be able to do it is why they got fired.
Yeah, Alabama wanted Mike Shula to win. Mike Shula winning would have been a phenomenal story there. It just didn't.
Oh, yeah.
It just didn't happen. And you won't meet a nicer guy than Mike Shula. Nobody wanted it. It just became obvious that it wasn't going to happen. And so they go get Saban, and the rest.
Those expectations never stop at Alabama. I mean, the expectation is to contend for and win national championships, and your clock starts ticking day one. And it's just the way it is. I mean, this is no revelation. I mean, Alabama fans will tell you that. This is not a slight on Alabama fans. They expect to win national championships. It is the expectation for any coach that coaches Alabama, regardless of the circumstances in which they take the job.
Yeah, no, you're right. And they're realistic expectations. People do it.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about this game because I know you've seen Auburn a lot. I know you've seen Ole Miss a lot because of the way the schedule's kind of worked. You've seen Ole Miss a good bit. Obviously, we haven't talked to you since last Saturday. Ole Miss goes to Fayetteville, was just really sloppy with the football. Lose 33-21, 6 interceptions, a fumble at the goal line, a possession at the goal line that ended with no score. Give Arkansas a ton of credit. They don't do a lot on offense, but they limit their mistakes, and defensively they had a great plan. They stuck to it. It worked. Hogs win 33-21. What did you think of that from the Ole Miss perspective?
Well, as good as Matt Corral was against Alabama, he was that bad against Arkansas, and it was shocking to watch, really. First of all, I think you've got to give an immense amount of credit to Barry Odom, who is coaching an unbelievable season right now as the defensive coordinator for Arkansas. Everybody they have faced has been thrown off on their offense. Everybody. And I saw him do it to Auburn. I saw him do it to Georgia. I saw him do it to Ole Miss last week. Every single game they've played, that team has struggled based on their normal numbers, struggled offensively. So you got to give Barry Odom an immense amount of credit, I think, for what he did in that game and what he has done all season.
No question.
Yeah. Now, on the flip side of that, I was just – I couldn't believe that Ole Miss, and I think the world of Lane Kiffin as an offensive coach, they never could adjust to it. And I don't know if Corral was just in the funk. I don't know what it was. But I was blown away to see that. I just could not believe, as good as he looked against Alabama's defense, he looked that bad against Arkansas's. And it's like, so the first interception, I think there were some wind issues, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe he misjudged the wind. It's kind of what it looked like. And it was a windy day there.
Yeah.
But I think after that second one, I think you could tell it was in Corral's head. I think he got in a bad place in his head, and that's just not where you want to be at quarterback. But I also understand it if you're Lane Kiffin. I got to worry about the whole season. I can't crush Matt Corral's confidence, and the minute he starts to struggle, just go to Plumlee full time. I get that. You got a full season picture there, but in hindsight, after he threw that second pick, I think Matt Corral was in a pretty bad spot mentally.
So here's my theory on what happened. I don't think that offense, including Lane Kiffin, including Jeff Lebby, including Matt Corral, including anybody, I don't think they trusted the defense to stop Arkansas. And they thought we have to score, score, score. And so instead of getting into that, hey, let's check it down, maybe we have to punt. It's okay. We'll wait our turn. We're going to get some shots. I think they thought we got to score because they're going to score, and we're having to score. They just come off a game where they scored 48 points and lost.
Or even be patient and run the football.
Yeah, they got away from the run way too soon. It didn't work early, and that's kind of my point. They weren't able to run the ball the way they wanted to early in the game. Fell behind. All of a sudden, you start forcing stuff, and then, like you said, man, you can go down that hill and spiral quickly. I mean, Peyton Manning Peyton had a 5-interception game once at Tennessee? I know that someone pulled up that Archie Manning had a 6-interception game at Ole Miss his sophomore year. I think they said it was before my time, but it can happen. I mean, you've seen really good quarterbacks have a terrible day.
Yeah, and I will say there wasn't a ton of criticism of Lane Kiffin as the offensive coordinator at Alabama, but one consistent piece of criticism he got was he would go away from the run too much. You would get that criticism a lot. Anytime basically Alabama's offense would struggle, you would start to look at the numbers and say, boy, why did Kiffin give up on the run so quick? Why did he go so pass happy at that point? And you're right. In hindsight, you look back on that and you're like, you have to maybe try to run the football a little bit. If you are that worried about your defense, and rightfully so, by the way, I don't blame Ole Miss's offense for worrying about their defense. But if you are that worried about your defense, maybe shorten the game, right? Maybe burn some clock and shorten the game a little bit with runs. And just to keep heaving it when your quarterback is in a bad spot doesn't seem to be a great strategy on the road.
Yeah, you're potentially running them out of that 8-man drop too. You know what I mean? Like it's just make them do anything else.
At least make them crowd the line a little bit to take the run back away from you, and then maybe that opens up the pass game, no doubt.
So Auburn is not going to play the kind of defense that Arkansas played. That's just not who Kevin Steele is. They're not. I'm going to gamble here and say that in an hour and 27 minutes when Auburn and Ole Miss get started, Auburn's going to do defensively what Auburn does under Kevin Steele, and that's man-to-man coverage. It's aggressive. It's that kind of thing. It's not going to be dropping 8 into zones. On the other side, if I'm Auburn today, after Bo Nix's problems a week ago, I am running the football on Ole Miss until they stop it or until I get in a position where I have to do something else. I am running and running and running and running. Is that what you expect?
It's what you should expect, and it's what Gus Malzahn has been known for historically, as his ability to run the football very well. I mean, I think Gus Malzahn, when you look at his best offenses, they're probably 70-30 run, maybe 65-35 run, but he loves running the football. But there again, last week, and I don't know, if a lot of your viewers, were watching that whole Auburn, South Carolina game, they ran the ball very effectively in the first half. And the only reason it was a game at halftime were Bo Nix interceptions. He threw 2 terrible interceptions in the first half, and the turnovers let South Carolina right back in that game. Otherwise, it's 16-0 at halftime, 17-0 if Gus Malzahn doesn't try some, high school 2-point conversion after his first touchdown. So that's the only reason it's a game. But for whatever reason, in the second half, Auburn went away from Tank Bigsby, who has clearly proven to be Auburn's best running back. There is no debate about it. And Auburn went away from him in the second half. He wasn't even on the field in the final drive. So Auburn's down 8, gets the ball back. I can't remember the exact time, somewhere around 2 minutes. And gets the ball back, has to drive and score a 2-point conversion. Tank Bigsby's not on the field. And, you're telling South Carolina, all we're going to do is throw the football. You could have run it. You could have dumped it to Bigsby out of the backfield. Let him, pick up a first down and get out of bounds. But Auburn, for whatever reason, went away from him in the second half. So the answer to your question, Neal, is yes. They should run Tank Bigsby a ton here today. But they showed last week that sometimes they're willing to go away from that inexplicably.
Is it because Morris is calling the offense? I mean, is Gus truly letting his friend potentially sink him?
It doesn't look that way. I mean, the offense, of course, I say that. Based on Arkansas, I'm not sure what Chad Morris's offense looks like. I don't think we can go back to the Clemson days and say, okay, you should be seeing that. The SMU days were good, but I mean, what was his offense at Arkansas? How would you guys?
What was
his offensive philosophy there?
It was this odd deal of you're moving from Brett Bielema to this wide open spread, and they didn't have the players to do it. They couldn't either recruit and or develop quarterbacks to do it. They did this rotating quarterback thingy. To me, the biggest indictment on Chad Morris, frankly, is the job that Kendall Briles is doing at Arkansas. Absolutely. With a bunch of mixed pieces. I mean, they went out and they got Felipe Franks, who's a very serviceable quarterback. That's the word. I think he's
average.
He's good. He's fine. I mean, if he played, no joke, if he played at ULM or something, he'd tear the Sun Belt up.
Yeah, but in the SEC, his WAR is 0.
Yeah, he doesn't hurt you.
He's fine. Yeah. Like, he's not less than replacement. He's not above. He's 0.
They've got a handful of backs. They've got some. They don't have a lot up front, really. They're getting a lot out of some guys. They've got a couple of weapons at receiver. The kid that made the catch in the, I guess it was the third quarter against Ole Miss, was a hell of a play. Now, you got to be a big time player to make that play. That's not an accident. So he's got some talent, but I mean, it's a compliment to Briles, but it's an indictment on Morris. I mean, I think we forget, guys, that a year ago, not only did Arkansas lose every game, they got blown out in every game with the exception of A&M. They took A&M to the wire. Everybody else kicked their ass. Ole Miss kicked their ass last year.
But look, Chad Morris is making a living, or has made a living off the one winning season at SMU. He went 7-5 one season, but they were still disjointed. I mean, my brother was at SMU at the time, so I watched more Mustang football than I would like to admit right now. They still weren't good. They still were very weird offensively. I mean, frankly, his name got big when he was at Clemson, and it's just sort of stayed there. Even when you look at all the results, there's nothing there.
Well, and so now I've learned Chase comes from money, Neal. I didn't know that. You had a brother at SMU, so
he was working at SMU.
He was working at SMU.
Yeah. Oh, okay, working. Okay.
He wasn't. He's not SMU. He was working at SMU.
Yeah. And I pointed this out. I saw somebody point it out week 1, and I took it another step. This does not speak well of Chad Morris, but Clemson's offense got better after he left. It was good, but it took a step forward after he left. SMU guys, Chase, I know you're a longtime SMU fan. They're a top 20 team right now.
Yeah, I know.
And I know this is a little bit of a watered down poll, but they're a top 20 team. And if they beat Cincinnati tonight, they are the best team in Group 5. I think everybody would say that. Okay, there's your best Group of 5 team. Sonny Dykes has taken it a pretty big step forward since he left there. And I don't think I have to tell anybody that's watching this what Sam Pittman has done since he left Arkansas. So everywhere he's left gets better. It's like you guys were talking about with Shea Patterson. The same is true with Chad Morris. Everywhere he's left has gotten better for whatever reason. So I do think we have to stop and question what caliber coach we're discussing here with Chad Morris.
Chad Morris thought Ben Hicks was the answer twice.
I know.
Exactly. Yeah.
I know. Twice.
Yeah.
How many times did you need to see it?
It's an indictment.
I mean,
Hugh Freeze. Is Hugh Freeze coaching in the SEC next year?
Well, you asked the Auburn question. There are a lot of Auburn fans. Hugh Freeze was. I don't even really know how to word what I'm about to say, but he didn't fit the Auburn criteria to be offensive coordinator, not even head coach, but offensive coordinator when they hired Chad Morris. That was for some Auburn fans. I don't mean to suggest that was universal. There were a lot of Auburn fans that said. I am aware of his indiscretions off the field. I am also aware of his offense on the field. And I don't have to look any further than the success he had against Nick Saban to say, I'd like that guy as my offensive coordinator. So it would not have been a universally accepted hire had he been hired when Gus Malzahn hired Chad Morris. Or actually, that was when he hired Kenny Dillingham, to be fair. It was when he hired Kenny Dillingham before Chad Morris. Has he rehabbed his image enough? I think he has personally. I don't know where Greg Sankey is on this, and I don't even know how much that matters. I don't know if I'm Auburn's power boosters and Alan Green, to use Auburn as an example, that if I wanted to hire the guy and Greg Sankey says, yeah, no, we're not approving that one. I don't even know how that works.
I'm told.
I don't know if that means you can't hire him or not, Neal.
I'm told this week, Ryan, that Sankey would likely begrudgingly let it happen.
Well, in that case, I think he could find his way back. Hey, they're good, man. I don't know if you guys have watched a lot of Liberty. I know Hugh Freeze probably, he drums up a lot of bad emotions for some Ole Miss fans. But Malik Willis, the Auburn cast-off quarterback, is playing well for him. They drubbed Syracuse. They got an interesting game against Southern Miss today. I think they're about a 10.5-point favorite against Southern Miss, but that team's playing some really good football.
Southern Miss is not good at all. This is not your typical Southern Miss team. I mean, we saw them the opening night against South Alabama, and I mean, they're on their third coach now. Their interim has COVID, so even another guy is coaching them today. We've been talking about how Derek Nix is probably the guy we would hire there, Ole Miss's wide receivers coach.
I'm trying to get Derek the job.
You are.
I spent 3 years lobbying for Lane Kiffin here. I started weeks ago with Derek Nix to Southern Miss, and I'm trying to get it to happen, Ryan. I'm doing the best I can. I mean, I'm just one person here, okay?
Aren't you just a regular Jimmy Sexton all of a sudden? What are you doing?
Where the hell's my cut of this money?
I know.
The Hugh Freeze thing is interesting because, Liberty's playing well. Look, he's in a great spot for him. He's making a lot of money. I mean, Liberty, for all its whatever, puts a ton of money into that football program, given its spot on the totem pole. But, Feldman, who I like Bruce, but he writes that, hey, look, he finally got a win over an ACC team. He beat Syracuse.
Yeah,
I do want to see. And look, Liberty doesn't have to win these games, but I do want to see what they do the rest of the way because they have Coastal Carolina, NC State, and Virginia Tech left on the schedule. Let's see how Hugh handles those games. I mean, okay, we got time. See what happens. I mean,
I'm with you, Coach. Because Coastal's really good.
Yeah.
Virginia Tech's really good.
NC State's
State might be the easiest win of that bunch. I don't know.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. I mean, he will get an opportunity to prove it's more than just picking on teams that might have a name next to, a name that are down. They're not what that name used to be. So we'll get a good chance of seeing that. You're absolutely right.
If he can just coach football, he's a really good football coach.
Yeah. And you wonder how much he's learned. And I don't know. You guys know him way better. He's been on our show a couple times. I find him, he's an excellent interview when he comes on with us. I enjoy having him on, but that's my extent. And I actually did. I should say he was in Birmingham after it all fell apart at Ole Miss for a golf tournament. And I actually spent some time with him. And I bet I can't see you guys. There are about to be some eye rolls. So I'll go ahead and warn the viewers there will be some eye rolls here. In person, he's an extremely charming and engaging guy.
No doubt. No question.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you sit there and talk. And I knew all, this was after knowing all that went down. You sit there and talk to him and you're like, oh, I can see how he gets players. I mean, look, all jokes aside on that, I bet you he is really good in the living room, and all jokes aside on that too. But I bet he's really good in the living room with the mom and dad of these players.
He does really like that Regions Tradition Pro-Am, Ryan. He's fond of that one.
Well, a lot of people have. I
know. Look, 2012 when Freeze came in, he put a hell of a coaching job together. But then sometime in 13 and 14. He started doing the celebrity thing, and he became the coaching celebrity NASCAR country music Christian thing. And then once that happened, he just could not get away from it.
Who was the NASCAR driver that came and they all but begged us to cover the press conference?
Stenhouse.
It was like, what are we doing? Why are we here? That was one of the signs looking back on it that it had jumped the shark.
Because Stenhouse was dating Danica Patrick at the time, and they were here.
God bless him.
Yeah.
I've dealt with her too. That's another story for another time.
All right, potential SEC opening, because I think it's bad there, and I know he just got a deal, but you know where I'm going. This Tennessee thing, that was bad last week. I mean, look, Kentucky's done a nice job, and I give Mark Stoops a ton of credit for turning the Kentucky job into a lifetime fortune. Good for him. Seems like a good dude. He's turned them into a very steady program. No one even talks about firing Mark Stoops at Kentucky. They just give him kind of whatever he wants and says, get us to basketball season, and he does it. So kudos to him. That being said, 34-7, losing to Kentucky in Knoxville with Jarrett How do you say his name?
Garantano.
Garantano. I've been calling him JG because I just can't say his name, and then people get confused. They think I'm talking about JG Tate. You can't keep this up week after week, right? I mean, you fire your defensive line coach during the game, that gets out. It's a bad look.
Yeah. Oddly, he played like JG Tate last week. That was the irony of all that.
He did.
Look, if I'm and here's what I think Tennessee fans would say is, I get you're going to lose some to Alabama's really good right now. Georgia's really good. We got to play them every year. So I get you're going to lose to them some. I'm not even saying you got to dominate those games. But what I am saying is in year 3 or year 4 for Pruitt? Is this year 3, I think?
I think it's 3.
Yeah. What I am saying in year 3 is, how are we in this situation at quarterback? And I don't think that's an unreasonable question for a college football fan.
I think it's a very fair question.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you see college football programs come in, and the first thing the coach does is say, okay, I'm going to scan the landscape here. I'm probably not taking over a pro quarterback. So the first thing I'm going to do, there's I'll go Alabama history here for a second. I know you guys might remember this, but when Dennis Franchione first took the job, there was a quarterback out of Gadsden named Brody Croyle, and I know Ole Miss fans will remember him. And his dad had played at Alabama. His dad was kind of a legend in Alabama because not only had he played football there and been very successful under Bear Bryant, but he was an extremely generous man afterwards and started a camp for underprivileged kids that is very well known throughout the state and has helped tons of people. Well, it turns out his son is a highly regarded prospect. Well, Dennis Franchione takes the Alabama job, and Brody Croyle is a pro-style quarterback, and everybody remembers the offense Dennis Franchione runs doesn't fit it at all. I mean, there's nothing about Brody Croyle that fits that offense. But Dennis Franchione knew, I'm the new head coach at Alabama. This kid is an Alabama legacy, and he's one of the top-rated quarterbacks. It was his first visit. He takes the Alabama job, does all the press requirements, jumps the school plane, flies to Rainbow City, Alabama, and visits Brody Croyle. And that's what a coach does. Any coach that takes a job, the first thing he does is say, okay, where is the quarterback I can recruit? And if I'm too late in this recruiting process to get that quarterback, where's the one I could start for next year's signing class? Mm-hmm. And if I'm a Tennessee fan, I'm like, where is our guy? And I know it's supposed to be that Harrison Bailey kid who may or may not see action today. I don't know. But why is he not playing? If he's not better than Garantano right now, is he even the guy? I mean, and I think it's a legitimate question to ask. Why are you where you are at quarterback where Kentucky, not Alabama, not Georgia, Kentucky comes to my place and wins 34-7? It makes no sense.
No, I think it's a very valid point. If I'm a Tennessee fan, it's the question that I'm asking.
Yeah. And I don't know, I look today. I mean, for instance, the Alabama-Tennessee rivalry is a big rivalry. I mean, I know Auburn-Alabama is the biggest rivalry, but Alabama-Tennessee is a big rivalry. Alabama over the last decade has a 28-point margin of victory on average in this game. 28. They're winning this game on average by 4 touchdowns.
The last time this game was close, Lane Kiffin was the coach at Tennessee.
Yeah. There was one close game. Tennessee had the ball, and it's a one-possession game back in 2015. And they turn it over and Alabama scores, then Alabama adds a garbage time touchdown, and that game looks a lot different. But those are the 2 times in the Saban era that it's even been a game. And for those that don't remember, 2009, when Lane Kiffin was the coach, Alabama had to block 2 field goals just to beat them and stay undefeated. So it's not even a game. Alabama, on average, over the last decade, has won this game 40-15, and that's your big rival. And I think a lot of Tennessee fans look today and say, why in year 3 am I a 3-touchdown underdog to Alabama? 3 touchdown at home.
Almost 4.
Almost. And would you feel good about going to the window and saying, hey, give me a little of Tennessee plus 21.5 or 24 or whatever?
I'd lay 30, I think.
Yeah. I mean, Alabama just drubs them in this game. So, yeah, if I'm a Tennessee fan, I think I should be further along in year 3. And the weird thing, like you said, is Jeremy Pruitt, because he played so well in the post-Alabama portion of their schedule, which historically, if you look at Tennessee's schedule, it eases up after Alabama historically. They play Florida and Georgia and normally a good out-of-conference game on the front end of that schedule. And then after Alabama, they get the South Carolinas and Vandy's and Kentucky's and Missouri's of the world. And he had run through that, then he beats Indiana in the Gator Bowl, and they give him that contract extension, which I thought was weird. We talked about it on this show, and I talked about it. I thought it was weird. And then you look now, and you're like, boy, was that a mistake. I mean, why were you giving him a contract extension right there?
Didn't have to.
You didn't.
There was no reason.
Job? Why is he getting a contract extension there?
Yeah, there's no reason to do it.
And I don't know how it adjusted the buyout situation, but boy, if you're Phil Fulmer right now, you got to be thinking, I may have to answer that question at some point.
Somebody mentioned this in the thread a minute ago, and I just looked it up. Tennessee not just getting beat, but not scoring points in this game. So in 2018, Alabama beat Tennessee 58-21.
Yeah.
To find the last time Tennessee scored 21 or more points in this game, just 21, 3 touchdowns. You have to go back to 2003.
Mm-hmm.
They have scored 21 or more points one time since 2003 against Alabama.
Yeah, and again, over the last decade, I'd say a decade.
And that was in 5 overtimes. Go ahead.
What's that?
That was in 5 overtimes.
Yeah, if you look at a decade of football, I think we've got a pretty good sample size there. And their average score over the last decade in this game is 10. They're averaging 10 points a game against Alabama over the last decade. And Alabama's averaging 40. That's a problem. That's a problem if you're Tennessee. But they're averaging 10 a game. I mean, these games are not close. It's not as if Alabama breaks Tennessee's heart year after year after year. Alabama has never lost to Tennessee in the Saban era. It dates back to the last Tennessee win was 2006, and the games haven't been close. They are nowhere close to Alabama right now. And if you look at this game reasonably, how does Tennessee win this game today? I would think they would minimum have to be +4 in turnovers, minimum. And Alabama doesn't turn the ball over. You got Ole Miss fans saw Najee Harris's one fumble of his career. Mac Jones threw a weird interception last week where their free rusher came unblocked and hit him right as he threw, and the ball, went straight up in the air and got intercepted. He doesn't throw interceptions. Saved the Iron Bowl last year. He threw 2 pretty critical ones there. But, I mean, Alabama just doesn't turn the ball over. And if I'm Tennessee, I can't see another path to victory. Heck, you could return 2 kickoffs, and it's not going to help because Alabama's kicking off. It means they've scored. So, I just don't even know how else you win that game unless you force turnovers.
I don't think there is a scenario where Tennessee wins the game.
It'd be hard. It's hard to see one.
While you were talking about that, I was trying to think of one, and I came up completely blank. And because I don't think it's realistic that Alabama turns the ball over 5 times. But frankly, fellas, from what I've seen of Tennessee's offense, even if they did, I don't think Tennessee could convert those turnovers into points. So you would have to have pick sixes, like multiple pick sixes.
Yeah. Which, again, now Mac Jones did that in the Iron Bowl last year. But by and large, Mac Jones doesn't make that type of mistake. So I just don't know. I don't know what the path of victory is for Tennessee in this game. And that's got to be frustrating as a Tennessee fan to know I get dominated in this series and I go into one of the biggest rivals we'll play, and there just really isn't a path to victory for me.
LSU and South Carolina tonight. Ed Orgeron scored a lot this week.
How old was she? Do we know anything about her?
Some people on our message board do. I refuse to open the threads. I don't know. They had a lot of conversation about it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, now all of a sudden Miles Brennan, which I'll first of all, let me give Miles Brennan credit. If he played basically 3/4 of a game with an abdominal tear at Missouri, that's a tough kid.
Oh, and played well. Well, Miles is a great kid. I remember in recruiting, he's an exceptional kid, comes from a great family. He wants to play, very competitive. It does tell you a whole lot about him. It really does.
Yeah. This South Carolina team, I just watched 4 quarters of them against Auburn, and they are we were talking about it as the game was going on. They are really good in the secondary. And if I've got a quarterback making my first start, if I'm Steve Ensminger, I'm telling him that side of the field is closed. Okay? You go find the kid what is he, number 1, Horn?
J.C.
You
Horn.
go find the kid in that jersey. There's a great story Phil Simms tells about when he played for Bill Parcells. And, twice a year they played the Washington Redskins when Darrell Green was there, obviously, one of the greatest defensive backs ever. And he said Bill Parcells, this is Phil Simms, now, he was a pretty good pro quarterback. He said Bill Parcells told him, don't even look to that side of the field. And I don't care what you see pre-snap, don't look to that side of the field. So he said, one time we got 3rd and long, I'm flush from the pocket, and I'm flush to the side of the field. Darrell Green's on, I scramble, I pull up, I throw. we get a first down. He said, I get up off the turf, I'm clapping, I think, here we go. And Parcells is almost out to the numbers yelling at me, and I can't hear him over the crowd. And I get closer, and when I get closer, he's cussing me out. Because we just picked up a first down, he's cussing me out. And he said, when I got close, he's cussing me out. He said, I told you not to blink and throw at Darrell Green. And he said, we just picked up the first down, but Parcells had told me never throw at Darrell Green. And if I'm Steve Ensminger today, wherever Horn is on that field, I tell my quarterback that side of the field is closed. I don't care what you see. You don't go over there.
Yep. I do a show twice a week with Chris Landry of down in Baton Rouge. And he was, obviously Chris knows a lot of the NFL people. And I said, where's J.C. Horn he said, first corner.
Oh, gosh, yes. God, he's amazing.
I mean, he's a top 5-6
he shut
pick.
Seth Williams right down last week. And Seth Williams, I think, is a pretty good receiver. And he shut him right down.
What happened with the whole Nix and Williams, everybody cussing each other on the sideline?
Yeah, I think it was a little overplayed, honestly.
Okay.
On that play, I mean, obviously it was a frustrating game for Nix. He turned the ball over a lot. And I've got a stat for you guys that you're going to like. And let me pull it up real quick. Bo Nix, and this comes into play today. At home, in his home starts, Bo Nix has thrown 11 touchdown passes, 0 interceptions. In his road starts, 7 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Huh. So he's a different quarterback home and away. And I'm sure your guys are aware that game is in Oxford today. So that's a storyline to watch. But Bo Nix had a bad game. And Seth Williams, I don't know if it was a miscommunication on a route, but the ball was well behind him, and he couldn't make the catch. And again, J.C. Horn he's wearing J.C. Horn like a sport coat. And he gets to the sidelines. It looked on replay as if Williams might have said something to Nix, and then Nix blew up on him, and Chad Morris kind of had to step in, not restrain Nix, but step in and start a conversation with Nix to shut it down. And to be fair, after the game, the ESPN cameras showed the two of them on the sidelines having a very civil conversation, and the hand motions indicated they were talking about routes and strategy.
Yeah, it appeared that whatever it was, they had kind of worked their way through it.
And all the players afterwards completely shut it down, that there was no issue there. So I do think it was a little bit overblown. There was obviously frustration there, rightfully so. But look, I mean, Bo Nix he's a different quarterback on the road than he is at Jordan-Hare Stadium, and he's got to figure that out. And 7 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. If that ratio exists in today's game, Ole Miss gets a win in this one.
All right, we'll stop there because I want to get your thoughts real quick. Last thing, how do you see this game playing out in Oxford today? Who in your opinion, wins?
I think if Auburn commits to Tank Bigsby running the football, like we talked about earlier, Auburn's defense didn't give up 300 yards. Their defense has gotten healthy, and they played a much better game against South Carolina. And I know it's not a great Colin Hill in South Carolina. It's not a great offense. But they're a good offense, and they can run the football. Auburn didn't give up 300 yards in that game, which in today's football, guys, I would say if you hold a team under 300, that is a massive win.
Yes.
But when my offense turns it over the way Auburn's offense did, their defense was just in too many bad situations. So if you tell me Bo Nix has 0 interceptions and Auburn has committed to the run, I think Auburn wins this game. I do think Ole Miss can score some points on Auburn's defense. It's still as healthy as it's gotten. It's still got some holes in it. But I think it just comes down to the play of Bo Nix. When he's played poorly on the road, Auburn cannot win those games. So I don't have a ton of confidence in the way he's playing right now, to be honest with you. I know I said this about the Arkansas game, high-scoring game, both teams scoring. I do think both teams will score in this game today. I think I'd give Auburn a slight edge, but it is a complete toss-up. I think something like 34-31 maybe.
That's
would be a score.
I had 35-30. Was it when I had 35-31 Auburn?
Yeah, I think so.
We're in the same boat.
But you could convince me on either side of it. Really, you could. You could convince me an Ole Miss win or an Auburn win. I am that up in the air about this game right now. Auburn is such a mixed bag on the road. They are hard to predict on the road.
Enjoy your football Saturday. Once again, thank you so very much for the times. Great insight. Love having you here. So hopefully we talk to you next week, because that would mean Ole Miss and Vanderbilt actually got to play. Speaking of toss-ups, that might be a toss-up right now.
Yeah, let's hope so. Always enjoy it, boys. Y'all have a fun Saturday.
Thanks, Ryan. That's Ryan Brown, WJOX in Birmingham, always generous with his time with us every Saturday here on Scoreboard Business, brought to you by The Rogue. Speaking of The Rogue, it's your destination for fine men's clothing. Their stylish hand-select pieces from top designers, from work to lifestyle to nightlife. There's the perfect something for everyone. The Rogue has all the best items from Peter Millar, Martin Dingman, Jack Victor, Halsey, True Grit, and more. Don't forget you can enter promo code NealChase20 to get 20% off anything from the Peter Millar Ole Miss collection today at therogue.com. So it's simple as that. NealChase20. Duckhead has also returned to the Rogue. The return of this icon brand remains true to its roots by producing garments of enduring quality and timeless style. So come by the Rogue and welcome back this American icon and join the revival. Known for their gold school chino for years, the 1865 five-pocket and gingham sports shirts are great for game day, work, from home, and a great value. The Rogue has delivered fine men's clothing for more than 53 years. Their classic style, attention to detail, and commitment to excellence continues to make The Rogue a special place to shop. 4450 I-55 North in Jackson, or at therogue.com. The phone number there, 601-362-6383.
What's the plan?
I think we'll go. We'll stick with Ole Miss. And do you want to go to Keith? Or we'll save Keith for towards the end, I think. What do you think? You want to go to Keith now?
How much time do we have? What's the setup the rest of the next hour?
We've got 59 minutes between now and the time that the game begins.
Sure.
And Jay is 22:27 and Keith is 14:37. So we've got time. We're good.
Either one. I am absolutely not hungover. I had no alcohol whatsoever yesterday. Neal either. I mean,
I could say the same.
We're teetotaling around here. No, I'm good. I've been up for like hours too. All good. The camera angle's a little like down on me, so it makes me look. I'm always looking down, even though I'm not necessarily.
Well, and I had to fix it a little bit because you guys took the camera and we were resetting.
Yeah.
It was
a little off.
There was a lot going on this morning here in the Clark Ford Studios.
Let's go to Keith, and then we'll go to Jay for actually Ole Miss Auburn stuff as we get closer to kickoff. Because I mean, Keith's not breaking down the game.
All right, so Chase sat down with Ole Miss Athletics Director Keith Carter yesterday for a little bit on the square in Oxford, and here is that interview.
Back on the double-decker bus, visit Oxford. Oxford Eats here on this Saturday, Ole Miss and Auburn, 11 a.m. But we're taping on Friday afternoon. Ole Miss Athletics Director Keith Carter here with us today. And we were just talking about before we got on the bus, it's not necessarily like Alabama 2014. Obviously, we're not getting that kind of buzz back. But there is a certain spirit around town. It does start to feel more than just a normal Friday, Keith, as football games are getting here.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, even just driving up here, trying to find a parking spot, we haven't had that problem for a while, and it was actually a good feeling to have to drive around a couple of times to find a parking spot. But, Oxford this is what we are. We're about a Friday afternoon buzz and getting ready for Saturday, and it does feel good to have that a little bit more normal than it has been in the past few months.
Basically at the halfway point now, the fifth week of the season, has it been a sigh of relief every single Saturday? I mean, after what we didn't know for so long, was there going to be a season? What's it going to look like? That we have some semblance of normalcy. What has that been like over the last month or so? Yeah,
it's been exactly that. I think, like you said, after tomorrow we'll be halfway through the season for us. That'll be 5 games, and I think the big when we hold our breath is every Friday when we get our test results from the Thursday test, and got that call this morning from Shannon Singletary that we were good to go, and got the call from Auburn, they were good to go. So I know us and the opponent and the league, everybody's waiting for those test results, but it's been good. And obviously we've had some disruption with Florida and Missouri and Vanderbilt and some others, but overall I think we've done a tremendous job of making this happen. A lot of credit to the commissioner and the league office for continuing to stay the course after some other conferences did not, and making decisions that were based on the most pertinent and relative information, and so it's been good, and like you said, we'll play game 5 tomorrow and hopefully keep rolling.
There's a lot of talk, Vanderbilt's had a lot of trouble. I know that's next week. Has there been any early indication of potential issues for that game next week?
Well, we're monitoring it.
Okay.
Obviously I know they've missed a couple games, and it's been tough. They've had a lot of positive cases, a lot of close contacts, and as of right now, we feel like we'll be able to play the game, but certainly, we'll get through Auburn and then turn our attention to that.
So on Monday, Lane had talked about, contact tracing and having some issues and trying to get to every week. Is the contact tracing rules, are those SEC? Does that go by state guidelines, school? How does that sort of work for each school?
Yeah, it's by state. And so, ours are 10-day if you're positive isolation and 14-day if you're a close contact, which
seems a little
strange to me, and you hear of people that sit in 14-day close contact quarantine, never have a symptom, test negative, all those things. But right now, there's no way to test out of that.
Sure.
And so I know there's some discussion on that, at very high levels with CDC and health officials and those type of things. And certainly I know our league would welcome that. I think when you talk about 14 days, I mean, we got a couple guys that are probably going to miss tomorrow based on the fact that they're in a 14-day quarantine. And so, maybe cutting that in half, trying to find a way to test out of that with maybe 2 or 3 consecutive negative tests, those type of things. I hope, and again, I'm not a doctor,
Sure.
I'm not a scientist or any of those things, but, you would think based on just what we've seen over the past 3 or 4 months, and so many of these that sit in quarantine for 14 days never show a symptom,
Sure.
and they come out, never getting the virus. So maybe we can continue that conversation. And, I've told Coach Kiffin, I don't know that we would get something passed before football season ends,
Yeah.
but maybe it helps some of our other sports down the road.
Yeah, because what have you seen sort of from that same standpoint? I mean, I talked to Fowler at length a few weeks ago prior to the Florida game, just ticket sales, just everything that's been going on. How have you sort of seen that uptick since Florida? I mean, how's tickets for tomorrow? How is Alabama? What is a game day kind of like right now, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think tomorrow will be great, honestly. I think it'll be our biggest crowd yet. And we were actually a little bit shocked. We sold out our student ticket allotment in about 8 hours for an 11 o'clock game. And,
Okay.
even without COVID, sometimes you have trouble getting students there for that 11 o'clock game. But excited about that. We did implement the chairbacks in the student section. I don't know if you saw that. We're going to try to space them out a little bit differently. And hopefully they can still have a great experience and be loud and rowdy and have a good time. But I think we've trended up, really, since Florida to Alabama, and then now with Auburn. I think we'll have our best crowd that we've had all season.
Is there any indication that the executive orders or the government could extend these numbers as the season moves on and allow more people in the stadium?
Yeah, I think initially that was the thought, and that's why we did the ticketing the way that we did. But obviously with cases now on the rise a little bit, I think Mississippi actually is down this week relative to last week.
Okay.
But across the country and kind of in our region, we're seeing a spike right now. So I don't anticipate it happening maybe this week or next, but as we move forward and maybe if the cases trend back down, then maybe that could happen.
And y'all are pretty flexible. Like you said, the way the ticket thing goes, should that happen, you'll be able to pretty seamlessly get more people in, right?
Absolutely. No, the way we're doing it, this Auburn game was the second of buying 2 games, the Alabama game and the Auburn game. The South Carolina game and the Mississippi State game will sell together. So, yeah, if it changed tomorrow, we would be able to bump that percentage up and roll with it.
What is the early indication for what basketball will look like in this regard?
Basketball's going to be very tricky. We've been spending a lot of time on basketball. You look at the pavilion, it holds about 9,000, 8,500, 9,000. We're probably going to have to retract our seating. There won't be any floor seats this year. We're probably going to potentially move benches around so that there'll be social distancing on the floor. So when you take all that out of the equation, if you're basing it on 25%, we probably end up with about 2,000 tickets overall. So, by the time you do player guests and comps and those type of things, you're looking at maybe 1,000, 1,200 tickets to sell. And so it's going to be an interesting
That's a
dynamic.
small
We've
number.
sold almost 4,000 season tickets right now.
Okay.
So we'll have to figure out what that looks like. But it's going to be interesting. And then once you figure all that piece of the puzzle out, then I just think disruption could be a little bit more intense in basketball too, simply because you're indoors. Your squad sizes, if you count coaches and staff, is about 30 people.
Sure.
You get 3 or 4 positive tests, and all of a sudden you have to shut down, for 2 weeks, and you're missing 4 or 5 games potentially in that amount of time. So it's going to be a very interesting dynamic. At least with football, your numbers are bigger. You only have 1 game a week, and those type of things. Basketball could get very interesting.
Do you expect masks for people because it's indoors
I do.
for
I
attendance
do.
wise?
Yeah, just kind of the first blush at it. I anticipate probably indoors folks will be required to wear their masks.
What do you do when you only have 1,000 or 1,200 tickets to sell, but you have 4,000 season tickets sold? I mean, what happens to that other 2,800 or whatever it is?
Well, what's interesting in football is that we had the same problem. We had a number of season tickets that was larger than the amount we could put in the stadium. And
Sure.
as we went through the process, some people opted out. We ended up having more inventory than we did demand at the end of the day. I don't really anticipate that for basketball. I do think that we'll be able to sell kind of what we have. But there may be options where, folks can find individual game tickets, or if folks get tickets and can't come to the games, they can transfer them back to the athletic department, and maybe we can get those out to other people. We're going to try to be very creative to get the most people in there that we can.
I know you're a pretty positive guy, pretty optimistic guy. Is it sometimes, though, you go, hey, this basketball team's going to be really, really good, and this is the situation you're stuck in? I mean, with Lane Kiffin, there's no COVID. You probably sell 45,000 season tickets. I mean, at times it has to be hard and not look back just a little bit, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you think back to March 1st of this year, we're sitting there about 80% above last year's year-to-date on season ticket sales in football. I think that would have just continued to grow, and obviously a lot of buzz and excitement, as we see now. But yeah, you look back, but you really can't look back. I mean, it is what it is. This has been, I've told so many people, this has been the most fluid and just changing thing I've ever worked on. You put these plans in place, and all of a sudden new information pops out, and you got to change on a dime. And so we'll continue to do that, take it day by day, week by week. And I think what we've all figured out is, at the end of the day, if we can hopefully keep this to a one-year issue, and what I mean by that is getting through spring sports, and hopefully as we get into June and July and August, that we're back to a little bit more of a normal scenario. I think we'll take that as a win.
Where does the Otis Reese situation stand right now?
So Otis is still ongoing. We're still working with the NCAA on a possible solution there. I know people have had a lot of questions about that, and why is Otis the only one that's left out there that, which really isn't accurate. There's a lot that have been denied, and we're not the only one. But his case was just a little bit different. It's a little bit different, and the path that was taken to try to get his waiver wasn't accepted originally, and now with the appeal process, just trying to work through that. But hopefully we can get some closure on that in the next few weeks.
Do you get any updates at all throughout that process, or is it just a final determination whenever it comes?
We get updates, and Otis retained outside counsel, and so she has been actually kind of driving this strategy throughout the past few months, and our compliance works with her and gets updates from her, and obviously compliance is working with the NCAA as well. So we've been in the process, which has been good. Unfortunately, we just haven't gotten the answers that we want yet, but we'll keep fighting for Otis.
With every football player getting their eligibility back next season, not losing in the season, baseball obviously the same thing. What does that do, just especially with given the economic situation that every school is in right now, as far as funding scholarships, roster sizes in general? I mean, overall, I know it's a good rule for the athletes, but for the school and everything else, I mean, is it as seamless as it seems, or is it a little more complicated?
It's a little more complicated. I mean, I think for us, certainly we're gonna do right by our student athletes. I think the way that it worked in the spring is, when those players got their eligibility back, we had some of those that wanted to come back, and certainly we wanted to honor that. But then some graduated and wanted to move on. So I think it's just really an individual conversation between the coach and the student athlete, and what their role is going to be on the team. I think you could see some of our seniors potentially that get an extra year, maybe transfer somewhere where maybe they play more or play a different role or those type of things. So I think it's just really an individual conversation with each student athlete to figure out what's best for them, what's best for the team, and then ultimately, we want to put the student athletes first.
It's obviously a school board business. That's why you hired Lane Kiffin. But I see this week he's got more Twitter interactions than any other head coach. You've got the mask, the way he's been able to market and recruit for the program and everything else. When you hired him, is that from that standpoint the sort of things you envisioned? I mean, you almost have to let him be him in a lot of ways, right? You
do. And again, we knew that going in. We knew that Lane was his own person and certainly, very popular nationally. And, I think with him, he's done a really good job of marketing our program. You think about kind of what he and the staff have been dealing with. And, from a recruiting standpoint, can't bring them on campus, can't go see them. They're going to sign the whole class without physically seeing any of these players, basically. And so I think for him to get creative and do some of the things he's done with the masks and some of the hashtags and different things, I just think people see that he's a fun guy. His players are gonna have fun, all while being disciplined and doing the right things too. So I think he's done a good job with that. And certainly, I think the numbers that just came out today, I mean, he was way ahead on the social media interaction. So that's fun, and we want to make sure that obviously we're always doing things the right way and saying the right things. But Lane being who Lane is a part of what we are.
It's hard to really quantify what you mentioned, the recruiting deal, but players not able to come on campus, and not just that, but he wants to recruit nationally. He's going all over the country trying to find kids. He was at a previous program where there wasn't a lot of pre-existing relationships with some of these players as well. It's hard to really put into words what that disadvantage is, right? Because, I mean, you could make the argument it's as much as any program in the country at this point.
Yeah, 100%. And, again, I think a lot of these things that he's doing, the staff is doing to be creative and get in front of these kids virtually and on social media and those type of things has been fantastic. But, yeah, I mean, he comes from a Florida area and bring a few assistants in that have some relationships in state, but not really. You get Derek Nix and Terrell Buckley and Deke Adams. The rest of the guys are more national guys, just based on their experience. So it's been tough, and I think for them, they obviously got the period in December, right when they got here. They had a couple weeks to do a couple of official visits. Obviously, did some in January as well. But it's been interesting. I think now you look, we got 15 or 16 commits. Kind of slowly but surely, we're getting to that 25 number. but certainly a lot harder than it should be in year one for a new staff.
I know you guys did a lot of cuts and different things. Started October, during through the rest of the year. So far, does it feel like you're like on the right plan to kind of stabilize that as the year gets here? I mean, where are things kind of sitting from a fiscal standpoint?
Yeah, I think so. And I've actually had a lot of those discussions with our staff lately about trying to get back some sense of normalcy. Mm-hmm. I'll be honest, based on our first 2 games and our sales for Auburn, we're going to be down another couple $1 million from the original budget based on not selling out the 25%. So
sure.
We're still working through all those things. But I think as we get into the next semester, we've got to be fiscally responsible. We've got to continue to watch, what we're spending and go through the proper protocols and procedures to do things. But we've got to start thinking a little more proactively and creatively about moving forward. And so I hope that as we move into spring, we'll do that.
Has exactly been the first year officially that you kind of expected with everything else? You've kind of been thrown through a lot of fire at this point, right?
Yeah, it's been interesting. I've got the 1-year anniversary coming up in about a month, and I think for us, I mean, we want to be in these positions. We want to solve hard problems, and we want to do the best we can for our department. But the beauty of COVID, though, is that everybody's going through it.
Sure.
There's a lot of people you can ask questions, and a lot of people trying to figure out best practices and doing the same things. And so it's a little different than maybe an Ole Miss centric issue that we're all going through it. But a lot of things going on. Obviously, some coaching hires early in the tenure, and then COVID hits, and trying to work through that. But again, that's what we get paid to do, and we love doing it.
What have you thought about the product on the field so far?
To me, it's been fun. It's been great. I think that you look at what we've done offensively. Obviously except for the last game, and
sure.
then the defense stepped up. Defense played a lot better, and Coach Durkin and Partridge and those guys, they're great coaches, and they're going to continue to improve. But I think what I've really liked is the fact that we've shown kind of what the future could hold. But at the same time, Lane's not buying into that. He wants to win, and I think we all want to win. But we as fans and we as administrators can kind of see some of these glowing things that pop out, and the offense doing great. But the coaching staff has kept it real that, hey, we're here to win, and ultimately that's what we want to do.
Keith, appreciate it.
Awesome, Chase. Thanks, man.
So that was Keith Carter with Chase Parham, brought to you by Visit Oxford.
Yeah, visit Oxford, visitoxfordms.com is the website. You can see the events page, see what all's going on in town during game weekends, but just all the time as well. Where to stay, where to eat, and what to do and see. We'll tell you that we've got more Oxford Film Festival things coming up as well. Those are on Friday and Saturday night next week for Halloween. They're going to do a lot of stuff between Halloween. They're going to do Harry Potter, The Neverending Story, and more on those. Also today, music on the City Hall Plaza postgame. That is from 4 to 6. That's Kevin Geyer. That's John McLeod. Also Record Store Day all day today. If you're watching the stream, you're going to get out and about a little bit. You'll be able to see those things. But just a few things that's going on around town. A little quick update there. Tonight, even, they're also running the drive-in. I guess weather permitting, but I think the rain's going to get out of here. It's the Addams Family and Ghostbusters is your drive-in double feature on that one.
Who you going to call?
I assume the original Ghostbusters. They've had several. They've had the remake, but I'm assuming we're going old school there with that one. I don't know that, but that's my
that'd be my guess.
Also today, again, the Oxford East segment brought to you by High Rise Donuts. I'll show you those in a second. It's Wednesday to Sunday, 7 a.m. until they are sold out. That's right there on the square inside the Oxford Creamery. You can go to the website. They'll show you what their donuts are for the day, for the week, and more. They have an Instagram page that's pretty popular. Again, High Rise Donuts. It's DOUGHNUTS, so not just D-O. And you got to spell it out all the way with dough there. And then I think I can show this.
I'm going to get a different scene so you have a little more room. There you go.
Is that the ability to see them?
They people can see them there.
Is that there?
Yeah.
All right. We've got the chocolate croissant. They make the donuts out of the croissants. Very, very, very good. We got obviously the blue and the red. Those are the hottie toddies. Sweet potato casserole is one of these. We got a blueberry corn crisp, and then the original glazed on these today. So that's what we've got from High Rise Donuts, again right there on North Lamar, on the square inside the Oxford Creamery, which gives you a lot of crazy flavors, a lot of great flavors there with ice cream as well. Into
they smell great.
Place.
I'll give them that.
You can smell them, can't you?
Yeah, no doubt.
Across the thing, you can. As soon as they came in, it started to fill the room a little bit. So appreciate those guys, Hudson and his staff there at High Rise Donuts, Oxford Creamery, and then with Visit Oxford as well. Again, visitoxfordms.com.
We're also brought to you by Meadowbrook Wealth Advisors of Raymond James. It's a team in Jackson providing planning and investment guidance to clients across the state and the surrounding areas. Financial advisors Bill Geary, Logan Phillips, Chris Carrero, and Ryan Geary are partners with a commitment to personalized service. So call them at 601-368-2215. See if they might be a good fit for your financial goals. Raymond James and Associates Incorporated, member New York Stock Exchange, SIPC. So I guess it was yesterday. I spent a little time talking to J.G. Tate. Before we get to Jay, there's a tweet out there that's creating a lot of buzz.
It is. Lane Kiffin.
Yep.
I know you're shocked.
I'm stunned, really, that
Lane's Twitter account is doing something today. Let's see. I'm pulling it up to make sure we go verbatim here.
He gives a shout out to our friends at Blue Delta Jeans. He has the
He's
tan pants
Delta.
on. He has the tan Blue Delta four-way
stretches.
Yep.
Neal and I both have those pants.
Highly recommend.
Yeah, those were our favorites out of the original line that we went through. So Lane this morning at 9:13 a.m., so a little over an hour ago, he says, "Thanks for the gifts this week at Jumpman23." Those are the kicks he has on. They're red, white, and blue. Coach Mike Bianco, Blue Delta Jeans, Game Day, hashtag baseball bat mentality game, hashtag beat Auburn, maybe at Coach Leb, Jeff Lebby, offensive coordinator, will finally play this guy, laughing emoji, LFG, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Picture of he and John Rice Plumlee. Taking this morning, getting off the bus, Plumlee in his game day attire, Lane in his powder blue Ole Miss baseball jersey with with the Blue Deltas and the Jumpman kicks on. So I don't know. To the best of my knowledge, which is somewhat educated, John Rice Plumlee has not spent the week playing defense. Now, could it be wrong? I don't know. I checked to the best of my ability today.
You've talked to people who are familiar with him, who have been right all along, who said that he has not worked at safety this week or on defense this week.
My thought, seeing that with no other knowledge, would be that it is a bit of a troll, a bit of a joke, that maybe he is playing defense and, hey, Lebby, play the guy knowing you're playing him somewhere else. If John Rice Plumlee doesn't play at all today, it's a little weird. I don't have an answer for you, and I don't understand.
Yeah, if he doesn't play today,
it's strange.
I'll go a little stronger.
Yeah. It's unfair to the kid.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's unfair to the kid if he doesn't play.
You're then manipulating people at the expense of John Rice Plumlee.
Yeah. So
I don't know. I'm sure your phone's blowing up. I've got people asking me, and my answer is I don't know. I don't know. John Rice Plumlee's name came up on Monday with Lane Kiffin. I don't think it came up on Wednesday with Lane Kiffin.
No, on Monday he just made the thing about how he sticks with starting quarterbacks and that had he known Matt was going to throw 3 more, maybe he would have played him. Something along those lines.
If he doesn't play today, I think it's a question that someone's got to get in the Zoom and ask. What was the tweet about? It's the two sides of Lane Kiffin. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The Lane Kiffin that we talked to on Zoom and the Lane Kiffin on Twitter are not the same guy.
Well, no, not even a little bit. And it's why everybody, frankly, was wrong for a long time about Kiffin's personality. They see the Twitter thing and go, oh, it's Spurrier. And it's like, no. Lane's much more introverted, much more just straightforward, honest, goes on about his business in person.
There are people in the thread asking about is Corral healthy? To my knowledge, Matt Corral has taken the snaps at quarterback this week.
Yeah, I mean, he
as of Wednesday was the quarterback.
Yeah. So I know nothing along those lines. As somebody said, Lebby quote tweeted Lane's tweet with simply hashtag let's play. So that's all I got. I don't know. We'll find out in about 36 minutes.
I've learned over the course of time not to try to read too much into people's tweets.
That's not Lincoln Riley.
I was going to say that does not look like Lincoln Riley at all.
Some engineers having a bad morning in Bristol.
We taped him out on my money, by the way. It was really interesting with one of the guys from ESPN who was in the bubble for 95 days with the NBA bubble. So That'd be good when it's available. That's one you guys should probably listen to.
The,
it's really
the picture is not what's strange. It's the words around the picture if he doesn't play.
Yeah, it's.
I'm not criticizing John Rice for taking a photo with Lane Kiffin.
No, not at all. I don't know. Sometimes I think the fans like this stuff, though.
Yeah.
If from a media you got to understand, we see it from a media standpoint because we get people asking, "What does it mean? What does it mean?" And we don't know. It's just different. I don't know. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. All right, I talked to JG Tate, my good friend. Jay and I covered Auburn together for 6 seasons, and then he would come on my radio show in Mobile all the time. I joined Rivals. He joined Rivals 2 years later, and now I think we run pretty similar sites. We have the Greatest Pod in the South that we tape each Sunday together. So I got Jay, who is doing a pregame show right now on auburnsports.com on his station. I got him to spend some time with me yesterday previewing Ole Miss and Auburn. So here is JG Tate of auburnsports.com. My friend JG Tate of auburnsports.com and Greatest Pod in the South is kind enough to spend some time with us here. I guess as we tape this on Friday morning, you'll be seeing this on Saturday morning. Auburn and Ole Miss today at 11 a.m. Vaught Hemingway Stadium, SEC Network, all of that. Jay, how are you?
Well, I'm great. It's wonderful to be here on this show, and you know how I feel about all my folks at rebelgrove.com. Quality individuals, terrific fan base. So happy to see them with a coach that they like and that is pulling them up from where they were. And sucks that there's no Grove this year because I would definitely be over there under normal circumstances. We'd be at Funky's or somewhere, like living it up, right?
Yeah, we go over to Rafters, all that stuff, live it up. That is a fantastic jersey, by the way. I just can't take my eyes off of it. It is great.
Thank you. It's an actual Keyjana Carter jersey, and I mean this is as legit as it gets. I mean there's no stickers on this bad boy. It's all stitched in, and it's it's from the early '90s. So
it's fantastic.
You have every reason to be jealous.
I am envious of that jersey. There's no doubt about it. That is fantastic. All right, you mentioned coaches. Obviously, everybody at Ole Miss pretty pleased. Everybody's too big of a word for anything, but generally everybody's pretty pleased with Lane Kiffin. The same cannot be said at Auburn about Gus Malzahn, and that might be putting it nicely. Sort of, I've spent some time lurking on your board this week, just kind of trying to get a feel for things. I wrote a column Friday morning about kind of the mood and Malzahn and all of that. So I did used your site as a reference a little bit. I won't say everybody over there is going to be decked out in powder blue and red, but nobody over there for the most part is going to be all that upset if Auburn loses the game. How did things get to this place with Malzahn?
Well, the folks on the bunker are pretty woke. These are very invested Auburn fans who really, really watch, and they know that Gus's ability to outfox the opponent has kind of dropped. Right, 2013 they were insane. They played for the national title in his first year as head coach, and ever since then it's just kind of down a little more predictable. And aside from a really nice push second half of the 2017 season, which ultimately just blew up because they lost in the SEC championship game, and then they lost to Central Florida in the bowl game. The reason it just makes me laugh because people still they treat at that time Central Florida was really good, but the Auburn people just couldn't grasp losing to a team from that league. Anyway, since then, 2018 they tried to fire him and it didn't work, and they owed him too much money. And then 19 was, and then this year's, and I think they just have this malaise where they're like, why can't Auburn consistently bother Georgia and Alabama and LSU? And right now it just feels like Auburn can't do that, and they don't recruit well enough compared to Georgia and Alabama. And I think people over here they're just tired of it. They don't hate Gus. They're just tired of the same boring 8-4, 7-5.
Yet his buyout, Jay, because of what happened in 2017, he was able to leverage a number of things. There was some institutional instability at Auburn.
Fair to say.
There was the Arkansas vacancy. and he won a couple of games late that got people excited. He ended up winning the SEC West, like you mentioned. He got to the SEC title game, and he and his agent used that to get a massive contract that if Auburn were to fire him today, correct me if I'm wrong, but about $21.5 roughly million is what he would be owed.
Correct, with half of that due within 30 days cash. So, $10.5 million. Let's have it right here, bro. It was a 7-year deal with $49 million total, and the buyout, I think at its peak was like $40 million or something like that. Or maybe the whole value of the contract was guaranteed. I can't remember, but right now it's $21 million. Plus, you'd have to buy out. I mean, if he were to go, you have to buy out his coaches, probably pay part of the buyout for the next guy, maybe pay the buyout for some of the assistants, particularly the coordinators for the next guy. So, I mean, it's a very expensive proposition to move this entire staff out and bring an entire new one in. But the people on the bunker, I don't know if you saw, we voted this week about, do you want Gus to stay or not? And it was, I think, 95%, if not higher, no, make him go. Please go away, Gus.
Yeah, I did see that. It was fascinating, yet those people aren't the ones that have to stroke the $10.5 million check and all the other checks that come with that. Well, is in a COVID era, is getting rid of Malzahn even in, let's say Auburn loses today and loses to A&M and loses to Alabama and maybe drops one of the others. They still got to play Tennessee. They still got to play LSU. I mean, there's some games that could get squirrely. They've got to play Mississippi State there, but I think that's a game they win. Whatever. Let's say they go 4-6, however they do it, and Alabama's one of those losses. What's more expensive, firing him or keeping him?
Yeah, I think I had some conversations in the last 2 days with folks who have money and control money, and I am now of the opinion that it is possible that Gus could get fired this season if things were to get bad enough. Now, if you'd asked me 3 weeks ago, I'd have said, no, they just don't have it. Because Auburn, like all schools, and Ole Miss is included, are running at a deficit. I mean, a fairly big deficit as an institution. I mean, as a athletic department. So, I mean, it's not like Auburn can just be like, yep, just pay it out, no problem. And I mean, everybody's struggling right now. But I do think they could raise enough money and then maybe take on a little bit of a debt load to go ahead and pay him and get them to go. If it gets to that, I still think this Auburn team is pretty good. They're not great, but I think that I think they're going to win a lot of these games we talked about. I mean, Alabama's not one of them, but I mean, we've talked about this on G-Pits. You got Alabama and Georgia kind of at the top of the league, got Vanderbilt at the bottom, and everybody else is kind of in a clump. And I don't really know who the better teams are in that group. Auburn and Ole Miss are certainly two teams that deserve to be respected in that group. But is Auburn going to get shellacked every week? No, I doubt it. Hell, man, I really believe that they played their best football last week and lost at South Carolina, primarily because, and Ole Miss people know this pain, the quarterback got picked off 3 times, and all 3 led to South Carolina touchdowns. Dude, Auburn was killing them in that game. Auburn had almost 500 yards of offense. South Carolina wanted to run the football all day. They had 47 carries for like 150 yards. They didn't piss a drop if it weren't for the interceptions. But, I mean, Ole Miss knows that pain. That would have happened. The Arkansas game would have been a lot different.
Oh, yeah. If Ole Miss only throws 3 interceptions last week, they beat Arkansas.
Yeah.
But when you throw 6 and you put another one on the ground, it's hard to overcome 7 turnovers, a roughing the punter penalty, and another goal line opportunity where you come up empty. That's a lot of obstacles.
You got to do that Spurrier gif where he's like,
yeah. All right. So obviously you talked about Arkansas. Arkansas dropped 8, played zone, really bothered Matt Corral. That's not Kevin Steele's MO. Kevin Steele's MO is aggressive, man-to-man, different pressures, forced tempo, if you will, from the defensive standpoint, that kind of thing, which is what Corral has had success against. What are you sort of looking for Ole Miss's offense against Auburn's defense today?
Yeah, I mean, this Arkansas blueprint, I'm not sure that Auburn, like you mentioned, can follow that. Auburn can play some zone, but I don't think their underneath zone defenders are very good. They're missing their all-SEC linebacker, Kenny Britt, who tore a ligament in his thumb, and he's going to be out probably another month. And so they're having some younger guys play behind him there, and it's just, I don't know, man. South Carolina was doing some stuff, and Auburn was trying to zone them, and there was some miscommunication and some trouble. And I think Ole Miss's passing game is much superior to South Carolina's. So I think Auburn's going to have to continue just doing what they do. They're generally a man team. They can't get a lot of pressure. They probably will be able to get more pressure against Ole Miss just because Ole Miss is not awesome in pass pro. But he generally has to blitz a lot to get pressure, and then when you do that, you got one-on-ones. And, I mean, Elijah Moore, I mean, come on, man. I don't think Auburn has anybody that can cover him consistently one-on-one. So I think it's going to be a high-scoring one. But typically when we say that, Neal, it ends up being not as high-scoring as we thought it would be.
Yeah, but everything in this points to high scoring. I agree. I think both teams get into the 30s.
Yeah.
Or at least high 20s. I mean, I just don't see a scenario where they don't, which brings me to the Auburn offense, which is still rolling up yards. Like you mentioned, they were impressive against South Carolina, except for the part where you score. They couldn't finish that part because Nix made some bad throws. I was really high on Bo Nix coming into this season. I expected him to make a jump. He's a competitive kid. He's athletic. He's got a good arm, not a great arm, but a good arm. I thought he would make a big step this year, and so far it really hasn't happened. What do you think has happened there?
It just seems more panicky. It almost seems like, his offensive line's taking a step back, maybe 2 steps back from where it was last year, and I think maybe he's just getting a little panicked about it. And he flees the pocket, and he just gets panicky. And last year, in the very beginning of his true freshman season, he was that way. But come on, he was 18 or 19 or whatever. The second half of the season, he calmed down. He made a lot more his decision-making was better as far as when to flee and how to flee, usually forward, right? That's the way they want you to. Man, like you mentioned, I thought he was going to be, really good this year. And instead, he's kind of reverted back to the form that he showed early in his freshman season. So, I mean, I think the arm strength is there. I just think he gets panicky, and he also has this thing where he loves throwing off his back foot, even when it's not necessary. Even when you almost have to kind of set it up to throw off your back foot, he still does it. And, I mean, Brett Favre can do that, but most other guys can. And I think the worst thing that happened to him was in that first game against Kentucky, he threw 2 touchdown strikes to Seth Williams off his back foot. And now he's like, I got it. This is how we're going to do it. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't think you should be doing that. So they're trying to relearn some new behaviors on that too. I still think he's a good player. Auburn people are really down on him, but I still think he's pretty good, and he can be a big benefit to them today. But I do think they're going to run the ball more. I think Tank Bigsby, I don't know if Ole Miss folks really pay much attention to him, but he's the true freshman tailback number 4 at Auburn, and he has been absolutely nuts. And as an Auburn reporter, I've seen a lot of good tailbacks, and he's as good as the best ones I've seen. I mean, to me, he's as good as Carnell Williams. He breaks tackles. He's quick. I don't know if he's a home run threat, but he's close. And every game's over 100 yards for him. But he only had 17 carries against South Carolina, and I think they're going to bump that up to 25 or so for him. And then I think they're going to run even more, maybe their backups too. I mean, there's no reason to play Ole Miss and not run the football.
Absolutely. If I'm playing Ole Miss, we're running the ball until they stop it.
Yeah.
To stop it, they probably got to really load the box, and that creates some opportunities for guys like Seth Williams to make big plays.
Yeah. He's in his own little world too, man. He had a poor game against South Carolina, I think, and he's almost kind of turning into a one-trick pony, which is sad for him because he has a lot more he can offer, but it's like they've just kind of decided he's a great 50-50 ball guy, and so they're just going to throw him 50-50 balls, and that's basically what they did at South Carolina. And J.C. Horn was up to the task, man. He's good. And
he's so good.
I think Seth only won one aerial duel against him out of 4 or 5. So, I mean, South Carolina's different. I don't know if they have J.C. Horn back there, but yeah, it's getting a little one-trick pony-ish there. They have some other wideouts that are good, though. Anthony Schwartz is a really good underneath guy for tunnel screens, bubbles, quick slants. He's extremely fast. And they have some other dudes, but Seth's the one that you look at and you think, man, that guy's going to play in the NFL, but he's just been kind of a pouty little wench lately, it seems like. He's always fussing on the sideline, and his body language sucks, and he's that guy.
For the record, I think Auburn's going to win today. But if it doesn't, what's that mean? A loss to Ole Miss, an Ole Miss team that was 4-8 a year ago, that's 1-3 right now. It's a first-year coach, didn't get the benefit of a spring and all that stuff. I mean, this is not going – if Lane Kiffin's successful at Ole Miss, this will be his worst Ole Miss team. What would that mean to Auburn, to Malzahn? What would that mean going forward if they leave Oxford today with an L?
Well, I think it depends on the way they play. People who know football, like us, who watch it a lot, I mean, my opinion of Ole Miss is way up from where it was. So on face value, to me, knowing how good Ole Miss is or what the potential at Ole Miss is right now, I wouldn't be shocked if they lost, a game like 35-38 or something like that. But there would be people. Look, man, as we talked at the top of the show here, there's a lot of people who hate Gus, and they want him gone. Money people, important people who have hated him, and they tried to get him out in 2018, and they got cock-blocked by the now gone president, and they still want him gone. So as soon as he does something, like lose at South Carolina, like lose at Ole Miss, they're going to be doing their thing, right? To me, it matters the way they play. If Auburn just gets drubbed and it's a 40-20, okay, now you got something you really got to think about. Okay, is it time to consider making a change? But, 35-38, I mean, it's going to be disappointing. The bunker's going to be morose. But, no, I don't think that's the end of the road for Gus, but it will be trending in the wrong direction. I do think, and I've said this before earlier in the show, I think Auburn's pretty good.
Yeah.
And the defense is good, and the offense, when Nix isn't getting picked, is good too. So, I mean, they're going to win some games, and I think they're going to be a problem for Ole Miss today, no doubt. So, the people on my board who are hoping that Ole Miss wins 40-0, I think they're going to be disappointed.
Yeah, that's not happening. I mean, there's no chance Ole Miss blows Auburn out, in my opinion. I mean, I guess it's a football game, so anything could happen. But I'd be stunned at a blowout, especially an Ole Miss blowout.
Yeah.
If you told me that one team won by 3 scores, I'm thinking Auburn was just too much offensively. How did they get to this place, though? Is it just Nick Saban's presence, Kirby Smart's presence? They just haven't won enough recruiting battles to win those kinds of games consistently?
Yeah, I think that's the quick answer. I mean, Gus has been good against Saban. He's been as good as anybody, or better than just about anybody. He beats him probably 1 out of 3 times, maybe 2 out of 4. At Auburn, he gives him a lot of trouble, and he's won. Well, as a coordinator, won once up there, but so he's been okay against Saban. He gets his ass beat by Kirby all the time, and in recruiting, it's particularly bad. I mean, Auburn usually finishes in the nation like 12-14, somewhere in that range, but like right now, their class is not looking very good, and that's another part that's kind of pissing people off. Is like he's not recruiting well. After the 18 problems, it was like you've got to recruit better. He added a couple guys that are really good recruiters, and they're still just kind of meh. And I think they're going against 5-star teams, Alabama, Georgia, LSU, with 3- and 4-star guys, and it just that difference.
Yeah, hard to win those games like that.
You can win them some, but you can't win them consistently like that. And I just don't know that Gus and these guys. Gus can't close, man. I mean, Lane Kiffin can close a recruiting battle. He's got that presence about him, But Gus can't. He doesn't have that. And it's got to be other guys. Like, I feel like when Auburn's recruiting, and you know how this works, you pass the phone around, right? I mean, your position coach is the liaison to the kid, but at some point he talks to the head coach. Well, when you pass the phone to Gus, you kind of have to hold your breath, man, I think. Whereas if you're an Ole Miss assistant, you pass the phone to Lane, man, he's going to help you, But I think with Gus, it's like, just don't hurt me. And it matters, man. Kirby's really good at that. Saban has got this whole thing, this whole.
Yeah. He's got an aura now that it does. Yeah.
He's like Darth Vader. And
he could get on the phone and read the cereal box, and they're like, I'm talking to Coach Saban. Yeah. Yeah, of course.
I just don't think Gus can close, and I think it affects their recruiting operation. I do. And I think he also got really involved in offensive line recruiting, which is something that he thinks of himself as an OL whisperer, which I don't know if he's qualified to do that. And, man, they have gotten slaughtered at tackle. They don't have any tackles right now. Well, they have one that's solid. And they keep losing all their big recruiting battles at offensive tackle. They haven't signed a really good one since, like, Braden Smith, like 6 years ago or 7 years ago. It's like that, man.
You know me, no one loves a coaching search more than I do. In the event that you got one, especially I love one when I don't have to cover it, where I can just kind of watch it.
Yeah.
In the event that you got one, who are some names that are at the top of your hot board? Are you that far along yet to even think about those things? Because I've seen some names pop up on your message board that are like, whoa, that's interesting.
Well, I kind of feel weird being a team writer and talking about that, but I mean, yeah, there's guys that I would think would be the number one choices or vying for number one. And we talked about recruiting being a problem at Auburn, at least under this current regime. And I think you'd have to go find a guy who is a good recruiter. And to me, I mean, Mario Cristobal would be the first one that jumps out because he was an outstanding recruiter as an assistant coach. Oregon has been good with him as head coach and coordinator. So he's a guy that I would be thinking of, and he has ties to Florida, and and he's coached in this conference. So I mean, he would be a no-brainer like guy to take a look at. And Billy Napier, I mean, he's been great, but can Auburn afford to take a flyer on a guy from the Sun Belt? I mean, Ole Miss could, you know what I'm saying, and strike gold with that. But I don't know. Auburn people, they have a different, like, they're like, we're Auburn. We need to go out and get, Belichick or whoever,
there's a former Ole Miss coach that's out there that's doing some good.
Tommy Tuberville?
No, he's got a new gig coming up soon.
Senator Tuberville? Yeah.
Senator Tuberville. I'm thinking more about Hugh Freeze. Would that possibly happen? I know Tennessee fans are clamoring for Hugh Freeze right now. What would the Auburn reaction be to the Tigers kicking the tires on Hugh Freeze?
I don't know. Will the SEC let him in? The SEC did not let him in the last time Auburn vetted him.
Yeah, I'm told that now they would.
Okay, now they would. I just feel like a lot of the decision makers at Auburn would have a problem with him morally, and it wouldn't work. Plus, I mean, there's other guys. I like you. I know I'm talking to the Ole Miss people here. I mean, I'm not the biggest Hugh Freeze fan. He did awesome work at Ole Miss. I'm just not sure that he's just awesome in general. And you say, well, he's kicking ass at Liberty. Yeah, he's doing a hell of a job at Liberty. You're right. He's at Liberty.
Yeah.
Is he going to go to Tennessee and just whoop everybody's ass? Is he going to go to Auburn and whoop everybody's ass? I mean,
at Auburn gig's a different gig, man. I mean, that's a different microscope. It's a different deal than even Ole Miss, and it's a hell of a different deal than Liberty. I mean, you can do whatever you want at Liberty. What do you have, like one person covering you? You go to Auburn or Tennessee or someplace like that, and it's day in, day out, and it's
all day
different deal. And he's kind of thin-skinned, and I don't think it would work at all. I really don't. All right, last thing, just kind of how do you see this game playing out today?
Well, I mean, it pains me because, I mean, look, Rebel Grove has been really good to us at Auburn Sports. I feel like the two sites have a friendship, even though a lot of my people think you're a turd, for reasons that I've tried to clarify for them. But I think they all just kind of hold on.
Are we getting any better? Are they still worked up? Or
I think you still have a core group of people who just want to not like you, like just because you're a guy who's out there and all that.
I'm easily disliked,
vilified. Yeah.
Yes.
But I think the two sites get along great. I have so many great Rebel Grovers that come over to my show when you're not on the air, Georgia Rebel and Leif B and Avery. And, I mean, there's all Boomja and all kinds of folks. But anyway, I think Auburn's going to win the football game. I think Auburn played really good football last week, should have won that game. I think 8 or 9 times out of 10 they win that game at South Carolina. I think they're going to run the football. I think Tank Bigsby's going to be a lot for Ole Miss to handle. And I think Auburn will pull away in the second half and win somewhere like 42-35, 42-30, somewhere like that. Ole Miss is going to get theirs. But I just think Auburn's going to be able to run and pass consistently, and they'll be able to march the ball up and down the field. I think they're pretty good. This
game's going to end about 2:45-ish. At what point do you break the bourbon out? How much do you plan to drink? How long do you plan to go today?
A while. I mean, we break the bourbon out early. I usually have a sip before the game even starts. So we drink pretty much all day. And by the time we get to 2 hours after the game, we're pretty much ripped. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's all part of it. We've put in our work. We've analyzed the game, and then it's time to talk. When you're talking, you're drinking.
Tell Courtney I said hello. Enjoy game day, and talk to you soon.
All right, brother.
All right, that was JG Tate. As always, that was a gorgeous jersey. You got to give the jersey credit. The jersey's fantastic.
I looked at it, and I would not have pulled Kajana Carter out, but yeah, that was sexy. That was a good jersey there for JT. JG, sorry, not JT. JGT. This game falls. I mean, we said Bo Nix a minute ago. Really on Chad Morris too. Like, can you just run the football if you're Auburn? You just do it. Like, I mean, that's why I think I picked Auburn to win, Ole Miss to cover.
You tried to thread the needle a little bit. It's a small needle when it's only 3.5 points. It's a very small
needle. I just don't believe in Chad Morris right now. I think that's my biggest thing. I just don't know that he tries to play a certain type of offense no matter what is going on around him. That is kind of what I've seen from him over the years is just, by God, this is what I want to do, and this is what I'm going to do, and this is what I'm going to do, and this is what I'm going to do. And Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but running the football today seems like the no-brainer against Ole Miss. I mean, Ole Miss is obviously beating up on the secondary, but that plays into the run and the pass game. That's not just a pass game thing. And if Auburn can run the ball, and Ole Miss does have to commit to that so much, it's just hard to believe that Nick's won't find some openings in that secondary. And then who's following Seth Williams around all day today? I don't know.
They're picking the Ole Miss Auburn game on game day right now. I don't know who the Vince Gill maybe is. Vince Vaughn. Okay, is the
actor.
He picked Ole Miss. Desmond Howard picked Ole Miss. David Pollock picked Auburn. I guess they're getting ready to.
We're waiting on the last.
Waiting for the last couple. Here's the thing about a guy like
Kirk Herbstreit picks Ole Miss.
I don't know that the Auburn coaches are able to get out of their own way.
They run man.
Well, and offensively, they're going to throw, and we got to show everybody all the things that we did on the chalkboard this week. And I don't know that you're simple enough to go, hey, we're just going to do what we got to do.
No. Lee Corso
picks Auburn. So
3-2.
Yeah. Toss-up kind of a game.
Yeah. It makes 3.5. And home dog at 3.5 points.
I never watched the SEC pregame show. To me, it's not very good television.
I don't watch any pregame show.
I don't think Tebow's good TV.
Who's on it?
It's Tebow, and is it still Feinbaum, or is he not on there anymore?
Jordan Rogers?
Yeah, I think he's on there.
Okay.
He's fine.
College Game Day has had this crew for a while now. I don't know why they're still basically making Lee have to do this at this point.
He does it from remote, right? He's at home.
He's just such a shell of himself even 3 or 4 years ago. It's frankly sad at this point.
Oh, so he's at the Michigan game.
He's at the Michigan game.
He's still traveling and stuff.
Man.
So he's there with them, but he's not outside. He's inside today.
Yeah.
Looks like it's chilly in Minneapolis.
They're all in coats and toques and the whole deal. Yeah.
Yeah. I've never been to that stadium.
I've only been to Minneapolis the one time for baseball in 2007. And it was a blizzard. There was 2 foot of snow on the ground when I was there.
I've been there in the fall when it was fantastic. And I've been there in the summer because I ran the marathon up in Duluth, and we stayed. And David Brandt and I went to Minneapolis and saw a Cardinals-Twins game and then a Cubs-Twins game. Minneapolis in June was fantastic. And then I've been there in March when it was cold.
Yeah, it was early March when I was there, and it was as miserable as you can imagine. And I think I've said this, the Metrodome was freezing because there were not enough people to turn. They have to have a certain attendance to turn the heaters on. And we did not qualify at that attendance.
And so you just played in room temperature.
And dude.
And it was cold.
Metal building with a blizzard outside. It was rough. I mean, it was really, really freaking cold.
Taylor says it's 27 in Minneapolis. I need to pull up the local weather here. By the way, our friend Ryan Brown, if you don't follow him on Twitter, it's Ryan Brown, WJOX. He has a great pregame video that he does. You guys should go follow him. Watch that. It'd be appreciated by us and him. It's good stuff, too. Ryan's terrific. Obviously, his knowledge of college football, the SEC, is –
he's fully immersed in it. It's what he does.
It's what he does, and he's great at it. Yeah, I'm pulling up local weather here if I can get my.
He'll just sit for the whole day today, right? Just take it all in,
till there's just no one left.
No one else is playing football. No balls in the air at that point.
The carcass is on the ground. It's 49 in Oxford right now. Wind chill of 45. Looking for weather, for precipitation, just a 15% chance, which is basically nothing. Drops to 9% later, but chilly today. Does that affect the game at all? I mean,
somebody said Corso's at his home in Orlando, so he just has a green.
They put a background behind him. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. At that point, just stop. Nobody's watching for Corso to put a head on.
Not anymore.
Just stop.
Not anymore.
Let's move on. Hire Spurrier to do it or somebody, and let's move on.
Do we ever get away from Zoom after all this, or is Zoom here?
It's still bad television, like for this at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. You just grab somebody that's going to be in town like they used to.
It would look so much better if he were at the site.
I mean, it's there are some ways where the remote stuff has worked, and there's some stuff where, you need to get back to normal business.
Our friend Avery Forbes at the game says has on a coat, scarf, and hat, and I bet she's still a little chilly.
It's cold.
Yeah, it's cold. 49 and damp in North Mississippi is cold. Especially when yesterday it was 80 something. It was hot here yesterday.
Yeah, I was in shorts and sweating at one point yesterday.
Yeah, I was too.
And then Cincinnati SMU's got a chance to be fun, but Cincinnati's going to win that football game today. They're just a better team.
Yeah, it's got a chance to be a really good game. What was that? A Mustang jumping into the water?
Oh, that's Corso's version of a head. No?
Oh, that's Corso's pool, I suppose. Yeah.
So I think you picked SMU.
Huh?
He picked SMU.
Yeah.
I guess. Okay.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever. All right. All
I give them
good.
credit. It's
Defense,
football. It's college football. We're getting it played. Good for us. The Big Ten playing today. Did you read the story? There was a story, and I can't remember who wrote it. It might have been Dellinger, about just how close the Big 12 came to
going the other way,
where it just doesn't happen. And the ACC commissioner admitting that there would not have been enough legs to hold up the stool at that point.
Had to be 3 of them.
Had to be 3. So I tell you guys all the time, man, we make Texas jokes and OU jokes and Clemson jokes. You need to have a soft spot for the ACC and the Big 12 if you're an SEC fan. You can still make fun of them. Our recap of our picks for the day. Do you know remember what we did? Someone wants to know our picks for the day.
I can pull them up.
Ole Miss and Auburn. I know we had it at 3.5. We both picked Auburn to win. Chase has Auburn as Ole Miss covering. I have Ole Miss.
It was a weird hedge. I couldn't make my mind up.
Yeah, I have Auburn barely covering, but covering the line.
It was a strange pick. It was stupid.
But we both have Alabama covering the 21-point line or whatever it is against Tennessee.
That is correct. You have 49-13. I have 49-17. Iowa State, Oklahoma State. You've got Oklahoma State covering that game 37-31. I have them covering that game 42-31. Kentucky and Missouri. You have Missouri covering, Kentucky winning 24-21 Cats. I've got Kentucky.
Is that what I went with?
Yeah.
That was dumb.
I've got Kentucky winning 27-17 and covering the line against the Tigers.
I like your pick better than mine.
South Carolina, LSU. You have South Carolina winning straight up 28-27.
Yep.
I have South Carolina winning straight up 24-20 against the Tigers. We made those picks prior to Miles Brennan being officially out. However, that obviously wouldn't change the pick now. Michigan and Minnesota. Michigan minus 2.5 at Minnesota. You have the Gophers winning 27-24. I have the Gophers winning 30-27. So we're both going against the Wolverines tonight there. And then in the nightcap, 8 p.m. ESPN2, what we just mentioned, Cincinnati and SMU. The Bearcats a 1-point favorite on the road in Highland Park. Neal has Cincinnati 37-35. I have Cincinnati 37-34. So very close there, both having the Bearcats pulling one out at Gerald Ford Stadium, not the President.
That's a cool stadium, by the way.
It is.
I mean, it's not like an SEC caliber stadium
Ole
or
Miss
whatever, but it's cool.
there before the Texas Tech Cotton Bowl.
Yeah. It was a neat place.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Their basketball arena, if they're still in it, it's kind of neat too, like the old barn-looking thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Moody Coliseum, is that right?
I don't remember. I remember covering TCU for a week when they were getting ready to play at the Mobile Bowl, and I went in their basketball arena, and it was just like the Tad Pad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the same blueprint. Well,
it's the same place.
I think I'm right here, and somebody goes, no, you're an idiot. I want to say that when Tad Smith was first built, the roof or something was actually painted purple because they had completely copied TCU.
Really?
I've heard that. Like, I don't know if it's true. Obviously wasn't here. But I think they even did a blueprint to something where something was even purple accidentally based off TCU. Yeah. I think that's right.
That SMU-Cincinnati game be fun tonight. That's the game AC Videos in our thread says he's going to. I assume it's a he. Is it sexist of me to assume it's a he? I apologize.
I don't know.
So last couple of minutes here, final thoughts. Ole Miss and Auburn getting ready to play.
I think Bo Nix and Chad Morris decide this football game. I think Ole Miss plays better on offense. I think they score some points. I think Auburn stays in man most of the game, which allows Matt Corral to have a better day. We'll see what they do in the run game. That's going to be a little tough. Auburn's they're not their normal selves, but they're pretty good up front on defense. And we'll see if Bo Nix has got to throw the ball to Ole Miss a couple times today, I think, for Ole Miss to win this football game. Chad Morris has got to be cute. He's got to really throw it around. We'll see if Auburn can spend 4 quarters being disciplined with Tank in that run game and see what they can do. I think this is one of those where Bo and Chad are going to decide it.
I think you're right. I actually think Matt Corral's going to bounce back today. I think he's going to play better. I think Ole Miss is going to stick to its running game a little bit. I think there's a little more confidence in the defense this week. Maybe they can be a little more patient. I just don't know that there's enough for Ole Miss. Maybe they prove me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Just worry a little bit about the thinness of that secondary, their inability to put pressure on a quarterback. But I'm with you. I think there's a chance that Auburn coaches itself right out of a game, and if that's the case, then there will be some problems. All right, so we're getting ready to take a brief break. Stay with us. Stream's going to keep going. We're just going to put the bear up for just a minute, and we'll be back with you with the MPW Digital Watch Party here in just a moment. So thanks for being with us for our pregame show, Scoreboard Business, presented by The Rogue. Don't forget, go to The Rogue, therogue.com, enter promo code NealChase20. That's NealChase20. Get 20% off of all Peter Millar Ole Miss collection there at therogue.com. Be back in just literally a minute or two. All right, welcome into MPW Digital Watch Party, Ole Miss and Auburn. In case this is your first time with us, we don't talk the whole time. We just sort of sit here and watch with you, comment here and there. Pete DeWeese will join us in quarter number 2. We'll talk about what is going on in the game, what's happening, what he thinks the trends are, that kind of stuff. And, yeah, that's it. So we're showing a replay right there. Corral just threw into traffic a bunch.
All day.
Yeah.
First 3 games, 9 touchdowns, 1 pick, 360 a game. Last week, 200 yards, 2 and 6. Cole Kublik looked a little more fit after all his Peloton days the last year or so.
He's big on Peloton.
He's pretty good at it too. Like,
yeah, he's really good. Yeah. He's good at it.
It's almost like he was a college athlete. Looks like there is a slight drizzle. Is that true? You might set the game. Auburn's road uniforms are good. I like the white on the white on the white.
Oh, yeah. No, I've always liked their road uni is good. It's hard to screw up orange and navy.
Ole Miss wearing their traditional uniforms today for people, navy hats, red jerseys, gray pants, red and blue stripe down the side. Yeah, I said this before we went back on air. The crowd looks better. Keith said he expected 16,000 full. It looks 16,000 full. All right, time check. The kick is right now.
Someone is saying there was some sort of Kiffin acknowledging a controversy. Did someone refer to the Plumlee thing with the word controversy?
Oh, I have no clue. I don't know. That would be a very strong term. Yeah, fill us in. What happened?
Yeah, apparently it involves another media outlet,
okay,
but I don't know.
Put it in the stream.
Yeah, someone will have to fill us in. I don't ever really look at other media outlets.
All right. Bad snap again, by the way. A little up. Auburn is really good side to side. That's not going to be the way to beat them today. You're going to have to go down the field.
Also, guys, do us a little favor in the stream. Tell us whether you can hear the game through our mics, because we don't need to be accidentally broadcasting the game.
Fourteen 26, 14-25, 14-24, 14-23, 14-22, 14-21, 14-20. Good pocket and a drop.
That ball was thrown perfectly.
It was a drop, straight up drop by Yeboah. But you see here, Auburn going man. Well, no, actually, that was a little.
Got to catch that.
Yeah, that's just a drop. We miss a play.
No, they ran a sweep and then with Moore, and then a sweep with Mingo, and then the pass.
Okay, I missed one of the sweeps. I had it at third down right there. Okay. Ole Miss had been so fortunate with no drops for 3 weeks, and they have dropped the football the last 2 weeks. Around the 29-yard lines where Auburn will start. Nix was SEC freshman of the year last year?
It was a year called 2019. I don't remember it, so I'll have to read that in the history books.
It's like ESPN ran a graphic the other day. It was like, this all happened this year, and it was the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl and all these different things. It was like, wow. Cam Williams just pushed him down there. Not much of a tackle, but got the job done. Auburn running tempo even after getting off schedule there. That was a script, but it's weird you stay on script right there. You know what I mean? You lose 4 on first down and run that straight draw out of it.
No, you have a plan. By God, the plan is you've worked on it all week. You have to show everyone how smart you are.
Run there, but they called 2 plays in the huddle and ran 2 plays to start the game.
Yep. Overthinking.
It was a wasted play. I mean, it picked up 5, but it was fairly wasted given the first down.
Good pressure by Sam Williams. A really good opening possession for Ole Miss's defense there. Sam Williams broke that play up. That's an element of their defense that they've missed all year. Just a nice little twist.
Good discipline to not hit Nix when the ball got away. They've had a little trouble with that. He stayed off.
Robinson, the Canadian kid, has gotten better and better and better week after week.
So back-to-back 3 and outs for both teams.
Just like we thought.
Yeah, 9-6 final. An interesting defensive alignment there.
So Ole Miss takes over at its own 28.
Yeah. Plumlee fully set up as a quarterback, by the way. Has the hand warmers on and the whole deal. Nothing about that looks defense. Nothing like a good Yellowwood commercial here during the 11 a.m. game. Back to our long commercials for the 11 a.m. kick. Oh, good grief. All right, time check, snap right now. Blue Delta getting the shout out on ESPN this morning from Tom Hart, who's a client. Either a bad read or a really bad block or both. I'm not really sure. I have to see it again, but Jerry Neely with no chance there. Auburn off the edge. Really good play call there. Good read. You also at least see where it's set up earlier. It didn't work on the first series, but it got them moving and got them moving left to right and allowed Corral to get it down the middle there.
Ran it 3 times, and that was a design keep. Yeah. Goodness gracious.
Pretty good pop there on Ely.
You wish Ben could just get the snaps just a little more consistent, because I think it's messing with their timing just a little. And again, in an ideal world, he had a spring to work at this. He had a little more time, but
typically our behind is about 45 seconds, guys. If you're trying to time us up, 45 seconds is about normal as far as where we are when it finally gets to you. There's a pretty good latency here, which we could – it's a mixed bag because I can lower the latency, but at the same time, it would create more Wi-Fi issues potentially, and we do not need more Wi-Fi issues.
What a play.
Good
What
gosh.
A play. You're right, DJ. There's not many things better than 11 a.m. beers. Unless you're doing it on like a Tuesday, at which point you probably have a problem. I'll tell you this, Nick Broker does not get cheated up front. He, by God, gets his.
No, and he shows such good quickness where you almost think he's offsides every time or false starting every time. I mean, he moves before everybody else on that offensive line.
If you told me one of those guys was a basketball player, I'd pick him.
They were right about Snoop Conner. He is an SEC running back.
They got that one right.
That.
Yeah, you got to give some credit to Tyler Siskey and Matt Luke and that group for that. No doubt.
Not everybody liked him, and they Ole Miss
Chase,
did.
nobody in the SEC liked him other than Ole Miss. He was heading to Memphis.
They bogged down inside the 6-7 there. Ole Miss needs room to operate as an offense. Well, you can't say they're not dedicated to the run game. That's about 9 in a row now.
3rd and goal from the 4, and you got to get points here. Even if it's 3, you got to get points.
Yeah, you do have to. You've got to kick if you don't get it.
Absolutely. Even at the 1 you kick, you get points.
Could have gotten a free play there if they just.
Auburn's a little confused here.
Ole Miss is too, though.
They're going to bring pressure off that top edge. Oh.
Just a horrific pick. I mean, there was nothing there in that window. And now 2nd series, and now you go, okay, is it a legitimate problem now? Now you're officially in the problem thing. Last week we said, okay, see what
I'm ready to start.
Matt Corral does, see where it goes.
I'm ready to talk about it being a problem. I want to see the read again.
There's nothing there.
No, there's nothing there. I guess he's targeting Mingo. And he's targeting Moore. Mingo's in the area, so he threw into a zone where there was 4 Auburn players and 2 Ole Miss players. The numbers aren't in your favor.
And one of the Ole Miss players is lagging behind directionally and up down. Like
Elijah wasn't even in the end zone.
Yeah,
that's a throw it out of the back of the end zone, kick the field goal, get the 3.
Yeah.
Boy, he had really quarterbacked a good drive, and that
there's no reason
can't happen.
Oh man, he hadn't really quarterbacked the drive at all. He didn't throw a ball. He had ran the RPO pretty well on the keeps and the reads, but that was the first pass of the series.
Yeah, that's right. And it's becoming a bit of a media joke. Matt's going to have to be careful because you start getting in your head a little bit.
What are you talking about?
Well, people are like Matt Corral threw an interception, scheduled tweet. The red zone, there's 2 things here to talk about. 1 is the red zone, and 2 is Corral. And I'm not sure which is the bigger problem. 1st and goal at the 6, and you get 2 yards on 3 plays, running the ball between the tackles, which is not where this team is good.
Well, what you're seeing is, look, Auburn's played a little. We may be wrong here. Auburn's played a little zone, and they've dropped a lot. They are not bringing blitzes. They are not bringing second level pressure right now. Auburn is to some extent implementing the Arkansas plan from last week. Well, there has been a lot of drop 8 on that drive.
It's what works.
Yeah, there was a lot of drop 8 there. That was a complete change from what Kevin Steele would like to do. He has tailored this. Elijah ran a really bad route, but at no point was he open or was that a read.
Yeah, it's not there. You got to throw it away.
2 missed tackles at least there. That's the thing. Can Auburn just set that tempo and just set the tempo and set the tempo and set the tempo? Good play.
Good play. Jalen Jordan is emerging as a really good player.
Yeah. Shed and a tackle.
And he did the right thing. He brought him down, didn't try to blow him up. Third and 4. Interested to see what Auburn does here. I'd try some sort of a run, but they're not. Oh, well, there you go. He's a hell of a player.
But Ole Miss is bringing pressure out of the middle. It's frankly not a very hard throw. I mean, say there's a pretty good window there.
Yeah.
It's just to stand up and throw on that slant.
When you bring pressure there, you got to get some there. And Sonogo, you got to read quarterback there a little bit better.
Third and 1.
Nice play by Sam Williams. He still got the first down, but that was really good athleticism on the backside. Got to get more athletic at linebacker in this recruiting cycle.
Auburn with a really good seal block there, and got banged up a little there. What a hole.
Yeah, I mean, that could have run a truck through it. Time check right now, 3:57, 3:56, 55, 54.
First and goal from the 8.5-ish.
Did he fumble?
I thought the ball caused it, but the ground caused it, but we'll see. I thought he was down.
Okay.
You're one-on-one with the quarterback, though, and you allow the quarterback to pick up an extra 4 yards.
Because you throw him 3 yards forward.
They're going to look.
They're going to look at that, man. I don't know. I thought he fumbled, Chase.
Did you?
Live, okay. I thought he fumbled. See that. That's a fumble.
Think so?
Yeah. Oh, they're all saying he's down.
Yeah, he's down.
Oh, boy, that's close, man.
I think the forearm knocks it out.
Okay.
I think.
See, I thought the ball was moving.
I don't think they change it.
I wouldn't want to have to be the guy.
In today's rules, too, where the ball can move, but you maintain possession, it creates some weird middle. Yeah.
Kiffin going with the hoodie?
Yeah. What's his mask say?
Come to the sip.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a problem with that failure to turn over the play. There wasn't a lot of video evidence one way or the other, so you go with the call on the field.
He wasn't going to drop that ball. Touchdown, Auburn. He wasn't going to drop that ball without the ground knocking it out. So Ole Miss -4 right now off Corral's bad decision because Auburn still might score the possession, but should have had the field goal there.
That was not a difficult drive for the Tigers.
No, there were only, I think there were only 2 third downs, maybe one, but if so, both of them were inside 3 yards. The toughest play they had was the ball that Seth Williams grabbed out of the air on the 3rd down slant.
Nebraska up 7-0 on Ohio State early.
I took them to cover, so take the points at least. Ohio State's going to win the football game. But
Clemson up 10-0 over Syracuse. Nebraska now 7-7 with Ohio State. North Carolina up 7-0 over NC State. Kansas State up 7-0 over
we
Kansas.
Mentioned Greg Schiano up 14-0 on Michigan State in the opener.
Hey, dude can coach now.
Now Michigan State also in a rebuild, but not to the level Rutgers is. Saw a minute ago that
when's the Iowa game today? I mean, when is the by God Iowa game?
Saw earlier today that when Schiano took the job, that there were more wide receivers on the roster than offensive linemen.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's not how you win in that league. Iowa at 2:30 today. Okay, making sure I wasn't missing anything. You think we're going to see Corral on this possession, or you think there's a change?
I think you see him again, but I'm changing my mind on during the game. I do think that barring something crazy, Plumlee plays today. Kiffin, look, we said this from him in the beginning. He's not going to have patience for those type of mistakes at all.
No, you shouldn't.
He's just not.
Shouldn't.
Yeah, look, Corral threw a really good ball to Yeboah. That was a drop. But
yeah, that was a drop. That was a hell of a throw. And they didn't help him in the red zone in the run game. I didn't like the play calls. They keep doing the same thing, and it doesn't work. This team's not good between the tackles in the red zone.
No, they really struggle when another team gets into some sort of goal line defense. They cannot blow anybody out right there. They've been really bad guard.
And they keep trying to run those plays, and they don't work. All right, the broadcast just came back on. For those of you who are trying to sync up, they're showing the Walk of Champions arch. Now they're showing the Grove.
Back to the stadium. Not yet.
Another Grove shot.
Yeah.
Remember when they used to put people in the Grove?
Yeah, crazy.
Now they're showing the stadium. People appear to be socially distanced. The virus can't spread horizontally. It only can go vertically.
Oh, because they're row to row?
Yeah.
Are they skipped row or no?
Couldn't tell. We're just making sure that we're protecting the people from this intelligent virus.
7:08 for the World Series tonight, Game 4. Ohio State now up, I'm assuming 14-7. They just haven't kicked the extra point yet, but nonetheless, they have taken the lead on Nebraska with 4 minutes to go in the first quarter.
Oh, Plumlee. Got to change.
Is in the football game. So is he going to run his offense or is he going to run Kiffin's offense? That's also the question here.
Yeah.
Because at this point, they haven't given him the ability to run anything.
I don't think he can run Kiffin's offense.
Now, here's the one thing this does is Auburn can go back to its normal defense now. They ran some zone. They ran some drop 8. With Plumlee in the game, they will run their normal man, bring some pressure in other spots. You'll see a much more Kevin Steele type defense with John Rice in the game. Hello catch by Snoop Connor, third and 3.
Yeboah with the catch. He drops the easy one, makes the hard catch.
And now here's the thing, too, with Ben Brown. You think you're screwing with Corral's timing, you're really screwing with John Rice's timing in this offense. Snaps have got to be good for Ole Miss to operate successfully with Plumlee in the game.
And that was a completion, but that was a bad throw.
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, what offense does he run?
That one.
And he can run. There's
he
no
can
doubt
really
about
run,
that.
and I get it, and it gives you a change of pace. My question with this in a long-term program is this: how do you recruit to this? If this becomes your offense, how do you recruit to it? I like him as a change of pace. I don't like him as the guy.
Some two-back set stuff here for Ole Miss a little bit. They're kind of putting an H-back roll. Oh, that's a lot more than 6.6 speed, bud. He's faster than that.
All right, so we'll get Pete on here in a minute.
So it's completely not related to football whatsoever, but I saw Outkick talking about that if you're following golf at all, the Golf Channel for years has had the Tiger Tracker where somebody follows Tiger Woods to every tournament he plays in and tweets shot by shot. It appears that that person or that employee is amid the Golf Channel layoffs.
Really?
Yeah, Tiger played this week, and then there's been no Twitter action from Tiger Tracker on Twitter.
All right, let's see. I had to use Pete. Are you there?
I am.
Oh, there you are. Can you hear him, Chase?
I can.
Okay, good. That was a little funky deal right there for a second. That it just, if you weren't here, you would have never known it was funky. But it was a little funky on my end. It's okay. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Pete DeWeese, kind enough to spend another second quarter with us here. We're going to the second quarter. Ole Miss driving. Auburn leads 7-0.
Joe Pete, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate you. As we do all of our super chatters, we'll ask Pete this question to get started off. Are we going to see Corral next series, next half, or are they going to run JRP for a little while now? What's up?
It'll be interesting to see how this drive ends. If the drive ends and they get in the end zone, I think going back to the hot hand is what makes sense. The question is with Plumlee, how much of the offense do they let him run, right? How much have they done in practice? Because at some point, the run game stuff is going to have to get more versatile, and you're going to have to be able to throw the ball. So I think some of it will come down to that, is how comfortable are they putting the ball in his hand and asking him to do something other than read or run the ball.
What'd you think from Corral early on? What happened on that read? Was that all him, or was some of that Elijah? The television angle was a little bit too tight, so it was kind of hard to see. So a lot of times in that situation, you're expecting man-to-man, and you do things with receivers. You condense their splits, and you put them close together. You stack them up. Maybe you start them wide and motion a guy in. And you try to get the defense in situations where they have to make adjustments to their man-to-man. In basketball, are they going to switch when you pick and roll, essentially, right? So that's what it looked like to me, is they tried to create a high-low and mess with the switch of the defender. And it looked like the safety, they're trying to get Elijah inside and underneath the safety. And it looked to me like the safety really just stayed inside, and Elijah kind of got stuck and ended up out of the back of the end zone and couldn't get to his landmark. And I don't know if Corral was just anticipating or just didn't see it, but he certainly threw it right to him. Corral back in the game, by the way, on this play to open the second quarter, a completed pass to Ely down.
Might have gotten it.
I think he got it. I think he got the first down.
Are you at one play back on us, Pete?
I was ahead of you all game until right now, so okay. Bad luck when I guess I answer my phone. But I'm one play behind. I'm seeing it now. It's a nice little screen. Yeah, they should give that to him.
Yeah. They did.
Okay.
So Ely gets 3 on first down, so it's 2nd and goal at the 7. What's going on with Ole Miss's red zone run plays? Why are they struggling with them from what you've seen?
Well, part of it is you look at the success they've had in the run game so far. It's been on the edge. Even right there, that's an inside zone that Ely's able to bounce because they don't have anybody in C-gap. But a lot of what they did, so the first 2 plays were true jet sweep, right? After that, they started running some read game, and he misread run 1, and they took the loss, and then he read 1, and he got a big gain on 1. Regardless of what you think about Auburn's defense, this year, and they certainly necessarily haven't been up to the standards of what they've been the last couple of years, but they're still strong in the middle. And even when they're playing 3 down, just because they have 3 down linemen doesn't mean that they're not strong in the box. And
Pete,
so,
I'm going to interrupt you real quick.
Yeah.
Corral came back in on 3rd down and goal at the 7, throws a touchdown pass to Elijah Moore on a little – well, I think you'll see it in a minute, and feel free to tell me.
Snapping it.
A little sprint out to the right, and a little sprint out to the right, throws to where he's comfortable, makes a throw, really nice throw on the hip.
Yep.
Elijah catches it, touchdown.
No, that was nice job by Elijah. He attacked him vertically, stemmed his inside hip just a little bit to be patient, and then gets to the corner right now. And, the defender, whether he slips or you can't really tell, he ends up on the ground a little bit right there. But, that's a nice route. It's kind of a day one install. It's a nice, easy red zone throw. I'll say this. One of the issues I think that Ole Miss has a little bit sometimes is they don't like the ball on the right hash in the red zone. When the ball's in the middle of the field in the left hash, they can do things like that. You go back to the Florida game and the little power pass that they ended up hitting. I think it was Drummond who was able to turn and get up. They can move him to his right. They don't like moving him to his left as much. And you go back to the first drive when he threw the interception, ball's on the right hash. And I think to some degree that maybe limits what they like to do down in that confined space.
Psychologically, quarterbacks are weird. Some of them. And I think Corral, for all of the bluster, I do think sometimes there's some confidence issues with him. I think he hears criticism. I think it gets to him. How big potentially was just getting back in right there, making a play, tying up the game? You didn't lose your job. Did Kiffin do the right thing by just sort of letting him have a breather right there, but getting him back in quick enough where he didn't lose his confidence and all that?
If you're an Ole Miss fan, the one thing you know about Corral is he seems to play with a lot of emotion, right? You go back to the Egg Bowl that first year when he gets thrown into action, and to say he was fired up was an understatement, right? And so
of course.
I think with a kid like that, there probably is some understanding, and he's matured since then, I'm sure. But the kid's going to ride those emotional waves, right? And so it's a good job by Kiffin and Levy, I think, to help him manage those waves. And you can do that by getting him a breather, getting him on the sidelines, and then getting him back in and giving him some easy throws and giving him some plays to be successful.
Yeah, I think it's important for this program that they don't – it always comes across like I'm against Plumlee. I'm not. But I'm not – I guess my point is I don't think that this team's competing for a championship, this one right here on the field. I think that's pretty obvious. And so you have to take a long-range view when you're a first-year coach, and I don't know that you want to get into that persona of being a running quarterback team when you're trying to recruit passing quarterbacks.
Yeah, identity matters, and it matters in recruiting, right? And they've done a good job of trying to kind of build the brand and sell the culture of what they're trying to do, and especially considering they haven't been there long, and then obviously they've been shortchanged in the ability to recruit, and so is everybody else with COVID and all. But bad fit. But I think it's if they wanted to be a team that relied heavily on a running quarterback and not be more balanced and more pro style, which is a little bit what Kiffin, where his roots are, then Plumlee would make more sense. But I think you're right. If the goal is to attract guys that can come in and sling it around the park, then Plumlee right now has not shown that that's going to fit his style.
Auburn right now running the ball basically at will against this defense. This is a broken record at this point. What's going on?
There have been several clips where they're running counter. They just keep running counter. Ole Miss, Kentucky exposed that it was going to be a problem. Well, Florida ran it enough. Kentucky kind of exposed that it was going to be a problem. And right now, Ole Miss is asking second-level fitters. They're asking linebackers to at times get out there and be the fit player for the quarterback. And so, like, you've seen some good runs by Bo Nix where, quite honestly, he makes the right read. The linebacker's there to make the play. It's the guy with the marker wins. I mean, Durkin wins, but then Nix is the better athlete than the linebacker. And what you're seeing now is they're using tempo and formation to create a soft edge. And when they run that counter, those second level players are late getting there, and it's just opening up lanes for the running back.
2nd and 1 here for Auburn. Ole Miss actually makes a really nice stop. Who's 94? Is that Bivens?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Made a nice play in the middle. Win a play at the line of scrimmage here, putting Auburn in about a 3rd and I'm going to guess 4-ish, 3-ish.
3rd and short has been one of the situations where Durkin has been confident using movement with the D-line, and it pays off for him there. He likes to stay out of it right now on 1st and 2nd down, which isn't his MO. That's not his background.
Ole Miss has a bad matchup at the top of the screen. Sanogo on top of a receiver, but they go underneath. What a great play. Ole Miss got lost. You'll see it here. Ole Miss gets lost on defense and
create gaps everywhere,
mismatches everywhere. And then they give him a beautiful pocket to throw in, a window to throw in, and Williams makes a big-time play.
Well, it's 1st down. They try to go man-to-man coverage, and they get into a formation. It's one of those things where it's just the right call at the right time. They're going man-to-man. They show trips bunch, so they're forcing Ole Miss there. And as soon as they motion the back out, they're isolating the linebacker on him. But what they really want to do, guys, is they want to create one-on-one matchups for 18 because the kid's special. Down here in the red zone, Durkin's going to stay in man-to-man. He's going to try to be a little bit more box conscious. That's a really nice play by 19. Andy got held. So he's starting to get a little bit more aggressive. He's starting to, he knows he can't just let him run it down his throat right here. So Chad Morris likes to go to these stack formations. Go into those wide formations, force you have to make a decision. Are you going to be weak on the edge or weak in the box? Ole Miss tries to balance it up as best they can, but they just don't have enough hats in the box. You don't have an extra hitter. This is where you need, athletes up front that can make a play on their own, and they're just not getting it.
To me, the biggest issue for this Ole Miss team, period, going forward, I'm being made fun of for the way I say program, the biggest issue is they've got to get much more athletic in the front 7 on defense, period.
They do, without question. At the second level, the linebackers they struggle in space right now. The defensive line isn't incredibly athletic. And the defensive line isn't bad. I mean, they hold the line of scrimmage at times and do a decent job. You have to have second-level players that can fit and make plays, and right now that's where Ole Miss is really lacking in my mind.
Bo Nix wide open on all these keepers. Is it just simply you're trying to over pursue to the back? What's opening this up?
Well, that was Tisdale with another just undisciplined play.
They're bringing pressure right there. Okay, they're playing man-to-man. They're bringing pressure. So 32 is coming off the edge. Is probably the quarterback player by design. So Jones probably is responsible for him because 21, the corner's man-to-man on the tailback. And there's no reason you would have him be man-to-man on the tailback and fit the quarterback in the zone read. So they got into an unbalanced look. Ole Miss tries to come off the edge. And honestly, there's not a whole lot of difference right there. If you go back to the Kentucky game, it was Kentucky's they had a long touchdown run in the 4th quarter where the quarterback pulled it and ran. It's the exact same scenario. Different linebacker, but it's linebacker coming off the edge. He should be responsible for the quarterback, and all of a sudden he squeezes for the running back and he's beat out the back door. And the formation creates it where there's nobody else out there. You have to be disciplined if you're that edge defender right there. You have to know when you're the QB player.
And Tisdale's not a disciplined player. He's just not. I mean, we've seen this for years now. That's who he is. He's on the field because there's nobody better than him. They've got to get better than him.
They have to create, Durkin wants to play with guys that are long and athletic. I mean, that's who he wants to recruit. And that's just not what Ole Miss is putting on the field right now. He wants guys that look like Ryder Anderson, but probably play a little bit faster than Anderson does.
Yeah, we talked about this on the Soft Verbal podcast a little bit. I published it yesterday. We aired it earlier today on the stream. I think you're going to see them get really active on the JUCO front because the JUCOs get an extra year now. I think they're going to get really active on the transfer market. Then obviously they'd love to land some blue chip defensive linemen, but they've got to change up front. It is, you know this. You're a coach. I'm not. When you're working from that disadvantage at all times, it's hard to coach over that.
It's extremely hard, and here's the reality: if you legitimately feel like you're that outmatched on one side of the ball, the pressure it puts on the other side of the ball can also change how you call games and what you do, and that's not easy.
Pete, I thought we saw that in Fayetteville.
Say that again?
I thought we saw that in Fayetteville. I thought that if you look at it, Ole Miss was maybe a little too aggressive against what Barry Odom was trying to do because there was this sense, I think, inside, no one would ever admit this out loud, but hey, are we sure we can stop these guys? We can't be patient. We can't be conservative. We've got to get points. We got to get points. Even late in the game when Kiffin would kick field goals where, hey, maybe this would be a spot to take 3 points. You know what I mean? He felt like he needed to get more because I don't know that they believe in that defense, and watching them play, I don't blame them.
You know, I'll say this. I don't think you're wrong. I also do think that, you know, from an offensive standpoint, Lebby and Kiffin both, they want to be aggressive. You know, the other thing is this, and the guard play right now at Ole Miss has to get better, okay? And so running inside, Arkansas was going to try to funnel everything to C-gap last week. And so getting truly on the perimeter where Ole Miss likes to be with Ely and Elijah Moore and those guys was a little bit difficult because of the structure they were using. And they couldn't win B-gap because they're not good enough at guard in particular. And so right now, you know, you look at the runs that Ole Miss has made in this game because Lane does want to run the ball, and so does Lebby. But you look at the success they've had running the ball. Auburn is not funneling things to C-gap as well. They're letting them get outside a little bit more, and they've used the read game to help get there at times, and done a nice job, you know, kind of offensively to scheme that. You've also noticed, you know, in the first quarter, they clearly came out with a plan to be in 10P formations, which means one running back, 0 tight ends, right? Yeboah is widened out. So you're trying to limit the number of guys in the box to run the ball. You know, we're not seeing success when Yeboah is attached. When he's down attached to the formation, it's just not the same success right there.
Plumlee,
the first down, that's a bad read by Plumlee. That's 100% a read, and it's a poor read.
Yeah, Plumlee loses 3 on first down. Takes off running on second down. One of the
risks that you take, right, with you know, Plumlee doesn't get all the reps, right? He gets some, and I don't know how many he gets in practice, but that's when you're working those type of plays, especially it's not with a running back, right? It's with the receiver in motion. Timing can be difficult if you're not the guy that's getting all the reps. Now, the second down call right there, that's the exact same scheme. It is the exact same run scheme, the other direction. The difference now is instead of using the wide receiver in motion, they're showing the toss element with the tailback. From an offensive line standpoint, Lebby saw he got what he wanted. If Plumlee pulled the ball, it was exactly what he wanted. He just made the wrong read, so make the read easier now. Don't make him get in the mesh with the back. Let him use that toss action.
Corral to Drummond converts the third down. Corral still in, throws to Braylon Sanders on first down. Picks up about 4, maybe 5 right there. I can't help it, Pete. I don't like the dueling quarterback thingy. I just it bothers me. I need to get over it because it appears they're going to do some of it. I just don't like it.
You know, it can be difficult to like at times. It's hard even as a fan to feel like you're in a rhythm, if that makes sense. When they're constantly rolling the quarterbacks, and it can be hard for players sometimes. But they've clearly found some things that they think they can use to attack.
3rd down and 4. Ole Miss goes on the ground on a nice little misdirection. Snoop Connor gets it. Really nice. You'll see this in a minute, Pete. I think you'll appreciate this as a coach. This is a well-designed play.
So second down they run the jet sweep with Moore, and then on 3rd down they come back and show the same look, and it's a version of counter that UCF has been running for a while now, where they actually still hit front side. And a lot of teams will fake it to the right and they'll run counter back to the left. They're actually going to window dress it to look like that, but then they're going to stay front side with it. That is a nice scheme.
Plumlee in at quarterback. It's 2nd and 8 at the Auburn 48. And Ole Miss keeps it on the ground to Ely, who earns a few on his own. So we're looking at about a 3rd and 4 or 5 here coming up. 6 minutes to go, 5:59, 5:58, 5:57. Ole Miss at the football.
On the 45.
On the Auburn 45-yard line, 3rd and 5. Incomplete pass from Corral. He got pressured. He avoided the pressure.
He could have actually reset there.
He rushed right there, yeah. So Ole Miss looking at a 4th and 5 at the Auburn 45. Lane Kiffin looks like he's going to go for it.
This is interesting because
you are handing them the football at midfield if you don't get it.
Yeah, they go with the 3-man snag concept into the boundary, and it's open right now. And he gets pushed off his spot, and it's hard. You got to reset as a quarterback. You got to set the hallway and make the throw, and he didn't feel like he had time to do it. It was there. It was the look that they wanted.
Timeout. Ole Miss. They're about to get a delay game or either a rush snap.
They couldn't figure out where to get Braylon Sanders lined up. I don't know whether it was Braylon's issue or whether something else was going on, but they had him out wide, brought him back, sent him back out wide. They ran out of time. So a TV timeout here. I don't know, 5:40 something to go in the second quarter.
One of the more interesting things that they do to me is you'll see a lot of teams, right, that'll line up in a formation, fake a cadence, look to the sidelines, get a player, run it. A lot of teams don't change the formation when they do that, right? They're trying to identify what's the defense doing, what's the look doing, and they're going to stay in the same formation to make the play call. So it's interesting to me, and I can't tell if that's what was happening there. It looked like they wanted Sanders to cut a split down, and he stayed out wide. So they were probably working some type of concept where he just needed to reduce his split. But it is interesting to me how much they do that, where they'll bluff and look to the sidelines and then come back and completely alter the formation to get the call that they want.
Nebraska, Penn State tied, 8:24 to go in the second, 14-14.
Ohio State, not Penn State. Yeah.
What did I say, Penn State? I meant Ohio State.
Sorry, guys, that's my dog that's pissed. If you hear a dog in the background.
We heard it.
What kind of dog we working with here?
We've found on the side of the road.
Okay.
Mostly Chihuahua with something else.
I would have guessed Chihuahua.
That would have been your guess?
Yep, absolutely.
Pomeranian was right there with
right
me.
There in the ballpark. Yep. It's got the little dog.
I'm pretty sure the toddler's taking a nap, so it's not the greatest time.
How old's the toddler?
19 months.
Ooh.
That's close to like light at the end of the tunnel where everything kind of settles a little bit. Because to me, the twos were worse than the threes. For whatever reason. I don't know.
This one, she looks like her mother. She's smart like her mother. She acts like me. So I don't know if there is going to be a light at the end of the tunnel.
Somebody bet $8,000 on Clemson to win $8 today. Is that true? I mean, it's a free $8.
I'm not a financial guru, but I'm not sure that's what we're trying to do.
Well, I mean, I did like Clemson's chances of winning today. The line was 46.5. That's where it closed. 4th and 5.
I'm punting here, but that's just me. I think what he's saying here is I don't think my defense can stop their running game. We've got to score.
And then they break one play and they're at the 45 anyway in a minute, and you go, well.
Yeah, and but this has to be a frustrating way to coach if you're Lane Kiffin. I know you knew you were getting this, but still. So here we go. 4th and 5. Yeboah splits out wide to the left. They have trips left. He's in a slot with Elijah Moore. I can't tell who's out wide. Looks like Braylon Sanders out wide. Really nice throw and catch, yeah. Ole Miss gets the first down, Pete. 6 yards on 4th and 5.
See, there's one of those examples of where they use that fake cadence to change the formation and trigger what they want. That's a nice job. It's similar to what they were trying to do in the red zone and the interception, right? They recognize this man-to-man coverage, so they know what call they're going to make. So right there, the 2 DBs are both playing man-to-man. So you take the release of the guy in front of you, Boa, you try to affect the guy that's essentially covering Ely. And that is patented Lane Kiffin to take a shot after the 4th down conversion.
Great play call.
He crosses midfield. He gets a big first down. He's taking the shot.
On the 4th down call there, Pete, Elijah, like that, the break in that route is in front of the sticks. Are you trying to pick up something afterwards? Should that have been at the sticks? What's that route there?
Well, it is likely that it was actually an option route, right? So if you go back and look at it, the defender that's on him is inside leverage. If that guy had been over the top or outside, there's a good chance he brings it inside like a slant route or he sits down. But with the defender being inside, he wants to break out, and the goal is to be at the sticks. And you can go back to, I don't even remember which game it was early in the season last year where the debate was he in the end zone or not. You expect the receiver to have some awareness of being at the sticks or being at the goal line. And sometimes with an option route, it's tough because you're asking him to read the leverage of the defender and react based on that leverage, and then I'll obviously adjust. That's a great play by 2.
It's going to be a third and
about half a yard. Yeah, Corral's made some plays with his feet today. He really has. Just had the one awful read. 2 awful reads. That snap is so bad.
It didn't matter there, but geez.
So 1st and 10 here for Ole Miss at the Auburn 14, 4:34, 4:33, 4:32 to go. Approaching that red zone area here where they've really struggled to create things in the running game.
So this is the 3rd or 4th time now that they've gotten in this formation where they put Yeboah in a wing and they actually bring Drummond, who's a big body receiver, and they bring him down tight to the formation and use him to account for an extra hat. I wouldn't be shocked if later in the game we see some type of a play action off of that look where they try to either slip Drummond down the middle or they slip him and then bring Yeboah back outside underneath him to create something.
Ely gets 5. It's going to be 3rd and 1 at the Auburn 5, I believe. That's where that is. 3rd and 1 at the Auburn 5. 3:42 and counting to go. I think he kept it and scored. Touchdown for Ole Miss. Handle that red zone pretty efficiently. Take that, McCready.
Well, they're starting to get a little traction moving the football. They're starting to use their tempo a little bit. So there's that same formation with Drummond I'm talking about, and they get the overhang defender that's man-to-man on Drummond. Drummond blocks. Corral sees it. There's nobody out there. It's a pretty easy read for him. That's become one of the most popular goal line plays in football. It's split flow zone, but they're doing it from the same side. And instead of bringing the guy all the way back across the formation, you leave him in the same side. The block doesn't have to be as physical, and you don't worry as much about an athletic defender really coming in there and crashing this party.
Ole Miss has been on defense to start the second half in 4 of the 5 games so far this season once this one happens. And the first 3, the opponent was able to 2 for 1 them. Auburn here with 3:36 getting the ball back.
No way to be negative.
Saying.
You see what I deal with, Pete? Everybody says I'm the negative one. Let me look at that. That's so just so blatantly negative and pessimistic. I mean,
they score a touchdown.
I think Chase would argue facts, right? He's got data to point to.
Yeah.
So that's where
data
he's going to hold that argument.
It's the COVID world. No one's paying attention to real data. Everybody just has an agenda, and by God, you present it. You push it.
Oh, listen, it doesn't matter how far you go back. You can always find whatever you need in data.
Yes.
It's about how far you look and what you need it to look like, right?
Or how many times
just
you
expose that a little bit.
Or how many times you're willing to spin it in a petri dish until you find it. That's yeah. North Carolina up 14-0 over NC State. For people who want some scores, Rutgers up 21-7 over Michigan State, second quarter, and then Nebraska, Ohio State, as we just mentioned. Still, I think, 14-14, 6:19 to go in the second quarter there.
I've been trying to watch some of the Ohio State, Nebraska. My wife's a Buckeye. I grew up about 30 minutes from their stadium, and defensively they don't look as good as they have in the past, but offensively they haven't missed a beat.
It's kind of what you'd expect week one when you haven't played. It's October the 20th. What is today? The 24th, and it's week one, which is just crazy, right? Hey, Leif B, thanks for the donation. He says, love the second quarters with Pete. Do want to tell you this before I know as the quarter winds down. This has been a huge addition to this show, having you on in the second quarters each day.
Well, I've enjoyed doing it. I fear a little bit every week people are going to get tired of hearing me talk, or this week maybe tired of hearing the dog bark. But I've enjoyed doing it each week. It's certainly been fun, and I kind of get up in the mornings, grade my film from the night before, start our opponent scout for the next week, and then get my mind off of my job and judge somebody else for theirs.
How'd y'all do last night?
We won a big one against a rival right down the road. We're doing a good job. Our kids are playing hard right now, and so we won. I think it was 49-7 last night.
Oh,
so proud of our kids.
Put a pop on them. How are the kids holding up with all the COVID stuff and that kind of thing? I would think for a lot of those kids, football is a kind of an escape a little bit from all of it.
It is, and it's tough, and we are doing everything in our power to follow the guidelines that were set forth by Georgia High School, by our county, and by our administration. And so it's weird because you get days where a kid calls and he says, Coach, I got the sniffles. Okay, stay home.
Yeah.
So you may have a day where you don't have everybody there, but the reality is, regardless of your feelings about COVID and the seriousness of it and all that kind of stuff, is you don't want to be the one to shut down an entire operation.
Absolutely.
Right?
No, you're doing the right thing. And the kid says, I don't feel good. He stays home.
We're trying to protect the greater good and keep our kids. And we've had some instances. We've had in the summer, we had some kids that tested positive and were forced to quarantine. And we've had some family members and a couple kids that, fortunately for us, we got kind of shafted and ended up with back-to-back bye weeks. And we had a couple kids that missed then. And but we've been able to keep our locker room clean, and hopefully we get to finish the season that way.
14-14, Auburn takes over at its own 29, I think is where that is. 3:28 to go. Yep, 28-yard line for Auburn. 3:28 to go. Auburn has all three of its timeouts. Ole Miss has two, in case you're wondering. 8 yards up the middle on first down.
Just running through the middle of that
defense. Just can't stop anything running the ball.
They found what they like in the run game for sure, and they're going to continue. I mean, here's the reality: the more that they're willing to use Nix's feet in the second half, the tougher it's going to be on the Ole Miss defense.
3rd and 1 coming up here. 2:55 to go.
That was a good play. A lot of effort there, at least. I mean, that was pretty good on the edge.
The guys on the edge for Ole Miss, I thought last week they made some poor decisions and handled some of the Arkansas perimeter screens poorly. They've really done a nice job today handling some of that stuff.
Auburn converts a first down. The former Oxford High School star, J.J. Pegues in there kind of playing almost a wing-back slot sort of spot, tight end for Auburn.
He's done a little Wildcat this year too, right?
A little bit.
203, 202, 201, 2. Ole Miss actually getting off schedule for the first time there. Go ahead, Pete.
Well, when they have Pegues in, they've got 2 tight ends on the field, and that's what in football terms you would refer to as 12P. First number in the digit talks about the number of running backs on the field. The second number, the number of tight ends. So, any team that can get in 12P and bring those extra hats, the Ole Miss defense, they can match it with numbers, but it puts them athletically in a bind on the perimeter. And up front, being able to hold up with the bodies against teams that can do that effectively is going to be something they're going to struggle with all season long.
Got a timeout here before 3rd and 4.
Yeah, Auburn took a timeout, a minute and a half to go, 3rd and 4 for Auburn.
Ole Miss took their second timeout.
Was that Ole Miss took the timeout?
Yeah.
So, with Auburn still having their timeouts here, they're not going to be afraid to run the ball. If they need to play, they know where they're going. 18's getting the ball. They're going to find a way to get him matched up one-on-one, and that's where it's going to go. So, I think, wouldn't be shocked to see him throw it on 3rd down, but I think Chad Morris is going to continue to run the ball. The last thing they want to do if they're going to give it back to Ole Miss is give it back to them with time on the clock. So I think we'll see a good bit of run here, and I think they'll try to isolate 18.
I think it's a very realistic commercial that a State Farm agent would have a sit down with 2 NFL quarterbacks for a lunch. I mean, that happens all the time. State Farm agent takes out Aaron Rodgers and Patrick Mahomes for a nice lunch.
Well, I mean, there's a dedication to service there.
Like a good neighbor.
I
mean,
Michigan State, Rutgers still winning that football game. Michigan State's possessions to open the day: fumble, turnover on downs, touchdown, interception, fumble. So there's a tough day for the Spartans at this point. A little bit of a rebuild going on there in East Lansing.
There is, and urgent culture, and is going to take an overhaul of roster as well. Guys, Justin Fields is pretty good.
He's a really good player. It makes you wonder when Georgia decided to pick Fromm over Fields.
Good.
We played against him his senior year in high school, and it was an absolute shootout that he got the better end of. And
what was that like defending him at the high school level? Whoa.
Well, I'll say this: I was glad to be the offensive coordinator and not the defensive
I bet you were.
And he had talented guys around him, and it's a good program. They do a great job. And the thing is with Justin is when he was in high school, you would watch him on film, and I know the guys that he trains with in the summers, and then they're good guys, and they coach well, and I know the coaches on his high school staff, but he knew how talented he was, and he knew he would not even go through the full progression and throw the open route in rhythm that's the nice, easy 8-yard throw for a first down, because he knew he could make a defensive lineman miss and then somehow lace a ball downfield 40 yards that shouldn't be there, but he can do it, So, and that's what it was like watching him. And so I think some of what happened that freshman year at Georgia, there's no knowledge on this, this is just speculation, but there's probably something to the fact that he was looking for big play. Right, and not necessarily running the offense.
Yeah,
and I my guess is that's what gave Fromm a little bit of the advantage. I mean, there were plays against us when we played him that night where he would have a wide open curl route at 10 yards for the first down, and he'd just be like, nah, and reverse field, and then made some of the dumbest throws I've ever seen. And I say that from the standpoint of he really just did that. I don't think I could ever watch anybody replicate that throw. And you're seeing that talent obviously play out now on Saturday.
Southern Miss takes the lead on Liberty. They go down, score on the first possession, 12-14 to go first quarter, 7-0 Golden Eagles.
Oh, nice play there. That's Sam Williams making a play. If there's anybody in the front seven athletic enough to consistently make a play, it's him, and that was a big one. Auburn forced to take a timeout. 56 seconds to go in the half. They'll be staring a second and I think 12 at their own 48 when they come back.
Yeah, that was a nice play off the edge. They just Ole Miss is in a pass rush front right there. They had Ryder Anderson at nose, and he got down blocked and comboed right there, and it wasn't pretty, but they bring Williams off the edge, and he's just doing what's called the mesh charge. He has no responsibility other than run right at the mesh where the quarterback and tailback are going to intersect, and he's quick enough that he can do it and beat the guards.
How long does it take you to grade your own film, Pete? What's that process like?
You know, it depends on how many snaps you have, some of that kind of stuff. It also depends. If you're an offensive line coach, it takes you a long time.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, you got 5 guys you're looking at. As a coordinator, I grade the tight ends, but I also obviously kind of make sure I oversee everything. So this morning I think we ran 55 snaps last night. It was a running clock in the fourth quarter, and we slowed things down starting in the third quarter. So, you know, once we did that, obviously only 55 snaps. It took me 45 minutes this morning.
Oh, okay.
Roughly. There are days where it can take closer to 2 hours.
Just terrible angles on the Ole Miss defense. They're trying to get Nick hemmed in as they got pressure twice but couldn't bring him down.
Yeah, that's on the linebacker. You know, so you give 13 right there has got an open pass. He can go wherever he wants to go. And in theory, 33 sitting right behind him. I think it was 33. That's there to clean it up.
Made a stop. Big stop for Ole Miss right there.
Go ahead.
I said big stop for Ole Miss right there. They contained, got I would assume forced an Auburn punt here near midfield. That's Nick's leaving the field. That's a big stop for Ole Miss because they couldn't give up the score and then knowing Auburn's going to get it back. That's a big play.
It is a big play, and Auburn's going to be. It's not going to be a fun conversation on the sidelines, and it's part of the growth of Nick's. Is where they want him to go with the football is on the right side right there, and he's hell bent on going to 18. So he's looking back at the one-on-one matchup, and there's an underneath player. If he'd have looked to the top of the field, if his tight end slipped right out into the flat, and Ole Miss was out leveraged, it would have been an easy first down. And that's just a young quarterback getting locked in on his dude and not trusting the concept and the scheme.
14-14, I think, 39 seconds left?
I would assume that's it. 36, I think, from the 10.
Yeah, I'm if it's me, I'm
heading to the IPF.
We're heading to the locker room pretty happy with where things are.
Yeah, I think, you know, you hand something off, you try to – if something happens and you get around midfield and all of a sudden you're sitting there on your timeouts and the clock's stopped to move the chains, you may take a shot, but the reality is right here, you just don't want to turn the ball over.
Run a draw and see what happens.
Run a draw. I wouldn't be shocked to see them run, you know, either the power read scheme that they've run several times or the counter that they've run a couple of times, but I think it'll be something safe.
It was pretty safe. Ely, couple of yards there on the pass, 20 seconds and counting. It looks like Ole Miss is going to let that be that.
That is, yep. Growl walking off.
So it's the same screen they ran earlier in the game, actually. Yeah, it's all that is an extended handoff. Get it to an athlete in space, see if he can do something good with it.
14-14 at the half. Auburn gets it after the break. So 15 minutes here of waiting around.
Lane Kiffin, is there anything you're trying to do in the second half and what you've seen in the first half, or is this about kind of where you thought it would be?
You know, I think the one thing that's kind of interesting is Corral's gotten away from pressure a couple of times, but I don't feel like they've actually done a great job of pressuring Ole Miss. So it'll be interesting to see if they start to take a few more chances on second down, in particular, maybe even some first down chances, trying to get shots down the field. I think you'll continue to see them stay wide in those 10P formations without Yeboah down attached, to continue to run the ball. The thing I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot of right now is they really like to work the RPO where they throw the slant to Elijah Moore in the slot. And whether Auburn's taking it away or Ole Miss just hadn't looked for it a lot, I think at some point we're going to have to see them get him more involved in those intermediate throws.
Well, Pete, as always, thank you so much. Hope the toddler is still resting, and we'll look forward to talking to you next week. Hopefully, Ole Miss and Vanderbilt get to play at 3:00 next Saturday in Nashville, and if that's the case, we'll look forward to the second quarter.
No doubt, guys. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the game. Go Rebs.
Thanks, Pete.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to put the bear up for just a minute. Give us a minute to sort of catch our breaths.
Not going anywhere. Hang in.
Yeah, we're here. Stream's still live. You guys can talk. Yep. We're just going to put the bear up for a minute, and we'll be right back. Update the score here. I'm actually interested in that game a little bit. South Carolina, LSU.
Yeah, ESPN FPI giving LSU a 72% chance. That feels kind of high at the moment.
I don't think Carolina's good.
They're very average. But they're average at everything. They're great in the secondary because of J.C. Horn, because he helps them do so many other things. But otherwise, they're just normal. And they're very average. But when you're average on offense and average on defense, you can get into a little bit of a rhythm. You're not relying on one side to have this panic. You've seen it with Ole Miss a little bit. You see it, frankly, at the higher level, even by Florida when they lost A&M. Same thing. They couldn't stop anybody, and suddenly it's So until a second ago, I saw a stat on Twitter where Rutgers has scored 28 points against Michigan State in the first half today. They scored 51 points in all their Big Ten games last year combined. So good first half of the season for Greg Schiano. Brian makes a good point. The computer formula does not know that Miles Brennan's not playing football today.
Oh, that's true.
What are you thinking, Grind? How's the game going? Your thoughts so far? Do you have us and Jay up in different windows? Is Jay getting your sound? What's going on? Because if not, I'm going to give him shit about it.
Ooh, Auburn fan base at 14-14 is probably thinking this is setting up as possible worst-case scenario.
Close win.
A close, yeah. Because if I'm Auburn, I either want to win by 10 plus or lose. Because, look, if the Lane Kiffin experiment works, this is his worst team.
Jay has a very negative tone going in his chat. I have it pulled up
Really?
right now.
What are they saying?
This is sad, talking about playing pretty well against a very average Ole Miss squad. If we're struggling with the South Carolinas and Ole Misses now, how bad will it get, ... And Auburn's dealing with this thing where, look, Auburn can be fairly elite. Auburn can also be pretty damn average pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And they don't, mentally, they don't handle that. They don't consider that.
Well, it's not a program that should be average. I covered them for a while. I was in that state for a while. They should not.
They should be a second-tier program.
They should be.
They're not your Alabama,
right,
your whatever.
But they should be right there knocking on the door of elite at all times.
Yeah.
Denver, two things. One, I don't know that we could merge, and yes, it would mess up the financial situation for both of us. Because I don't know who would get all the numbers, and then it would defeat the purpose a little bit. We're into our 6th hour of broadcasting today. It's pretty good. Would have been going a little longer, but
you had a technical
snafu.
And you think it was user generated?
No, I think it was there was a simple fix that I did not realize I could do. There was a problem.
Okay.
It was a legitimate problem. It wasn't
correct.
It wasn't a me screw up. I didn't screw anything up, but yeah, I give credit where credit's due. My wife Laura thought of the solution, not me. I was on my way to Walmart. No, it wasn't a stupid question. We actually kind of talked about it, looked into it, but it just would have been weird. And then further, this is a different show than their show because we're not dealing with fire the coach stuff today. They are.
Reading the Auburn stream, Melee with a good point. He says, my take on the last drive, they try to pass instead 3 times. That's a good point. Ole Miss played well. They stopped Auburn, but Chad got away from the run game there. 1 incomplete, 1 short game, 1 sack on those 3, and that was it.
Joe P says, how many drinks y'all have had? I think he's talking. If everybody in the thread can answer too. I don't think Chase has had any.
I've had water. That's it.
I'm nursing a second beer. I haven't eaten anything today.
I had 2 cups of coffee this morning. And yeah, I've refilled this a couple times. I'm well hydrated.
I haven't eaten anything, so I'm making sure that I don't.
Well,
drink
it's only
so much
12:37. I don't necessarily want bourbon, and I'm not a beer drinker, so I would be simply drinking simply to drink at this point.
Yeah. Robert Mack with the super chat. Thanks, man. Really appreciate that. He says, thanks, guys. Keep it up. Appreciate what y'all do for us RGers. Has Lane shown to a recruit he is willing to throw it down the field even if JRP gets a lot of time? Listen, I think I know what you're saying. I think he's handled this fine. To me, this feels like John Rice Plumlee to kind of take some pressure off of Matt Corral. Do you agree with that, Chase, or am I crazy?
Yeah, it was just take a breath, take a second, especially once – look, I don't know. We'll see how the game goes. From a first-half standpoint, the biggest play of the game was Plumlee's long run because it allowed them to stay on schedule offensively while giving Corral that breath. And it let everybody calm down a little bit. They go down, they score. Like you said, he plays both quarterbacks. He gets Corral back in the game. He throws the touchdown pass. They coexisted really well, and that was a possession where if it doesn't work and Plumlee doesn't break that run, you give the ball back to Auburn, and then they score, and suddenly you're 2 touchdowns behind, and the game really starts to turn. That's one right there, not letting Auburn score at the end of the half. Even if you give up a touchdown here, you're just still behind 7. Everything's fine. There's not the sense of urgency because Pete called it a rhythm, and that's probably correct. That's probably exactly what it is. But to me, when you're switching out quarterbacks and it gets a little frantic, it makes every possession seem even bigger. It gives it a weird feel where, okay, this has to work right now or they're in trouble. And now they can just kind of execute some offense. I mean, we'll see what the quarterback situation looks like, but
Webb asked a question that I've gotten a few times today. Any word on when things are getting shipped for the merchandise?
Yeah, we had a little bit of a COVID issue, as most people have. Some factories, some embroidering things. I think some has already, and everything it hasn't today, tomorrow. I mean, it is in the process of, but yeah, we dealt with a COVID issue just like a lot of people have to this point.
That was in Tupelo, right?
Well, it runs through Memphis, runs through Tupelo.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's basically the North Mississippi Mid-South area has had some manufacturing snafus.
Yeah, that happened kind of across the board a little bit. Yeah. Yes, Leif, we will be happy to tell you when things get started again so you don't have to get a divorce, which is recommended to you in the thread.
We'd rather you not.
Yeah, just, you know. Been a much cleaner game for Ole Miss than they played a week ago.
Well, look, I mean, one really bad play, or they'd potentially have a lead right now. I know it's not.
Well, they'd be up 17-14 in all likelihood. I don't think there was a touchdown to be had there, so you kick the field goal, and you're up 17-14 right now.
Had you told Ole Miss, hey, you only have 55 yards at the half, they might have been really panicking right now, passing.
Ole Miss with 209 total yards, Auburn with 200 total yards. Both teams very good on third down. Auburn 6 of 8, and Ole Miss 7 of 10. Yeah, and both teams running the ball.
Clemson only up 24-14 on Syracuse. The guy's going to make his $8, but they better really get to work to cover a 46.5-point line. The Tigers not overly engaged against the Orange today.
Yeah.
Been a tough week at practice to go, hey, guys, they can get you. No, they can't.
No.
Actually, sorry.
We just saw the film. Leif, they're getting ready to get started, bud. Let's see. Question was, what I think the Cubs do. I don't know. Sip Reb wants to know what the Cubs do this winter. I'm not optimistic. Kickoff of the second half is underway.
Taken at the goal line. Tigers bring it out to the 15, to the 20, to the 25, to the 30. Still on his feet. Mac Brown.
It's coming back. There's a hold. There's a hold. It's coming back.
20. 15,
it's coming back.
10, 5. Touchdown.
It's coming back.
Tom Hart has not discovered that yellow handkerchief to this point.
I saw the hold and the flag. Hell of a run.
Really good for Ole Miss because nothing else. Tank's going to be gassed for the first play here.
It's up there at 21. He got his all over him. Got him hooked. Oh, come on. You can't hook the shoulder like that. It's an easy call.
It's a really dumb hold. Completely out of the play.
But it's an easy call to make, and it's a call you have to make because it's right there in front of you.
North Carolina and Phil Longo up on Dave Doran, 17-7 at the half. Sam Howell, 14-21, 172 with a rushing score. Good pursuit by the Rebels there.
Well, it's the plan, yeah, but I don't know that they can pull that off. I mean,
right there, Ole Miss schematically played that play pretty well. The call was fine. They just are slow. They don't get off blocks.
That's right.
It's 7 or 8 yards. They had numbers. They ran to the boundary side. Like it was there to be covered, and they just can't get there. They are slow.
yes. They're small and slow. Other than that, they're a very athletic SEC defense.
We're small, but we're slow.
Yeah.
Complete missed tackle.
Like you're there, but you don't have the athleticism to make the play. The assignment's there.
Had a run blitz in the middle of the line. It worked. Had a man free.
That's a play that gets shown to a recruit.
Auburn kind of did him a favor there, throwing in a number.
Well, and they gave him the spot there.
They gave him a no.
Yeah. Pegues got beat on that block.
Pete predicted they were going to use Nix's feet a little more this half. It certainly worked to this point. Well, 3rd and 11 now, 3rd and 12, something like that for Auburn.
Tavius Robinson making
really
some
well.
plays here and there, starting to really emerge a little. 12-11, 12-10, 12-09, 12-08, 12-07, 12-06, 5, 4, 3, 2. Trying to help you guys sync up a little bit. 11:59.
It's really hard to sync with us, though, because you guys are still going to be 45 seconds hearing that. It's going to be a little.
Yeah, 52.
It's
51.
about 35 seconds, typically.
Wilson Love doing his calisthenics. Finley made the cut on the ball, and he just didn't get the ball.
Yeah.
He's throwing off his back foot.
Yeah, he does not trust his offensive line. If he has to sit in the pocket, he starts really floating it and kind of throwing it everywhere.
If he makes a good throw there, it's picked.
Yeah.
But he's off that back foot, so it's floating. Wow. Auburn makes the big mistake in this game. Ole Miss will take over 1st and 10 at the Auburn, I think about the 29, Chase, right around there.
Just terrible snap, I think. Or did it slip through his hands?
I couldn't
it looked
tell.
High, but I couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell. Yeah, it's a little high, and then, he just doesn't make the play.
He thought about turning around and trying to kick it right there, and that would have been a big mistake.
Oh, it would have been a touchdown for Ole Miss.
Yeah. He did the right thing at the time just to fall on it and call it a day.
First and 10, Ole Miss at the 25, not 29. I apologize. And John Rice Plumlee taking the first snap.
There's just no offense with it. That's the
I
problem.
I don't get it. I don't like it, but that's just me, and I'm consistent on this at least.
Jay's chat's not very happy right now.
I'm sure it's not.
Picked up 4, but the snap was bad and soft.
It was soft and
it screwed up timing big time.
And it's 3rd and 7 here, Chase, I think.
It's 4 now. Well, in the rain, I don't know that they're kicking a 42-yard field goal. I think they're in a weird spot here on the field.
Is Corral hurt?
I don't know why he would be. I haven't seen anything. Another really bad snap there. And it was nothing more than a straight dive draw.
What?
It's a terrible because you're 4 down territory. It's a bad play. It got no yards. The snap is even worse all of a sudden. It's not even getting there.
It'd be a 37, 38-yarder from right here. Fake. He's not going to get there. Well, I got to tell you now, that was not a well-called possession.
All the way up and down. I mean, there was no...
Across the board.
It's not a good play call at all. He'd been tackled by...
It's a terrible play call. It's a terrible play call. I mean, kiss the ass all you want to. He was Luke Logan getting to the edge is not.
Well, in Auburn, they don't trust Logan to kick that ball in this weather.
Well, then run the play.
Yes, my point. Like I don't think Auburn was even expecting a kick there. I really don't.
I don't understand why Matt Corral's not playing there. I'm just going to say this again. Plumlee can't throw. He makes you one-dimensional. If that's what you're going to be, then that's what you are. But otherwise, put Corral in the game. I don't get it.
If Plumlee is going to play, he has to at least get an offense. That's not 3 plays. Run a guy in motion, hand it off, don't hand it off, whatever. I mean, that's the problem right now.
You get a huge break from Auburn, and you hand it right back. I don't know the deal. And if you don't trust Matt Corral, well, then figure it out. But if you're going to play this game, right there, that was an opportunity to take a shot with Corral. And I let Logan kick before I run that play.
Yeah, with a tackle there. We haven't heard his name a lot today at all. Try to pull up some stats in a second. Third and 7 now for Auburn, so Ole Miss gets another chance to get back off the field again. 9-10, 909, 908, 907. Bo Nix so far 11 of 13, 68 yards, no scores, no picks.
He's short. He's a yard short.
He got a touch better spot than he got, but it still wasn't enough to matter. Now, the spot could matter if they end up going for it.
They're going to punt. Okay. You can't go for it here. Wow. Boy. Man, oh, man.
One mistake there for the Auburn, for the gunner there, is just knock Moore down and lay on him.
Mm-hmm.
Take him out of the play and make something else happen there.
And he slipped. I hesitate to do this, but I remember Nick Saban referring to this field as a bad field, and right now it's starting to look like one. A lot of slipping.
Corral back in the game now.
Was a big play there. Royce Newman with a nice play.
Yeah. Out.
Great call. Is he to the 9 there?
On down, yeah, 60.
Love the call. I tell you who ran a great route there is Braylon Sanders. Really,
to flush it out.
Well, convinced his man that he was running a route, not as a decoy.
So we have a stoppage or a timeout?
Yeah, Auburn, the kid who made the tackle got hurt.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
He wasn't faking it. He was legitimately hurt.
Okay. Oh, he's still down. Matt Corral doubles his passing yards and a little more there for the game, one play. That'll put him just over 100 for the game now.
In fairness to Corral, one bad throw, and he's had a terrible drop.
11 of 14 for 108 right now for Matt, 1-1. Plumlee's thrown one ball, 1 for 1 for 7.
Denver, he went down. The way he went down, he was legitimately hurt. That wasn't a fake deal.
Connor up over 50 now for the game, 9 of 52. Ely 12 of 47. Plumlee had the long of 37, and he's had 6 others that have gone for a total of 16. Elijah Moore, only 4 for 11 so far today. Bigsby for Auburn, 14 carries, 60 yards. Shivers, 10 carries, 59 yards. Bo Nix, 8 carries, 44 yards. 4.3, 5.9, 5.5 there on averages.
Well, no one's ever going to accuse the Ole Miss defense of being stout against the run. I mean, that's not going to become an issue. But you can bend and not break, though.
Yeah, of course. Time of possession, Auburn up 2021 to 16:56 as of right now. Ole Miss only 2 of 4 in the red zone. Auburn 2 of 2. Talk about a win there for Ole Miss. I mean, it's going to be halfway through the third quarter, and their opponent's going to be in the red zone twice. That's your perfect formula for the Ole Miss defense.
Yeah.
Both teams have run 47 plays to this point. Ole Miss averaging 6.1 yards per play. Auburn averaging 4.6 per play. I'm in Jay's chat because that was an illegal play. Ole Miss used a tight end. I don't think that's an eligible receiver.
See, here's the watch Braylon at the top of the screen. He's going to sell this corner on. He's running a post, and there it is.
He took him out, and that was it.
Look, y'all, DJ Durkin, this is talking about Ole Miss defense. He's a good defensive coach. I mean, you do have to have some weapons. If you go to a gunfight with a pocket knife, you're not going to win every time. God, those snaps, man. Corral's got it. It's a touchdown.
That could be a flag. Little surprised that wasn't thrown there on a quarterback.
Yeah, you could. Yeah,
that's one thing if it's a running back and you kind of go, okay.
Yeah, I'd like to see the replay of it again. Luke Logan's like, "Can you let me just kick it this time?" 7:09 to go in the third. Ole Miss up 21-14 over Auburn. That was a really, really nice drive right there.
Perfect half a quarter, other than the.
He sold that really well. Ooh, yeah.
You got to flag that.
Got to flag that.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, that's a flag. Ben Brown let him have it.
Did he?
Yeah, so did Broker and James.
They headed over.
Oh, yeah.
At least smart there to not do anything stupid, though. Just let it. Okay, but.
A big drive for Matt Corral.
That's a good point. I don't think you could have gotten the call, but Cavit's not totally, from a straight rule standpoint,
targeting.
You could have called targeting.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been a little ticky-tack and whatever. Auburn might want to pick the football up.
Well, there's no question right now who has momentum. I mean, but.
Yeah, the no flag actually helped Ole Miss out there because they connected the PAT, and then if you run it on the kickoff would have been through the end zone. So they gained 15 yards out of the no flag.
So ended up getting a 15-yard penalty as it was. Karma.
Yeah.
If this were bad, exactly. If it were basketball, you'd say, ball don't lie. It's a hold at the top.
That is a hold at the top. Not big on flags today, this officiating crew. They
kind of let everybody play.
Yeah.
They've been all right.
Well, I mean, Ole Miss had a hell of a hold on its first touchdown that didn't get called.
Yeah, and I'm sure Auburn's questioning the veracity of the hold on the kickoff return, though it was the right call. I don't mind when they let them play. I don't like ticky-tack getting called all game.
Just do it for 4 quarters.
Right.
Stop changing in the fourth quarter because suddenly the game's tight.
Going to play the game, going to call the game the whole way. I think Sonogo got an ankle there, or else he might still be running.
Yeah, he got just enough on a wet field.
There was a gap there.
Suddenly pressure all on Auburn here now on a 3rd down. We'll call it 5.
3rd and 5. Yeah, big moment here for the Tigers. Ole Miss has a confusion.
They don't want to set up man coverage on the bottom, and Auburn formation their way. Yeah, Auburn formation their way to a 1st down there.
Yeah.
Ohio State now up 31-14 with 11:42 in the 3rd quarter. They still could score 7.
What was that line? 26?
Like 26, yeah, somewhere in there. It's starting to creep into territory.
Nice play. So Tyler Knight's playing some defense today.
I think Battle has as well.
Okay.
I think. It's a good play by Bigsby. I mean, because that thing.
He's a good back, man.
He got there, but I do despise the official that in a close call just runs to the sticks and puts his foot down.
Yeah.
It drives me insane.
Now, Jake, and I love Jay, you know that. Jay compares this kid to Carnell.
Oh, good
No,
God.
this is not Carnell Williams.
No.
I covered Carnell Williams. And Carnell Williams was a bad son of a –
Tank's good. He's a very quality SEC back. He is not Carnell
he ain't. He's not Cadillac. Carnell was special now. I covered that. I covered Carnell Williams. He was.
Did you take Carnell over Ronnie?
No, but it was close.
Ole Miss could not have defended that better on all fronts.
What Ronnie Brown would bring to the table was the physicality in addition to the breakaway stuff. And when they were together and both healthy, you talk about a handful now.
Were they there with Campbell? Was that that group?
Yeah, they went undefeated.
Yeah. They had one receiver that was pretty good too, right?
Yeah, had a handful of receivers that were good. Had Ben Obamanu, Devin Aromashadu, Mix, I think was his name, Bryant. Anthony Mix, I can't remember his name.
Then Carlos Davis was there.
Carlos Davis was there.
Good read by Nix on a hot route there. That was a good job. All the way around.
Sanders was the corner that played in the league for all
time. Ole Miss
time.
put pressure. Nix found his hot route off the pressure. Good tackle. Well played down.
Courtney Taylor. Who was the corner on that team that was so good? Played in the NFL for a long time. Junior Rosegreen was the safety. I don't remember who the corner was. Boy, Jaquez Jones just has a hard time moving.
Carlos
Rogers, yeah. God, he was a good player. Played for the Redskins for a long time, if I remember right. Can you say that since he played at the time, it was the Redskins? Is it okay?
I think he gets grandfathered in.
If not, I'd like to apologize formally to everyone who's offended.
When do they actually decide on their new name or anything?
I don't know. Supposedly it's Red Hawks, but it's hung up in.
Oh, really?
It's hung up in some court deal.
Is that the plane thing?
I'm not sure. Wow. To the one. I got to tell you, as a defense, you've got to make a play there when the ball's.
That ball hung.
You got to go make a play.
Was there a question? There was a problem? I think they're just going tempo because it's tempo.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to see the pass again. Well,
look,
Finley wasn't even looking.
Finley's not in position. He's not playing the ball.
He had his back to it the entire play.
Yeah.
Good safety play, and that ball's knocked down or picked.
A good safety play, and it's picked. 21-21, 2:57 to go in the third. We thought we'd have a close game, and here we have it. Yeah, Doors Rules makes a great point here. People talk about scheme. That's not scheme. That's got to go make a play. Quarterback just throws the ball down the middle of the field against his body off his back foot. You got to make him pay for that. Now, Williams is a hell of a receiver, but you got to go make a play.
But you can take Williams out of the play with good safety play.
Safety steps in front of that, picks it off.
Yeah.
JM, you answered your own question. That is a recruiting play right there. You're out recruiting some big-time safety. Hey, this is a play you make. See how close we are to being good? This is a play you make. And I get why that's frustrating for fans. I do. Ohio State now up 38-14.
Yeah, it's getting late early for Nebraska at this point. It's
Why not play Clowney and Britt? My guess is they just don't think they're ready. Physically, mentally, both. I don't know. Another day where writing a column is just absolutely impossible.
Sure, great, yeah. I don't know.
As a reminder, we're going to go straight into hand raise, guys. I mean, not straight. We might take 5 minutes to let ourselves collect ourselves and catch a breath. I think Chase has to put some pants on.
I have pants on.
Oh, you already have yours on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We'll go into it. We'll take your calls. We'll when the Lane Kiffin video and other video becomes available, we'll throw it up. Well, you can be worse. You can not be ready, and you can play people when they're just not physically ready, and it can set them back. I'm going to assume that we're not going to do the Plumlee thing here.
Nope, Crow.
John, I will try to make sure that Audition records it and we can put it up, but I don't know whether it'll be put up tonight or not. It might be tomorrow. It's a 16-yard gain.
Still having a major snap problem. It has become weak now.
Yeah.
Not even highs, it's just floating back.
I wonder if the wetness of the ball is impacting that a little bit.
Oh,
it comes back.
Yeah. Got 5. That's a long time to try to hold blocks if you're the Ole Miss receivers out there. Plays a little more slow developing, and I think they'd like. I mean, 3rd and 1. That play's been pretty good today.
That has been a good play. He got it. Yep. Wasn't pretty, but it worked.
Yeah. North Carolina now up 24-7 on Dave Doran and NC State. A block that worked, but on the outside. That was a good one.
Oh.
He just missed him, didn't he? Or was it a drop?
Mingo was a drop.
That was a drop.
Hit him right between the 1 and the 1. Can't throw it any better.
Auburn's held serve now.
Boy, that Mingo drop.
That drop.
That drop was big. Snoop didn't get his guy, and that broke the play up. So 20 seconds to go in the third quarter. Auburn's going to take over at its own 21-ish. And that's going to be the end of the third quarter. So it's a one-quarter football game in Oxford, 21-21, Auburn and Ole Miss headed to the fourth. Kind of what I thought we'd get is a really close game. I'll give you all some scores and some other games. Get this refreshed. Clemson up 27-14 over Syracuse. That game midway through the third. Ohio State late third up 38-17 over Nebraska. North Carolina up 24-7 over NC State. Kansas State just blowing out Kansas. No surprise there. 12-17 to go in the third. 41-7 Kansas State. Georgia Southern and Coastal Carolina, 5:30 to go in the third. They're tied at 14. Louisville up 31-14 over Florida State. That game early in the third quarter in Louisville. Florida State sucks. I'm glad we can finally admit that. They suck.
What's the score?
31-14. Rutgers leads Michigan State 28-13, 10-18 to go in the third there. Memphis leads Temple 20-15. That game 7:15 to go in the third. Tulane has an early lead over UCF at 7-3 with 9:22 to go in the first quarter there in Orlando.
Mingo's third drop of the season, has 11 catches.
Charlotte leads UTEP 21-14, 1:57 to go in the third. Liberty leads Southern Miss 28-7, 5:46 to go in the second quarter.
So Freeze found it, put it in gear a little bit once that 7-0.
Joe P says, Neal or Chase, where can I order a Kiffin bobblehead online short of eBay?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
They're giving them away a lot of places, but I don't know.
If you're coming to Oxford on a game day weekend, a lot of times they have a giveaway at the Oxford Exxon, but yes. I don't know.
No, they were giving 100 of them away today between certain hours there at Blue Sky.
The MAC gets started today. Mountain West gets started today.
What time did Jay go on air this morning?
Not till 10:15. He's a slacker.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's got you pretty much up to date on scores. Eli Manning doing push-ups on Twitter every time Ole Miss scores with his little boy on top of his back.
No pressure, kid.
That tweet, courtesy of Hogan Gidley, who apparently is a very bad American, according to some people.
Feels like a long time ago when Missouri beat LSU 45-41.
Just 2 weeks.
It's been 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Good play.
Nice play. Keydron Smith.
Yep.
Yes, Clanton, I'm a big Bell's fan. I've yet to have anything that Bell's makes that is not good, and their brown ale is great. The Two-Hearted Ale is my favorite, but I like everything they make. They have a Pilsner, the Great Lake Pilsner, that is fantastic, and I usually don't like Pilsners that much.
Can't let Seth Williams just sit in his own like that.
No, that's not That's not the idea.
Bell's out of Tennessee.
No, it's Wisconsin,
Is
right?
it Wisconsin? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Auburn at its own 40, 1st and 10, 13:53 to go on the snap. Get to midfield, first
well
down.
Executed play by Auburn.
Yeah, really well.
Tyson Fury plans to fight in London on December the 5th. Unknown opponent.
Won't be me.
He does not believe it will be a Deontay Wilder either. For Ole Miss, you might rather just give him the first down there instead of 2nd and 1.
Auburn to the Ole Miss 42, 13:16 to go and counting.
Auburn's starting to lean on Ole Miss a little too.
Yeah,
The defense is getting tired.
Yeah. That drop looms huge right now. Just hard to put it into words how big that drop is. I hate to do that to Mingo, but it is what it is. Just gashing. Auburn to the Ole Miss 30 here, 12:37 and counting to go.
They went from the 40 to the 28 in 3 pretty simple run plays. Big cushions out here on the bottom. Well, they're pressing a little now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought his knee was down. It's a good call. Good call.
It might have been 6. As
Oh, I think he scores, Chase. Good call, not executed well.
Yeah. Yes, Ole Miss's defense was better last year. Ole Miss's defense last year also had Josiah Coatney and Benito Jones on it.
Another break.
Ole Miss's defensive line was light years better last year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not even fair to compare the two.
Coatney and Shepard.
On behalf of last year's Ole Miss defensive line, I would like to formally request an apology from anybody comparing these two defensive lines.
They were pretty good up front. They were terrible everywhere else. Third and 12.
Play clock's down to 2, 1. He got it off. Oh.
Just can't allow
33 can't do that. Who's 33?
I mean, how do you set inside right there and allow that?
They're running it between the tackles here, boys. I'll give the linesman credit. He made a good spot there. It would have been real easy to give him 2 extra yards, and he didn't do it. Yeah. That was just physical right there.
Ole Miss in the place it continues to be in every single week. Although, honestly, today they put themselves here. You've had so many mistakes offensively to get a lead and get out of here that was a really poor defensive possession. There's no doubt about that. But defense has not played bad.
No, and Mingo has to catch that ball. It's just,
they ruined 3 possessions.
That's a 7-point drop.
In addition to a pick on the first series. They
didn't get the extra point.
In addition to the fake field goal. I mean, there's been points all over the board there.
10-12 to go, and Auburn just handed you an opportunity. Wrapped it up in an envelope right there. Guys, when you curse in the stream, YouTube's going to hang it up. They're not going to let it pass through. Just letting you know. Ole Miss will take over at its own 23.
Oh.
My goodness.
Might want to wake up, Tiger.
My goodness.
He freeze nodding along, going, I don't know.
We whipped him.
I hung half 100 last week, guys.
No one's questioning Hughes' ability to call a game and coach a team. All right, here we go. Big carry for Connor. Be 2nd and 3 here, I believe.
That dude who bet $8,000 to win $8 on Clemson today.
What are you thinking? He's just short. I think they're going to give it to him.
They actually moved. Yeah,
they're giving it to him.
Just to the right there.
It's interference.
Oh.
Probably a good no call.
Well, and like Elijah, there was contact, but he kind of gave up on the route. Like it was just sort of, he sort of gave up on the route a little bit. Busted play.
3rd and 3 from right here. 7 yards on a totally busted play. Yeah, we'll get you a time check in just a second, John.
Said it too.
8:40, 8:39, 8:38, 8:37, 8:36, 8:35, 8:34 in the snap. Good play. So Ole Miss first down and 10 at its own 45, 8:23 to go. 8:19, 8:17, 8:15. Corral gets 5 there to midfield.
It's a 19-second pause right now.
Okay.
I just timed it out. It's 19 seconds, at least from my computer.
7:49 in the snap. Oh, there's an open. Another first down for Ole Miss to the Auburn 37, 7:39-ish to go in the game.
(38-17) Ohio State over Nebraska at the end of the third quarter.
Nice tackle
Good
by
tackle.
9, yeah. Second and 6 here, my guess.
Yeah, he got 4 or 5.
Yeah. Great call.
Good vision, good clear into the zone there.
Yeah. Broker's having a nice game on that left tackle spot. Ole Miss first and 10 at the Auburn, just outside the 20. I think they'll probably call it officially the 20. 6:30 to go in the game.
On the 20 on the dot. End of the ball sitting in the stripe.
Auburn's going to take a timeout. So timeout Auburn, 6:23 to go, fourth quarter. Ole Miss trailing 27-21, first and 10 at the Tigers' 20. I keep running until they stop me. Now, in the red zone, you're going to have some issues because the field gets compressed. Yeah. Patrick says, "Don't score too soon."
I don't think they can run this baby out.
I don't think they can run 6.5 out here.
At this point, score quickly and try to get the damn thing back.
Yeah.
Frankly.
And if you're an Auburn fan right now, your absolute worst case scenario is in play.
Because they're not happy over there.
The 30-28 win on a field goal, that's in play.
Auburn fans don't like Kublik. What's their deal with him?
Probably he's not enough of a homer. They want him to be a total Auburn guy, and that's not Cole's deal. You don't get to do what you want to do if you're going to be a total fan. Cole wants to, and he's good enough to be a national guy. But if he labels himself as an Auburn guy, he's not going to get there.
He's getting popped pretty good in their thread.
Why is Jeremy F-Uing me? What did I do?
What'd you do?
I don't know. I mean, I'm cool with it, but I don't know what I did or said.
that series continues to just.
The
You
Plumlee,
just kicked the 2 field goals.
there's
it's
two
tied
series.
right
there's
now.
there's 2 series that are haunting Ole Miss potentially, and neither one is the early interception. It's the Mingo drop and the Plumlee quarterback series that got you nothing except for the fake field goal that didn't work. If Ole Miss loses, I'm writing about those 2 things, not the interception. Because at least to this point, knock on wood for Matt's sake, he's come back from that interception and played an okay game. I don't know that he was open before he threw the ball, is my guess. That's
They
probably
broke once it-
that probably was a good decision. It's there. That's a 36 gets away with the pull. Did you see that? Oh wow! How do you miss
But
that?
you're getting away from the run game. 2
Yeah.
straight throws here when you've gashed them down the field.
Oh, that's got to get called. That's got to get called. That's so obvious. That's got to get called. Third and 10. Got it.
Got it.
Oof.
He's hurt.
Yeah, I don't know that
Stinger.
Jonathan knows what country he's in right now.
I thought it was a shoulder stinger.
Oh, I thought it was a concussion. Ole Miss first and goal at the 5. 5:54 and counting to go. Touchdown.
Good play call there. Yeboah on that inside zone.
Yeah, don't get the penalty.
You need
Broker.
the extra point, guys. Don't. Yeah, Broker needs a get back guy. He gets a.
No one will ever accuse him of being timid.
No. He needs a get back guy. As soon as the play's over, hey, come on, all right, let's go.
Yeah. I hate to sound like a broken record. Pretty good series there by Matt Corral. The kick's good. 28-27 Ole Miss.
5:43 to go. Good blocking there. Good job.
Broker was trying to drive him through the end zone.
He was still blocking after he was in the end zone. It was.
Yeah.
Well, did you see the thing last week where he drove him out the back
On the play where Arkansas stopped him? Yeah.
It wasn't his fault.
No. His guy was taken care of.
Yeah. Video review. Check.
Clemson up 34-21 now, late third.
35-21. Yeah, I mean, look, they're going to win, but
Tell him we'll get in pretty much right after the game. I just talked to someone in Alabama and said, God, our week could be so easy.
oh, God. reading from Jay's stream a little bit. I expect to take an L here, but at least run up the score enough to have Gus whacked. 1 point isn't enough.
See, I disagree with him. I think a loss to this particular Ole Miss team from a perspective standpoint loses a fan base for good.
Can Auburn get another lucky win today? Jay actually took a bathroom break there. He doesn't do that very often. He doesn't go to many breaks.
Someone says this is 10,099% on Chris Landry. I'm not sure what Landry did. Did I miss something?
Oh, did you not see his first half drop there?
No.
Oh, yeah.
What did he do?
I don't
Oh.
know.
Oh, I'm not counting chickens, John. I'm just pointing out scenarios here with 5 something to go.
This isn't 2014 baseball when Neal's got the count up there with the outs in the 6th inning, giving an entire fan base a freaking heart attack.
I enjoyed it.
You felt confident at that point.
Well, I thought they were going to win, and it was funny to watch just the meltdown for the people who were very seriously angry at me. That was fun.
It was a pretty tense crowd until Perdzak's ball in the corner. It was,
yeah. All right, he's about to kick it right now.
Yeah, it was 19 or 20 seconds when I did it a few minutes ago. Did he touch that?
I don't know, but someone should land on it just in case.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. Better safe than sorry to go grab it, just on the off chance.
He missed it. Boy, he got lucky. Woo! I don't know.
That ball kind of
It's not the left hand, it's the right hand. I think it hit his right ring finger.
I think he touched it. Now, they're not going to get the call, but I think he touched it. Wow, they didn't even review it. Didn't even review it.
I think it hit a right finger. Watch his right hand.
Yeah, it hit his right hand.
It hit his right hand.
Yeah. How do you not at least stop and look?
I'm flabbergasted. Nick says left pinky. I thought it was
It's
his.
right
I thought
hand.
it was a right hand.
Yeah, it's
now, he
right
might have hit
hand.
his left pinky too, but it hit his right hand. Nice play there by Gill. I don't fault them for missing it. I fault them for not stopping and reviewing.
Oh, and frankly, somebody's got to get in a headset on lane and go, hey,
run out on the field and do calisthenics
something.
or something.
Care.
Yeah.
Well, make a good point. He chased the ball and then went, just stop because I can't get there anyway. So,
I mean, I completely understand missing it live because it happens so fast,
Yeah,
and
sure.
but our problem, Jacob, is that we're going to go right into our show. But somebody will ask that question if it comes to that. I assure you, we'll be able to get the video and get it to you.
also that deal too, where I mean, the official was in a bad position, not at his own fault, but it'd be where in the NFL they tell him, hey, go ahead and let it play.
Right.
We'll look in a second.
Is that what they called? That he'd already called it?
No. They didn't. No. They just said
Okay.
didn't touch it. My point being, though, the NFL officials are really told, hey, just let it go, and then we'll go back, and we can always stop it. But that way you don't deal with the Arkansas thing of, hey, well, I blew a whistle, and then you don't know if he's going to fall on it, that kind of thing. How in the hell?
Well, you missed it. Oh, and you know what else? He was blowing his whistle and doing the touchback before Ole Miss landed on it. They didn't let it play out. Ooh.
Just got to catch the football.
3rd and 20 right here.
I mean,
I'm telling y'all what happened. When they looked at that replay, they realized that an official had been doing that before anybody got there, and they said, F it, let's go.
But it would have been clear recovery.
I guess the whistle would have been blown. I mean, I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you,
because the kid stopped.
They missed it. I mean, we're saying the same thing. I'm just kind of telling you they're going to rule it differently. Big time play by Miles Battle.
Williams is a really good player. He's a damn good player. Mentally, though, he gets so shook by anything that he doesn't give me the premier wide receiver mental vibe. That was a little lucky, but good play. A little face guard in there, but
he didn't do it in a way that made it so brutally obvious where the referee had to call it.
Yeah. Oh, no, I don't think it was a penalty. He just, it was, look, and I'm not, again, the kid hadn't played defense. I'm not blaming him at all.
Ooh.
Get
Battle.
Peter, get the hell out of the way.
Battle almost ran right into it. All right, well, 4:50 to go. Auburn down to 2 timeouts.
And it's at the 40?
It's at the – Ole Miss has it at its own 45. You get a couple of first downs right here. Keep it on the ground, get 2 first downs, and this game's over. No, you don't go to Plumlee. No, you people. The last time. Are they what? Is Rogers on drugs? What?
Now he's saying stay in tempo.
I don't completely disagree with that.
I don't like completely changing your identity.
But he wants Plumlee in there so bad he doesn't know what to do.
He got it. And now you're 3rd and 14.
I know everybody wants to make this guy football Jesus. He's not that much more athletic than Corral.
And now you're in a throwdown.
Corral's better at the mesh than Plumlee is. And in fairness to Corral, he's getting more reps. I should say in fairness to Plumlee, Corral's getting more reps there.
Now you're trying to throw it. I don't know what the... punt.
for the love of God.
Are they being serious right now?
Punt the football. It's field goal. It's a. What are they drinking? What am I drinking? What?
He's going to try to draw them. Right?
I mean, Chase, I guess. Yeah.
He was trying to draw.
Yeah.
Well, but they took a timeout, which you don't need to. I don't like the timeout there. Who gives a damn about the 5 yards on a punt?
Because you might need that timeout.
Yeah, you might need that later. I don't like that.
2:33 to go. Ole Miss 4th and 5 at its own 45-yard line. Is that right, or is it midfield?
I thought it's midfield. It's 2:33 to go.
Up one. You're punting the football. Well, you were just never mind.
It's the second down play call that I have. Like the first down, like okay,
the Plumlee call.
Yeah, that's it. But the first down was fine.
So Auburn will take over. 2:25 to go.
They need about
at its zone 20. Yeah, Carlson probably good from 45 in. A little wet. Field not great. Missed an extra point, although he didn't miss it. It was a fumbled snap.
Yeah, I would think they'd be trying to get to somewhere around the 27.
Auburn has 2 timeouts, so they're not in a hurry.
At all. You don't see an empty set much today. Sam Williams, is it Sam?
Almost got ball there. .212 and counting. 2nd and 14 for Auburn at the Auburn 16-yard line. 2:05, 2:04, 2:02, 2 minutes. 159.
Just way too soft.
It's going to be 3rd and about 1.5.
I mean, that was frankly a prevent defense there.
Yeah. 3rd and 1.5 for Auburn at its own 20. Officially, it's 29. He fumbled.
He did fumble, but they got it back.
First down for Auburn to its own 31, 1:43 and counting to go. Wow.
It's just a miscommunication there for Auburn.
So 2nd and 10 for Auburn, 1:25 to go at its own 32.
Looked like that was a bit of an option right out there, and he cut inside instead of kind of sitting and going back out.
On 31. Okay, I stand corrected.
Yeah, they're over here.
Pickup of 10. A little soft there, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, they're kind of ballooning over the top right now.
He's going to score. And that might be a blessing because you're going to get an opportunity with the ball.
It's going to be 111 at the kick.
Auburn's going to go for 2. Longest play of the year for Auburn.
Looked like Corey Peterson.
It did.
Back in 97. Kind of a little rollout there, hit him 2 yards in.
Williams is a stud. Ole Miss has nobody who can really guard him. So 111 to go. Got to have a touchdown, obviously. Yeah, I hate naming names here, but there are a couple of guys in the secondary that just can't be on the field in big SEC games. Just not good enough.
Pulling in both levels of it, too. They're not missing tackles. You're not covering. I mean, it's not even like you're sacrificing one for the other right now.
And they're in there because there's nobody else to play.
Oh, yeah.
You got to go get them. You got to go get recruits.
Dropped interception, too.
Yeah, it was a big one.
$111 to go, 75 yards.
2 timeouts. You can do it. I don't understand. There's plays in this game I don't understand. The obsession with playing Plumlee in the second half boggles my mind.
They're going quick anyway.
Oof.
Throw was fine, but he threw into triple coverage. But I mean, the pass was on target. It wasn't.
Yeah, no, it was a good throw.
I mean,
yeah. When they're dropping 8 right now, you're going to have to go underneath.
Got the first down.
Got a first down. Clock's going to stop for a minute.
They drug him to the first down.
Ole Miss at its own 36, 59 seconds to go and counting. Ole Miss has 2 timeouts.
You have to go, though.
Got to hustle. You don't have 10 seconds to look to the sidelines. Got to call timeout here.
Yeah.
Got to call a timeout here.
What are you doing? Has not been good clock management to this
at
point.
all. Looked to the sideline for 10 seconds. Didn't take a timeout when you should have. 26 seconds to go. Ole Miss at its own 49. Need 51 yards in 26 seconds. Auburn will happily give them 5-yard routes. No.
Now you have to get out of bounds. Got it and out of bounds at least. 17 seconds at the 40.
Officially at the 40. Going to have to take a shot or two here soon.
Got about 4 plays.
3 to 4, yeah.
Now you got 3 plays.
Well, they're dropping him into – it's going to be so hard. You almost going to have to take a shot into the end zone and hope for a tip kind of a thing. All right, take your timeout.
Yep, probably 2 plays.
Got 2 plays. Probably need to take 2 shots.
You just throw 2 balls into the end zone now.
Throw 2 balls. I guess you still have a timeout left, so you could go under one time and set up a 1 shot. Or are they the 29? Yeah, 29-yard line. I mean, if they give you an underneath route, you can take it real quick because you can then take 1 shot. Auburn's going to take a timeout. A lot of plays you can point to. The call in the end zone, certainly. Keydron Smith not finishing that interception. You got to finish that play. I'm not sure that ball didn't hit both hands. See, they bailed that official out, Chase. I'm just telling you that's what they did. I'm not saying it was the right thing, it was the wrong thing, but I'm telling you that's what they did. He was blowing his whistle and doing the thing. Ooh. Yeah, and you just can't pin the whole damn thing on officiating right now. I mean, this is a perfectly thrown ball, hits him in stride. He's going to get down to the 5-yard line, and you're going to have a shot. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah. you can do the officiating thing till you're blue in the face, but Ole Miss is going.
Well, it's 2 things. It's Ole Miss isn't good enough to overcome the officials.
Right.
And they make plenty, you know what I mean? Like it's
But like that's unforced. Keydron Smith not catching the ball, unforced. Jonathan Mingo with the big drop, unforced. Learning how to win is so hard. Like, that was a great call. Auburn was worried about the end zone, and they get underneath it right here. I mean, look at that. I mean, he's to the 5 minimum.
the only bad thing that could happen there was he actually breaks a tackle and time runs out.
Right. He ran past the line of scrimmage anyway.
Why not just throw it into the end zone?
I don't know. Corral was past the line of scrimmage when he threw it.
Yeah. Well, Auburn fan base got the absolute worst thing that could have happened. Oh,
Whew. Oh, stop. Lord help.
I know why he's doing this game now. But.
That is as frustrated as you will see a coach. So it's a final from Vaught Hemingway, 35-28 Auburn. We will we'll be back really soon. We're going to be able to download, I think, the Kiffin press conference. We'll bring that to you during hand raise, guys. We'll get Jeffrey Wright with us in just a few minutes. So we'll just kind of talk about it for a minute. We'll take a second here. We'll put the bear up, kind of get our things in order, and we'll be back with you very shortly with hand raise, guys. So catch your breath, and get something to drink, and we'll talk about it here in just a little bit. Thanks for being with us for the MPW digital watch party. We'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back in to hand raise, guys. I'll get everything set up from a graphic standpoint. One of the only negative to this from a graphic standpoint is that you have to kind of set it on the fly. I don't know that anybody cares at all right now. Auburn beats Ole Miss 35-28. A lot to talk about. We will take your calls. We'll talk to Jeffrey Wright here in a minute, get some of his quick thoughts, and go from there. There's a lot of focus on that blown call in the end zone, which was clearly blown, and there's so much other stuff to talk about as well. Neal, McCready, Chase Parham here with you, so getting everything kind of set up from a sort of look okay standpoint.
Yeah, look, it's not one thing. It's a lot of things right now. Auburn winning 35-28 over the Rebels. Look, yeah, no doubt. Ole Miss should have been up 8 points. Auburn should have been having to get that 2-point conversion to
tie it.
Ole Miss should have been having a position to go down, maybe kick a field goal to win a game right there. There's no doubt about that. All those things are true. In addition to that, Ole Miss had mistakes on all sides of the football today, and that includes coaching, frankly. Offense, about the first possession, about just the way they had drops all day long, receivers really letting down the Ole Miss quarterbacks today. We'll get into the Plumlee thing a little bit as well. The defense, relative to who they are, played well enough for Ole Miss to win a football game today. I know Auburn drove down the last thing. I know you go up the big play. They could have had the pick. They could have had a lot of things. One play would have turned this game in a lot of different directions. A lot of different plays would have turned this game. The defense played okay, though. The offense, this is what this season is. The offense is going to have a burden on it, and that burden is going to be there for 10 games this season as they play out the schedule. And they mismanaged the clock in both halves, coaching-wise. They wasted the possession between the fake field goal and the Plumlee stuff, at least the play calls. I'll tell you what's happening right now. I will say this, and I'm sure there are 10 threads. I haven't seen them all about Plumlee. What's going on right now is worst case, because you're switching them out. When Plumlee comes in, he's not running a full offense. He's running a couple zone reads and then coming out, or he's on uncertain down and distances but not other down and distances. You're putting Corral back in, but he's still doing the quarterback thing, so you're still keeping the maybe thing in there. It is literally, from a standpoint of cohesiveness, it might be worst case of what you could be doing between those two quarterbacks at the moment. At least it's kind of what it feels like right now. The penalty or the lack of a turnover, looms large to me because, like I said, Ole Miss is not a great football team. And yeah, you go, hey, what if they've done this, and this? True, but they're far from a perfect team. They're not good enough to play perfect football, to overcome those type of breaks when they go against them. And again, that was completely unforced. It was Auburn screwing up. But you understand what I mean? When you go, well, I get that didn't matter, but I get that matters a lot, but what if they'd made this play, and this play? Well, they're not good enough for that. The pick there when the ball, I think one of his teammates actually jarred the ball out of his hands a little bit. That's probably the winning play that wasn't made else on that drive. But yeah, Ole Miss is what it is right now. It can't overcome extra things, and I thought that on the whole, decision-making and unforced errors on all three phases, frankly, were the issue today and what gave this game away. Ole Miss, it's a decent Auburn team, but far from a good Auburn team. They're pretty average relative to how I've seen the Tigers in a lot of years.
Yeah.
And it was there for the taking. I haven't been over to Jay's stream in the last 15, 20 minutes, but I would assume they're pretty pissed off. Ole Miss fans are pretty pissed off. That was worst case scenario for all teams right now because Auburn gets the lucky break to win. Their fans are mad at Gus. They want him out. Ole Miss doesn't get the win, and frankly, it's the first of the games where you can pin it on decision-making in a lot of ways.
There's no question about it.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it becomes – it's kind of worst case for everybody right now as, look, this season is what it is. Nothing's going to happen from an overall momentum standpoint with a season for Ole Miss, but this is one they could have had, and this is the one that everybody's got to look at. They've got to take ownership of, and frankly, I would expect, or if you're advising Lane Kiffin, you have him take ownership of this loss as a coaching staff after this football game.
Jeffrey Wright, our friend from 92.9 ESPN in Memphis, joins us as he always does after the game. Jeffrey, how are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How about yourselves?
Oh, we're good. Chase was just kind of breaking things down a little bit. I didn't disagree with any of that. I'm curious, we hadn't talked to you throughout the game. What sticks out to you about the difference between a win and a loss here for Ole Miss?
Well, I think obviously the fan reaction is going to focus on the kickoff, and I'm curious to know from y'all's opinion. Jordan Rodgers was going nuts, acting like that was clear and obvious. I didn't see anything where I go, that for sure hit his hand. Did y'all?
Yeah, because the ball moves back to the field or the boundary side. You know what I mean? That right hand, it's not the left hand. Everybody focused on that left hand.
I actually think it hit both hands.
But to me, the right knuckle knocked it back toward the sideline for me.
I'll tell you what I thought happened, Jeffrey, and I've watched the replay a few times. I want to talk to a couple of people and see if I'm right. I have a theory that's going here that in my mind is gaining credibility by the minute. I think he didn't call anything initially. The referee with his face to the play.
This is the big problem. This is what Steve Shaw. This is what I've been ranting about for the better part of a decade. They've got bad officials, and Mark Curls is one of the worst of them. He has been suspended multiple times. He's terrible. I do not understand why he continues to call football games. He's really bad.
So he misses the call. The kid for Auburn kind of looks at him like, I didn't touch it. But the line judge on the other side is coming running into the end zone, and he's blowing his whistle and making the touchback gesture. And I'm telling you, they got quick in that replay booth and went, we can't do it. Go. I'm just telling you.
If he does not touch it, it's a touchback.
Yeah.
Yes. But he did touch it. And so it should have been a fumble. It should have been. But what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure I'm communicating this to either you or Chase because I don't think either one of you are completely understanding what I'm saying.
No, I understand. You're saying that they weren't going to have the official.
I'm saying that if they – what I'm saying, guys, is –
line judge.
What I'm saying is had they reviewed the play and determined that, yes, the receiver for Auburn had touched the ball, had they had that oh shit moment, oh shit, he touched it. Now what? We blew it dead before Tylen Knight recovered it.
Again.
Didn't they rewrite the rule this week or whatever after I thought they rewrote the rule after the Arkansas mishap that now, even in that situation, if there's a clear recovery, and it was obvious there would have been a clear recovery, like that's the problem.
Yeah, you can give possession as long as the recovery was clear. And I mean, to me, now look, they're going to come out. They're going to protect themselves. They're going to come out with some statement in the middle of the week, and they're going to say the same thing they said against Arkansas, and they're going to say that them blowing the whistle prevented the receiver from potentially chasing the football. That's what's coming.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, no, I fundamentally agree with that. Like, I just think, yet again, this has been the same point that I've made for 10 years now. This league makes too much money to have as bad of officials as they consistently do.
Agreed.
My point has never been they're dramatically, like that. That these are conspiracies. That they're paid from Birmingham, so therefore they want Auburn.
They were covering their own ass today.
Bad officials.
They were covering their own ass today, and here's the reason why, guys. Okay, like people go, it clearly did this. No, it wasn't clear. It wasn't clear live. They needed to be reviewed, and that review was going to take a minute because before you make a call that big, you've got to look at it. And you've got to go, okay, are we sure? Are we absolutely sure? That would have – here's my point. Y'all follow along. Tell me if I'm crazy.
No, go ahead.
No,
would have taken –
you're deciding the game. You would be deciding the game with replay.
Yes. Well, going a long way towards it. So in that particular play where we're talking about did a ball brush a tip of a finger or the edge of a knuckle, okay? The question would be that review would have taken 3 minutes. We would have been watching 8,000 reviews. They did not look at that long enough at all, and that's the reason I'm telling you they said over that deal, and we can't do this. We can't do this. We've got to. It's not Brett's going to protect the league. I'm telling you guys. I'm not going to fight it all day long. It's just not worth it. They're protecting their own patheticness ineptitude.
Incompetence.
It's not about protecting Auburn. Auburn's not winning the West. There are no bowl games. No one's covered by bowl games or any of that crap this year. They're not doing that. It's not that. They're incompetent. Now, at some point, I do want to get to the rest of this, because if we're going to, if you're Ole Miss,
my biggest problem was that call was going to allow for cover for, my opinion,
a poorly coached football game.
A poorly coached football game, and Corral was better today, but I mean, I don't know if Chase posted the PFF scores, but he was in the 20s last week. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen a score that low. Like, it was that bad. Guys, that pick in the end zone.
It was bad, but he recovered from that. Here's my problem, and help me understand it.
Sure.
Listen, that was Matt Corral's 9th start. So we're still in year 1, and that was a passable start on his part. He made one bad throw. He recovered from it. He made a bunch of really good throws, including the really good throw there at the end to Kenny Yeboah that would have given Ole Miss a shot at the 5-yard line. That was a big-time throw.
My brother was in the stadium and told me, they sit at the 50, and he said from my angle, he said he was going to score.
Well, he was going to get awfully close, and he made several of those throws, Jonathan. Mingo dropped one.
Yep, that was
a huge drop. It led to it was a swing in the game. It was a 7-point swing. The Yeboah drop just then at the end. There was a lot of throws that Matt Corral made that won't show up in the books as me saying, as the guy that feels like I'm defending the kid, and I'm not. He had a horrific game a week ago and could not have started the game worse today. He came back. I do not understand. I can't remember the exact moment in the game. Ole Miss was up and got a stop, and they had the 3 and out, and then they had another possession coming off of a I guess when Auburn had the muffed punt. They go to John Rice Plumlee, and this isn't me picking on John Rice Plumlee, Jeffrey, but tell me where I'm wrong here. If I'm wrong, the package that's in for him is so limited that everyone knows what's coming, and it's ineffective.
Well, all you have to do is watch the safeties. The safeties go from when Corral's in there, you don't see the safeties in the picture. And when Plumlee's in there, the safeties are playing no more than 8 yards. And, you look at the rushing total and, you sit there and you go, well, he was effective. He was 8 carries for 48 yards. Well, if you look deeper at that, he had a 37-yard run and he had a 9-yard run. So 40, or I guess they changed it to 8. 45 of his 48 yards came on 2 runs, and then the rest are either 1-yard runs or stuffs, and they're just wasted plays. And if you're going to put him in there, and they are going to play as they do against him, at some point he has to be able to take a shot over the top, and I don't necessarily blame them, because this is the problem. He cannot throw the football. I mean, even his completion, guys, was a bad throw, and it was like a little flip pass. So
yeah, it was a play that Yeboah went up and got it.
Yeah, and if they're not even going to, on first, because here's my opinion, like, what's the difference in getting stuffed for no gain versus trying to take a shot and have a play that could maybe change the way that they defend you?
Well, here's my thing with Corral is if he's your quarterback, and very clearly through 5 games he is, you're gonna have to ride with him a little bit.
No, I thought Chase was spot on when he said this is pretty much worst case scenario. You're doing the rotational thing and you're giving both sides the argument that they want, and so it ends up just. I do not see how this is good for either kid.
Well, it's not. And at some point, you got to quit worrying about Plumlee. You got to quit worrying about Plumlee's feelings. If he's not going to play anywhere else, and he's going to be a backup quarterback, who runs their program through a backup quarterback?
Well, and frankly, I thought his first possession was fine had you just stopped.
Well, yeah, that was a hey.
I thought that was a good.
There's nothing wrong with a package to have a changeup. Like,
sure,
people do that, but I'm with Neal. The biggest problem was you are looking at a situation where Auburn is reeling, and now they've started screwing up. The punt snap, it's 1st and 10. Where was it? The 23.
I can't remember. Right in there. I mean,
it's right inside the 25-yard line, and you run that package out there. Well, that's what Auburn wants you to do, because now the field has shrunk, and you can't really spread them out. They can just play at the line of scrimmage, and they're going to be able to muck it up. And so that was a head-scratching one. I personally, despite being a holder who had fake field goals, I hate fake field goals.
Oh, it was a dumb call. You're asking Luke Logan to run to the edge against an SEC defense.
It's this, like, why are you asking someone that you would never give the ball to?
It's asking me to be a hair model. It is. It's the exact same thing. It's, hey, we're going to trick them. No, either kick it there or go for it on 4th and 5. That's too cute. You're asking a kid who's not there, was not recruited to be an athlete, and to outrun 4 SEC defenders to the boundary. It's an unrealistic request.
And I'm sure what they would say is, we've watched Auburn and they're very aggressive off the edge trying to block.
Sure.
It's like, that's fine. Like, I get it. Like, you saw something, but in that situation, I don't understand it. Like, you're building your brand as being aggressive on 4th down. If you're going to go for it,
go for it.
Run your offense.
Yeah, go for it. Either go for it or kick a field goal.
Take some point.
And again, look, I know people are going to go, if they don't win enough games, this recruiting is going to go to hell. That's not how recruiting works, and recruiting's not going to go to hell. They're still putting a product on the field that kids go, boy, they're not far away, and all that stuff. So before everybody does the jumping off a bridge, it's all over, let's fire people thing, that's ridiculous. Stop. It is a weird year in a weird year, and weird stuff is happening.
Like what I talked about on my show on Thursday, how we spent all summer, bargaining, saying we're going to be responsible with football this year. We're not going to overreact. We understand the only thing that matters is, let's just play some football. We'll enjoy it. We'll be reasonable. In fact, we will be thankful. We will not overreact. And literally, like, as soon as kickoff happens, fire them all. Get rid of them.
Yeah, it's silly. But I get the frustration.
No, I do too. I mean,
it's time.
I've got a unique environment this year. I'm watching my wife. She's gotten invested again, and it is
we're living and dying with all plays now. We're in.
So Carly's used to Dad yelling at the light box as she looks at it, because most of the time her supper's involved usually, but he's not used to Mom, or she's not used to Mom here just yelling and having to run it. At one point we start cleaning the house. Like, she's a little out of sorts with Mom going berserk. Dad, it's just like she just keeps sleeping.
I'm surprised, and I'm not criticizing some of the people in the thread. It's Corral's not setting the world on fire. I'm not saying Corral's setting the world on fire. Here's my point, and I don't think anybody's getting it. You're not playing for this year right now. What is very clear is that Plumlee is not your guy. That's the obvious part. It's debatable whether you think Corral is your quarterback for the next 2 years. It is not debatable whether Plumlee is or is not. He is not. So there's no point in doing this anymore. Kiffin did the tweet this morning about, hey, we're going to play more and all that. Okay, why? I got the one early on. He's not bringing anything. Jalen Waddle got hurt for Alabama on the kickoff. He's not bringing anything to it. Nothing. He brings nothing to the table right now in this offense. People talk about what he did last year. Last year's gone. They're running a completely different system. The program's completely different than it was a year ago. There's absolutely no point to keep talking about that, in my opinion.
Well, I would even add this.
Then, didn't he?
Well, he looked down on the ground.
Part of it.
Go ahead. Sorry, Jeffrey. Go ahead.
As Neal has pointed out, one of the biggest objectives of this season for Lane Kiffin, and one of the biggest, honestly, one of the biggest objectives for whether or not this program is going to be successful under him, is he's trying to create excitement. He's trying to create a brand of football that will allow him to recruit at the level he wants to recruit at.
Yeah.
There is a 0.0% chance that John Rice Plumlee can operate the offense that has allowed for him to create this kind of excitement. The best excitement you can create with John Rice Plumlee was what we saw with Rich Rodriguez.
Yeah.
It's a lot of, hey, you'll get down 28-0, but when everyone else starts playing cover 4, they're just trying to get rid of the game, you might be able to break some long runs. But how are you going to recruit receivers to that? How are you going to recruit big-time tight ends to that? How are you going to create, honestly, how are you going to recruit running backs to that? Because in the end, it's like, hey, we're trying to, at least look at it in terms of, if you're talking about just trying to recruit a big-time running back, look at how many carries guys get, and look at how many runs they get against favorable looks. So they give you opportunities for big plays, big runs. With Plumlee in there, you have 11 in the box.
Yeah, I don't think it works. Chase has talked about this all season. The other thing that's missing right now is a consistent second target. Auburn did what South Carolina's going to do in a few weeks, and they're going to lock up Elijah Moore. They're going to try to take him away from a
question. You look at, okay, let's also break down game 3. What did Arkansas do? They basically said, "Where's 8?" Okay. We're going to put one guy on him. We're going to put one guy over the top of him. We're going to double him. And when Corral still tried to throw to him, it was somewhat predictably intercepted. But in fairness to Corral, I think today he was trying to work to those second guys. And, I'm not going to kill Yeboah because he's been a good player for him. But, I mean, guys, we're not talking about tough catches that he was dropping.
No, I mean, even on the opening series, I mean, it put Ole Miss behind in a weird spot right there off the beginning. I mean, they caught the ball better than their talent level through 3 weeks.
Yeah,
I think probably fair, and we've kind of always talked about this, just like in sports in general. When someone plays well, we kind of make that the baseline. When in reality, it's like, well, no, they're probably exceeding expectations. But once you've seen it, that just becomes the baseline. It's the same thing Tennessee deals with Jarrett Garantano. It's the fact that, people have seen him make some good throws, and so they think like, oh, well, he can do it. It's like, well, no, he's been an average quarterback. Like, he's always made some good throws, then he makes some horrific throws. That's why he is what he is. But I think that's probably a fair point to make about some of the receivers. The only guy that's consistently been, dependable and delivered has been Moore, and now defenses are saying, that's great, we're not going to let him beat us.
So Ole Miss gets they get Vanderbilt next week if that game gets played. Keith Carter was optimistic. People I've talked to at Vanderbilt are kind of cautious, not pessimistic or optimistic, just cautious.
Sure.
And then there's an open
barring
date.
anything crazy is going to win that game next week. They go into an open date at least off a win. And look, it's 10 weeks. Everybody's bowl eligible. As Jeffrey said, I mean, it is what it is. The season's not whatever. But from a strictly how this mood's going to go the rest of the year, that is one hell of a fairly decent big game against South Carolina coming out of that break for a mood game.
For sure. For sure.
I mean.
But what you do see, and if I'm them, I'm on the phones today. I'm calling every defensive front seven kid with athleticism and size. I mean, on the flip side of the offensive questions that we have, I got to actually give a little credit to DJ Durkin and Chris Partridge because today they got every drop of orange out of the fruit. There's just not much there.
Wide receiver covering a first-round draft pick?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're out there with Miles Battle actually making a play in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. And actually for them, I mean, I know Williams made the big touchdown grab, but until that play, they did a really good job on him all day.
Well, look, I told Neal 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Auburn had only been in the red zone twice. That's a win. You got to have a lead. You got to be up in the football game at that point because fair or not, it's not fair, but it is what it is. That offense, that's what I said a minute ago. The offense has that level of burden right now. If your defense is only going to give up 2 red zone possessions in 2.5 quarters, you've got to be up 10 points right there. It's got to be a 2-possession game in your favor.
Yeah, if you hold Auburn to 14 points in the first half, you've got to go into the thing with the lead, and they didn't, and that's where Corral forcing that throw first quarter, that at least get 3 points there. Go up 17-14. Take that lead into the house.
And I do kind of want. I don't want it to seem like I'm killing Corral. I'm not. I agree with everything Neal said. Like he made a big mistake. That was, pardon my French, a shitty route by Elijah Moore.
It was. No, he didn't get. Listen, he didn't get much help today.
No,
he didn't get much help today at all. I'm going to say this. He's played 9 games as a starter. That today was some growth on his part. I'm surprised more people aren't seeing it. There was some mental growth on his part today. He could.
The biggest mistake he made was the final play of the game. I mean, I get it. Like the odds of you scoring there are, I would guess, less than 1%.
But I've seen NFL quarterbacks make that mistake.
The ball 5 yards in front of the line.
No, you got to just throw it. You got to give him a chance. But again, the play before that, Yeboah's got to catch that ball. That ball's put on the money, in stride.
With the DBs on their heels because they were all backing up, trying to.
Yeah, they're going to have to tackle a freight train inside the 5-yard line. You've got a timeout. He's probably going to get somewhere around the 3 with 3 seconds left, timeout, and you're going to have a shot. Which is
y'all talked about. What did y'all think about not taking the timeout? It was like a gain of 8.
It was
that was the bad one. Because he looked at the sidelines for several minutes too. I mean, I think they lost 13 seconds.
Yeah, it was. And before that, it went from 51 to 41 on snapping the ball, looking to the side for a play. It's like, come on, I know you practice this. You got to go. You don't have 10 seconds to look to the sideline for a call.
When they didn't call the timeout, I actually was like, okay, because I thought they were going to do what they've been really good at all year is they run a play, they get a positive gain, they line up in a different formation and snap it immediately, and they get you misaligned, and I thought they were going to get a touchdown play, but once they started looking over to the sideline and it was very obvious that was not the case, then I thought, well, I don't understand that one.
You know, the Auburn fans that want Gus gone, talk about some bad luck. The call last week for sure, 2 weeks ago, and then this one probably, they should be 1-4 right now.
Well, isn't that kind of the point? Like, I thought we've all kind of like joked, whatever, when trying to pick an Auburn game, pick the result that will probably make their fan base the most upset, because it feels like when, like normally, you know, we used to have on the intro, I found the radio call of the Auburn color guy, and Auburn just not getting any kind of calls last few weeks. They ran like a play with 13 guys on the field against Ole Miss, and nothing was called. It's now kind of funny. It's like they're getting calls, but I feel like Auburn fans don't want the calls. Like, no, you can keep them.
Oh, I mean, there's a large segment right now. I mean, I'm kind of sitting in Jay's chat while we're talking too. I mean, they're pissed. The average Auburn fan's pissed right now. So I said both fan bases left that game unhappy and mad at somebody.
I mean, two of my lifelong friends are big Auburn guys, and I mean, one is a little more. He's not necessarily like pro Gus. He's just like, his deal is Gus at least coaches to the average, and he's convinced that Auburn, because Auburn's weird, won't get someone that can consistently coach to the average. So he's like fine with it. Everyone else though in that group is just like they're done with him.
Yeah, I mean that's the broad opinion.
I think the other big thing, like when we talk about numbers and statistics, was there a less impressive 23 of 30 for 238 than Nick's today?
No, he's just okay. That's what he is. He's just an okay quarterback.
I don't feel like they allow him to get his feet in the game as much as they probably could. I feel like it might get him into the game a little more. I thought they found more rhythm when they did run the ball with some zone reads, let him get out on the outside a little bit and pick up some yards with his feet. He doesn't trust his line at all, and his feet are so bad in the pocket. It's look for Seth Williams, and it's not there. We're just going to freak out in the pocket and heave it somewhere.
When is the time they've been this bad up front both ways? I can't remember.
Oh, forever.
It's been a long time.
Well, 2012.
And that's why their fans are so mad.
Yeah, 2012.
Their fans look at it, and they see what's the products on the field, and unlike Ole Miss, which is in year 1 or year 0, however you want to classify this, they look at it and go, we've been this for a while. This is what we are, and this isn't good enough. And now we can't get him to be bad enough to get rid of him. And they run the risk of being that NBA team that is the 7 seed every single year.
Ole Miss averaged 5.5 a carry in the run game, ran for 283 yards today on 51 carries. Matt Corral, 16 of 27, 154, 1 and 2.
Yeah,
I mean, and got as many tackles for loss as Auburn did.
Do what?
Ole Miss got as many tackles for loss as Auburn did.
Oh, look. Auburn couldn't stop Ole Miss's run game. I mean, Ole Miss gashed them all day long. Neither defense got a whole lot of negative plays.
Did I lose you, Jeffrey?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, you look at it. Ole Miss had as many TFLs. Their TFLs were for 42 yards versus 23 for Auburn, and they got 2 sacks. And that should not be the case. I don't think from what I've seen. I mean, I think the Ole Miss defensive line tries really hard, but they're grossly outmatched, and that to me, that result is alarming. If I'm an Auburn person.
Yeah.
Well, man, thanks for the time. Appreciate it as always.
All right, guys, enjoy it.
Later,
right.
Jeffrey.
That's Jeffrey Wright. Our thanks to him for his time post game again. Still waiting to see some stuff pop up on the FTP. To my knowledge, it's not there yet. I'm going to try to grab it when it does, and we'll hear from Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ole Miss could easily be. I guess they could be 3 and 2, whatever, right now. But I mean, did break.
Yeah, questionable to return. I'm gonna guess he does not come back.
It turned awkwardly when he was on the ground. I mean, I have no idea, broken, not broken, or whatever. But
let's see.
Shows you, somebody said it in the thread or on the board or somewhere as I was kind of answering some questions and things. It does show you the craziness of this 10-game SEC only season. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because you get the gimmies and you get whatever, you know what I mean? And Ole Miss is sitting here at 3 and 2 right now with only 2 of these league games, or you're even 3 and 3 or whatever. This is going to create some expectation issues from an overall season standpoint for a lot of programs. But I mean, here's the thing: Ole Miss could have easily lost the Kentucky game. They could have won the last 2. I mean, they're essentially 1 and 2 in toss-up games at this point. They have the 2 losses, the games that they were probably not. I mean, I know they could have won the Alabama game. You know what I mean, Neal? With Alabama and Florida. I'm really interested. I mean, so we're looking for it now. It's probably happening right now or right after. I haven't seen what Lane says today, because it's where Jeffrey had a really good point. I mean, this did not look like Lane's brand today at all. This looked coaching in a way that did not follow what we've kind of come to expect from Lane Kiffin. From here's how you go about things offensively, defensively, coaching, whatnot.
So
it felt out of sorts.
So what did you think the Plumlee stuff in the second half was? There was a chance to go for the throat, and he goes with Plumlee. There was never a chance it would work. The first down play, the second down call was awful. What do you think that was?
He was only on the second down play, right?
No, he was in the entire possession.
Oh, you're talking about the fake field goal series. Okay.
You had chances. You had a couple of opportunities there.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the one series that I think you most want back of anything, because of the situation that you mentioned. The second down play on the later series was a problem, but he only was in for the one play.
So why do you think, though? You're not fooling anybody at this point. What is that, to appease the kid? Is the kid what is that? Because hold on, because there was a thing this morning, and people can do the whole it's really cute and it's Lane and that tweet this morning with Plumlee was weird. It was weird, and I'm sorry, y'all can get as mad at me as you want to. It was weird. It looked like you're trying to appease something or someone, and then you play him today in spots where it made no sense to play him.
It looked like you were appeasing or making fun of the conversation, one or the other.
Did we miss something? Because somebody put the word controversy in quotes.
Yeah, we did not hear it, if so.
I don't read other people's stuff.
Did Lane, anybody in the stream, help me? But prior to the game on television or on the radio, did Lane say anything about the tweet, the Plumlee picture, any of that stuff? Was that said anywhere? Because I'm sticking to my point. It's bogging things down, because even when John Rice is in, he's not running a full system at all.
No.
It's
No, he's not doing anything. And they don't.
and the defenses are closing.
Well, they don't believe in him, or else he'd be playing more. And Corral had some momentum after the pick. He did. This Corral was not good today thing. Yeah, he was off to a very bad start, but he bounced back from it. He actually was playing pretty well in the third quarter, into the fourth quarter. Made some plays. Taking the game out of his hands at that moment is weird to me, and I don't understand it. And juxtaposed with that tweet this morning, I wonder if something's going on.
But what?
I don't know.
I don't even know what an option would be at this point, though.
I literally have no idea.
Look, I mean, it's not the kid's fault. He's just going in and running the play. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, I know it comes across like I'm criticizing the kid. I'm not. In this case, I'm being critical of Kiffin. And Lebby. I don't understand the need to do this there. Why overthink it? And frankly, Chase, if Corral is your quarterback, and if there's a chance that Corral is your quarterback moving forward, and I mean past this season, these are growing opportunities. These are moments of Mac Jones benefited from the failure at Auburn last year. He learned from it. You have to give Corral an opportunity to make plays or not make plays to learn from it. But if all the time he's got to be looking over to see is 10 coming in, is 10 coming in, that's not learning from that. And I don't know what that was about this morning. And I'm going to be honest, quite frankly, that's stuff that you don't see other coaches do. And so that's the whole brand thing, and I get it. That's your brand, and your brand is cool and all of that stuff. But that made no sense today. That tweet even came across, I know I'm pissing people off right now. I'm just being honest. That tweet came across as distracted. Who was that meant for? Your fan base? Because it doesn't make sense in that regard. Who was that tweet meant for?
Yeah,
John Rice Plumlee's family?
I don't know that I go as hard as distracted because that's the case. Lane's constantly distracted. He's constantly tweeting.
And that's possible. Other than the only possible explanation I'll buy is that it was just an attempt to be cool and cute, or it was responding to something that I've not seen.
Right.
I don't know. I haven't written that it was a controversy. I haven't even thought about the quarterback thing being a controversy. Have you?
No, that's not the way I would.
I don't know that I've written that.
No.
God, I hope I haven't written that word.
No, that's not a word I would use.
I mean, so maybe someone has used that word? Alabama in the end zone against Tennessee.
Yeah, it's 7:41 to go, first quarter. Alabama now 7-0. Assuming.
All right, let's
jump back in.
You want to go ahead and call Blake now, or you want to call Blake in a little bit?
We'll just take calls for a minute.
Okay, we'll take calls for a minute. All right, I'm going to open that up. Mark says it was meant for Blue Delta jeans.
Well, but
okay,
John Rice didn't need to be in the photo, though.
That's my point.
You mention him to play.
I mean, because the jeans look great.
Yeah.
We've got the jeans. I love those jeans. They're fantastic. And you want Lane Kiffin to show off your jeans. But the whole Lebby thing and the baseball thing and he's going to help this week thing, and what was that for? Well, Philip says this. Let me shoot something down. This was the former staff played up that Plumlee and Corral were buddies thing. That was disingenuous. Is that fair?
Yeah, I don't know that they're like fighting one another on the sidelines, but I don't think they're having tea together either.
Right.
I mean, it appears to not be a distraction in the room. I'll go there, but that's about it.
I'm getting to a couple of things.
Sure. Okay.
All right, we're going to take a couple of calls. We need to get our bourbon out soon, too.
Oh, yeah.
Might be time for some bourbon here in a minute, but I'll get us a call ready. All right, here we go. Hey, caller, who do we have? Hey, caller. Hey, caller, who do we have?
Hey, it's Mark.
Hey, Mark.
How y'all doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I want to thank y'all again for all the time y'all put into this.
Oh, thank you.
Y'all talked about a lot of it already. I thought it was kind of a choke by Kiffin the last 5.5 minutes of the game. Everybody saw the bad call on the kickoff, but we actually ended up getting a stop there. They punt the ball to us, and we get it, around the 35, 40-yard line. And it was as though everything the offense had done to be successful up until that point of time, we decided we would do things different. We run it for nothing, go slow, let the play clock run down, bring Plumlee in for a play. It was as though the biggest advantage that we have, which is the tempo, we decided just to let it go. And then the timeout there on 4th down, I don't know whether that was him really thinking that he wanted to go for it. If so, the indecisiveness there is pretty bad. I don't really know what he was doing there, but 3 timeouts on that last drive is a heck of a lot better than 2 timeouts on that last drive.
Oh, yeah.
I thought he was trying to simply draw them off, but I would have just let the clock run out. I mean, Mac Brown didn't need those 5 yards, so you're better off just taking the delay.
Well, actually, the 5 yards would have given you a better chance of pinning them down.
Yes,
there.
I'm saying. Yeah, you've been better off just taking it. So that was a bad timeout, and you hit the nail on the head there. They get the ball back and they get whatever, but I thought late in the game on the last 2 possessions, just got away from the run game. I mean, they've been dicing them all day long, and now we know Ole Miss is not running the ball well inside the 5. But until you get to that point, they threw a couple passes in a row. They got off schedule. They got away that for probably 20, 25 plays in a row had worked pretty well for them, including early on there where they ran the ball 9 or 10 plays in a row without throwing it.
Yeah, the strategy seemed bad. And then I was, it seems like when you run across coaches like Kiffin who are data-driven, big into the analytics, big into the stat side of it, for whatever reason, you assume that they're also going to be much better clock managers than some of your, old school Matt Luke type coaches. But the clock management was really bad, including what we talked about just there, because you're right. When we ran the offense back on the field on that 4th down play, I just assumed we were going to try to draw them off, take the 5-yard penalty, and move on. But on the last drive, the clock management was really bad. I know you've already talked about it. Not calling the timeout after the 8-yard game was bad. Not being prepared to run a play after the 1st down play was really bad. I did think one thing about that was interesting. I happened to notice it. So when Auburn got the ball on what ended up being their winning drive, they picked up a 1st down on a play. The clock stops while they move the chains. When they picked up a 1st down, the clock stopped until the play clock got to 30 seconds. So that would be basically a 10-second stoppage of the clock. When we got the 1st down on that final drive, the clock stopped until there was 36 seconds left on the play clock. So we ended up running 15 seconds or so off between plays. But 6 seconds of that is really kind of a difference in the way the refs are setting the clock in motion. So a lot of things went wrong, but I thought it was a pretty bad day for Kiffin. I don't know if if he's the type of coach that's going to own some of that stuff in the post-game news conference. I don't know if anybody will challenge him with those types of questions. And this doesn't mean that, and I don't know how other people feel, this doesn't mean that I think he's a bad coach or that, that anything like that. I still love what he's doing, but I thought it was, in real time, I thought it was a bad last half hour for Kiffin.
Hey, thanks for the call, Mark. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know a lot of you are trying to call in. The way this works, we don't have like a producer to line calls up, and if we did, we'd be about 12 deep right now, which is a good sign. I'm just telling you, it's I can't.
It's a bit of a crapshoot, is what Neal
can't
is
get
saying.
your call without hanging up on Mark. So
you can combine them, but that would probably be pretty complicated.
Could.
You could put them all in together, and we'll just all talk at the same time.
I could. I don't trust that to work well. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, boys, how y'all doing?
Hey, Bubba, what's up? Bubba, what's up?
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're
Sorry
good.
about that.
Go ahead. You're on.
So, Okay. Well, number 2 today, just like the Rebels, stepped in number 2. Tell you what,
In what way?
It's going to be a long season for me.
Are you pinning that on Matt Corral?
No. I'm pinning that on
lost.
that defense, that dumpster fire they got going on. So they got to recruit their way out of it.
There's no doubt about that. And at the end of the day, that's a huge part of the storyline, no matter what. I mean, you got to go. You got to go. You got to go recruit. There's no doubt.
Absolutely, and but it's just hope they get better, and it's just going to be long sitting here watching Tennessee. They ain't no good either. So it's going to be a long season, boys. But appreciate all your hard work, and I'll give you boys a call back on Thursday.
All right, Bubba. Thank you.
Y'all have a good one.
You too. Hey, who do we have?
Sitting here watching Tennessee here.
Hey, turn your device down. You're on.
He is.
Okay.
Hey, this is Clayton from Seattle. How are y'all?
Hey, Clayton. What's up, my man?
Oh, not much. Good to hear from y'all. Hey, listen, if you're an Auburn fan, how pissed off are you that the referees are the reason that your head coach is still around? 2 missed calls against
because
2
would
wins
1 and 4 be enough?
Looked really bad on that Gus Malzahn resume.
He loses to Arkansas and Ole Miss, and those 2 weeks it's over.
I think they might fire him this week.
Really?
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. I think Auburn might be looking for a new head coach right now, and I know it would never happen, but insert the Hugh Freeze to Auburn storyline. That's coming.
Oh, it would definitely be coming. But
anyway,
as it stands, he's 3-2, right? And he's alive.
He's doing what he always does.
Yeah.
Oh, he's alive. It's just miserable for an Auburn fan. I'd be beside myself. But another question, and I kind of along the same lines as Mark, and I know we're not ready to go here yet, but just sitting here thinking, are we starting to see why Lane Kiffin isn't a head coach in the SEC or wasn't a head coach in the SEC? Does he need a Nick Saban above him to make the smart decisions, to call the timeout when it needs to get called and just take the points instead of trying to get flashy with the fake field goal?
I think it's too early.
I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
And I'll hang up and listen.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call. I think it's a little early for that.
Yeah.
No, I think. Let me and caller, hang on real quick. I'll get you queued up in just a minute. I think it's too early to do that. In the same way that it's too early to do this. Oh, God, is he going to leave for Texas? Is he going to leave for the Detroit Lions? Is he going to leave to become the Pope? Just chill. Hang on. Look, he didn't have a spring with this team. I'm not making excuses, but he didn't. He didn't have a spring with this team. He didn't have an offseason with this team. This is not the team he recruited. Hang tight. Let's see what signing classes look like.
He has a talent deficiency in a lot of spots. So it makes, and this isn't a hey, we're going to excuse Lane Kiffin and some of the people that gripe about the year zero stuff. It's just the truth. When you have his situation, every call he makes is emphasized to a greater deal because there is no margin for error. It's like talking about, there were 3 drops today. There were 3 huge drops. Ole Miss can't drop passes. Ole Miss drops an interception on defense. They can't do it. You can't win if you do that. They have one call to go against them. Hey, the refs has got to call a fair game. Like, everything is so.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin didn't drop the balls. Lane Kiffin did not come away with the interception. That said, he made his own fair share of mistakes. Who do we have?
Hey, guys, it's Matthew.
Hey, Matthew.
So, obviously, a lot to unpack today. First off, I want to say thanks for all the great content. I saw you up and early, bright and early, watched the pregame show.
Thank you.
I guess the only thing I really wanted to zero in on that I thought was really interesting was I don't remember the exact minute in the game, but we had the ball on the 50-yard line, and it was 4th and 5 or so, and it looked like we were going to go for it. And I guess maybe there was some speculation that we were just trying to draw them off sides. But if I had to bet, I would think that the analytics would have said go for it at that moment in time, given the time. And if you get the ball, if you get a first down, the game's basically over. I was wondering if you guys thought maybe he second-guessed himself and then changed to punt, or if you really just thought that, the analytics said punt in that moment.
Well, if you go for it there at midfield and you don't get it, they're 15 yards.
Oh, you're crucified. I get it.
Well, and not even that. I don't because here's where I'm different from a lot of you guys, and I'm not. This is not a criticism because I'm in business right now. Because there's 391 of you online wanting to hear what we think, so I'm not. This is not a criticism. at the end of the day, whether Ole Miss beats Auburn today or loses Auburn today, I don't think changes the trajectory one way or the other of the program. I don't think it changes the way that I go, oh, this is going to work, or oh, this isn't going to work. I mean, if Ole Miss beats Auburn today, whatever the final would have been, let's say they get the call right, or that Ole Miss, runs the clock out and wins 20, would have been 28-27.
Yep.
I'm not going, hey man, this is done. They have arrived.
Well, and
does that make sense? I mean, I'm like, oh wow, they're in 2 years, y'all. They're winning the national championship. No, of course not. I mean, but it's possible that Lane Kiffin still has a lot of, and I would suspect he would agree with this. Lane Kiffin still has a lot of room for growth as a head coach.
Well, and what you're going to get positively and negatively with Lane is you talk about, because you're crucified or whatever. He doesn't think like that. He's going to do some stuff that fits maybe the books but doesn't fit the traditional way of thought. He's going to do some things that most people wouldn't do.
Right.
And he doesn't care about that criticism. At the end of the day, he's just trying to win the game or not. And it's one positive you get with him, and it's also going to backfire from time to time is he's just going to call the game the way he wants to call it. And like a lot of coaches do go, hey, I could probably do this here, but if I do it safely and I do this, it might not work, but I'm not going to get killed for it later.
He doesn't.
No media is going to say that. That's not something Lane really considers when he's making calls.
But from a
Chase, I guess
in that moment, I was going to finish my point from a minute ago. In that moment, if you go for it there and don't get it, and they get the ball at the 50, you are trying to win the game. They're 15 yards from, just a field goal to win it. And I don't think that's what you wanted to do. They punted, and Auburn drove 80 yards, and they made the big play. And give Williams credit. He made someone had to make a big play in this game. And look, late in the game, Seth Williams caught a big ball, turned it into a touchdown. Kenny Yeboah dropped a big ball that possibly could have turned into a touchdown. And sometimes it does come down to something that simple too.
Yeah, okay. I'll just be real quick. I'd say two things. One, I appreciate the 30,000-foot view. I'm 100% on board. Totally think the program's still going in the right direction, et cetera, et cetera. But Chase, to your point, I think back to the Lane Kiffin quote preseason when he's like, "You guys get ready to crucify me because I'm going to go for it in unexpected situations whenever the analytics say to." So I guess you guys kind of answered my question in a roundabout way, which is you think that the book said punt instead of go for it. I would have thought the analytics said go for it, and in real time I was thinking, okay, he hesitated. Maybe he decided to play a little more conservatively and go again.
Well, it's just down in distance. I mean, it's time. I think the book says go for it with Ole Miss's defense if there's more than 9 minutes left in the game. But at that point, I think given the situation of down in distance is why he did it.
Thanks, Matthew.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Ooh.
What?
No, nothing. Just.
You all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. These lights get hot in here, don't they?
It's a little more this time than usual
for
whatever reason. I don't know. You can really notice it if you walk out and come back in. And you're like, whoa.
Well, you're like, it's cold out there. It's like, no, it's not that. Hey, who do we have? Hey, you're on. Who do we have?
This is Casey.
Hey, Casey, what's up?
Couple points I want to make. First up, like everybody else, I appreciate all y'all do. This is great having it with the game. I see Joe Boo behind you, and it's making me laugh. Maybe we need to pour him a drink or some rum or something before the next Ole Miss game, so we don't find another way to lose it.
I will. Do you want to waste that for the Vanderbilt game or for South Carolina? I'll pour him. I'll put some rum in a shot glass.
Hey, I'll take what I can at this point, but let's save it for South Carolina.
Okay.
I do have a couple more points I want to make.
Sure.
Number one, if I'm being optimistic about Ole Miss right now, I think they're doing a lot with very little. Maybe even the Arkansas game we didn't play well, but we had chances to win the game. I mean, even with 7 turnovers, we had chances. If I'm being pessimistic, I think even though I like John Rice Plumlee, I think it's becoming a distraction. I mean, it's becoming a distraction. I don't know why we're trying to play him if we know he's going to run it up the middle every time. I think it's something weird about it. Hopefully we'll just stick with Corral this year and try to take it along to do what we can. And that's what I'll leave it to. I appreciate you guys, and I'll hang up. Thanks a lot.
See, here's my thing on the Corral deal. I think we're all kind of on the same page. I feel like I'm approaching broken record portion. I want to know in the next 5 games, is this my guy, or do I need to get aggressive in the transfer market? Is there going to be a one-time transfer thing? Is there a JUCO quarterback out there? I want to know right now, if I'm Kiffin, is this my guy? Mm-hmm. And quite frankly, Chase, and I think this is where a lot of fans are going to agree with me, if there's even a thought in my mind that this might not be my guy, I want to see what I got in Dent. I want to see what I've got in Renfro. I want to start seeing what I've got. You're not winning a championship. Duh. I don't know what bowl games look like. And frankly, 2-8 Ole Miss might still get invited to the Liberty Bowl, because why not? If the Liberty Bowl even gets played, who knows what the virus is going to look like or not look like in December? I don't know. You don't know. I don't know. No one knows. I mean, there's a chance that Ole Miss is playing a football game on December the 19th to make up a Vanderbilt game or to make up a subsequent game that gets COVIDed out down the road. I don't know. You don't know. No one knows. So if I'm Lane Kiffin and I've got these next 5 games, if I'm giving snaps away that aren't going to Matt Corral from an evaluation standpoint, I'm going to evaluate somebody else. But I'm not evaluating somebody who I don't think is my quarterback. And quite frankly, who I don't think, if I'm being honest, I don't think he's going to be there next fall. Or if and then to finish it, if I am going to give him snaps, well then to hell with this little packagey thing. Open it up. Hey, show me what you can do.
Well, that's my point. And I know, again, it feels like such a broken record, is that if that's all you're going to allow him to do, then even what you're doing doesn't make sense. That's why it's the worst case scenario for everything, is it stays stirred up. When he goes in, it's not tricking defenses. You're not throwing out of it. You're not running any semblance of a thing. And if it's strictly a change of pace, then you're doing change of pace in some weird times. So no matter what, it's just not working right now. I mean, I thought that it really, really worked that first drive. Now, it really worked because Plumlee broke a 37-yard run, and it gave everybody kind of some life, and it allowed Corral to come back into a plus situation in Auburn territory. And that all worked out fine. But then after that, it just, again, the defense clogs in. They change what they're doing when Plumlee comes into the game, and then Plumlee does nothing, and there's no play call to get Plumlee to throw out of it. So, yeah, I don't know. I think, like you said, clearly he does not believe that he's a future answer. So at the end of the day, it's a snap that is wasted from a development standpoint, from a figuring out where you're going next season standpoint.
Caller, hang on one second. Matt Browning in the thread says, and we know a certain media is craving a quarterback, quote, controversy. This is the second time I've seen someone put the word controversy in quotes. Did a media outlet refer to this as a controversy going into the day, or am I reading too much into a couple of messages here? Go ahead, caller. Who do we have?
Hey, this is Ben in Louisville.
Hey, Ben.
How are you guys doing?
We're good.
I'm doing good. I got some bourbon going on early today. Once we ran that fake field goal, that was obvious from about 15 seconds before, I decided I'd go ahead and switch to bourbon early. So I might be a little drunk already, boys.
That's all right. It's a Saturday.
Absolutely. So I was calling, actually. So I am fully on board the Lane Kiffin train, but I think today he deserves a little criticism, like some of the other callers have mentioned. So after the Kentucky game, it was kind of like he was anointed, right? Hey, this is our guy. He's going to turn it around. It's going to be fantastic. And then a few minutes ago, Neal, you specifically mentioned, like, hey, he's got a lot of learning to do, potentially as a coach, as a head coach. And I'm thinking, look, the guy's been a head coach at Oakland. He's been a head coach at Tennessee. Yeah. He spent 4 or 5 years at USC. He went to Alabama, worked under Saban. Then he went to FAU. I know he's not that old, but good Lord, man, what kind of lessons does he still have to learn? Like today, between the offensive play calling, I don't know if it was Kiffin or if it was Levy, but it was trash all day. These slow developing run plays, the snaps, kind of the toss to the wide receiver on the sweep, all of that type of thing. It was complete trash. Then the time management was trash. The fake field goal was trash. I just kind of want to get y'all's thoughts generally. I know we're all aboard the Lane Kiffin train, but I mean, I think we've got to give him some heat.
Well, I think we have. I mean, all the points that you just made, we've sort of made them throughout the day. I mean, we're wrapping up our 8th hour of broadcasting. We've criticized. My point is with Kiffin is what he's working with right now is, and just follow with me here. I got to talk through this. What he's doing right now is not what he's came here to do. And he's not here to coach an under. He made this comment after the Alabama game, if you paid attention to it, and I did, you did too. He didn't come here to get moral victories. He came here to win. He's not going to win with this roster. This isn't a winning roster. Does that make sense? This isn't a winning roster. It's not. So if you want to judge Kiffin, and hey, judge away. My thing is, I'm going to wait and see what a recruiting class looks like. I'm going to wait and see, just because he talks a lot about building a roster and NFL style, meaning he's going to use the transfer market and he's going to use JUCO, he's going to use recruiting, he's going to use everything. So I want to see what that looks like this year, because I'm expecting throughout the game, including Ole Miss, to be a circus.
Absolutely. I agree with you there.
I want to see what this roster looks like next season.
Is how does this impact recruiting down the road?
It doesn't.
Because it ultimately,
it doesn't.
Momentum of the program matters.
It does, but I don't know that momentum. Like, for example, Auburn's 3-2 right now. Do you think that program has momentum?
Absolutely not. You've got a coach in year 6 or 7, 8, whatever.
No, I mean, look, what Ole Miss is telling kids right now. I'm not making this up. This isn't a guess. We know what they're telling them. If you come here, we're better. You see what I don't want to call out kids. I don't believe in calling out college kids for not being talented enough. But there are a couple of DBs that are back there that shouldn't be playing at this level that are, and they're telling talented DBs, you would play right now. And if you're playing right now, these narrow losses turn into wins, and we get going. And if you read what the kids say, hey, they're close. They're close. Again, I mean, everybody loves to talk about Hugh Freeze and the job that he did, and it was a remarkable job in the year 2012. In the year 2012, their 2 most profitable recruiting games were losses. Games they lost. Texas,
that's true.
And Texas A&M. Both of those games were losses. Ole Miss lost both of those games. And both of those games were huge recruiting boons for Hugh Freeze and that staff. One, because they had the environment that night for Texas. And they're like, look what this place will be like. Imagine what it'd be like if we were good. Imagine what this place would feel like if we had it rolling. Because Texas thumped Ole Miss that night. I mean, they thumped them. And then the Texas A&M game, super close, and Johnny Manziel pulled it out for the Aggies. After that, it was one player here, one player here, one player here, and this is a W. And those players signed on that night. So I'm not, and again, when people go, you're an apologist, I'm not. I've said specifically, the Kiffin thing might work. It might not. We don't know yet. But I'm going to wait and see what roster management looks like, because quite frankly, before Ole Miss can win games, roster management's more important than game management. Game management matters, but you're trying to thread needles right now with this roster because the defense is so bad.
But isn't our roster better than Arkansas? And honestly, our roster today
I don't know.
was good enough to.
I don't know.
Our roster.
Your roster's not as good as Auburn's.
I 1,000% agree with that. But
your roster's not as good as Kentucky's.
We're a missed extra point away from being 0-5.
Yeah,
that's my concern. Honestly, and truly, I do think Kiffin's going to recruit well. I think he's going to turn it around. But I'm more concerned about the coaching than I was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think, right? and I get it. I mean, Ole Miss has lost 2 winnable games in a row. There's no doubt about that. They were. I think even with Arkansas is doing whatever, I think Ole Miss is a better team than Arkansas. But I do think this is where the schedule is coming into play a little bit from expectations and what's going on. Because let's say that these games still happen exactly what they did. But say Ole Miss beats Kentucky.
And hey, thanks for the call.
Beats Kentucky and Vanderbilt. They go 2-6 in the league if it's a normal season. They win their non-con. They beat 3 cupcakes. That's 6-6 in the Birmingham Bowl, and nobody's upset about the 2-6 SEC record. Or at least from the standpoint of, oh, my God, we have a problem. So I think that's a lot of it, too. Is I do think that Ole Miss is getting into the situation of this 10-game schedule affecting expectations and how you see programs.
Agree completely. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, Stacy.
Hey, Stacy, what's up? How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Hey, look, I've got one question. You know, I am a Matt, I love Matt Luke, but I'm a Kiffin fan. So how would you speculate how the season would have gone if Matt Luke was still the coach? And I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, not well. I mean, the defensive talent would be what the defensive talent is. They would have – I don't think Matt Corral would be here, and they'd be running that Plumlee offense, and I don't think the defense is good enough. I think they'd be 0-5. Maybe 1-4. Maybe they beat Arkansas.
Yeah, I think same record or one worse pending Arkansas. Because I think Kentucky's good enough defensively that if you can't throw the ball down the field pretty effectively, they're gonna cause problems for you.
Tennessee gets on the board, 14-3, Alabama, 12-11 to go in the second.
Jalen Waddle has broken his ankle, by the way. He was getting loaded into an ambulance with a cast on his foot.
That's a shame.
We don't have the entire press conference yet, but I'm just kind of reading some stories from other media members.
I'm searching for it.
Lane was asked about using the timeout there to punt, and he said that's fair to question that. We were trying to draw them offside with the hard count. Usually the timeout isn't important because we're ahead. But, yeah, I mean, that's a very fair question. That was his response to that.
I'm waiting for it to come up.
He was asked about the Seth Williams play that scored the winning touchdown for Auburn. He said, we just got beat on that one. It's unfortunate. We're not making excuses, but the game's on the line, and the nickel and the right corner are guys that 1 week ago were on offense. We were actually telling them what to do in the game. It is what it is.
And that's a significant point. I mean, if we're not willing to give that, then we're not being fair. That's my point. I mean, you're out there playing with Miles Battle and Tylen Knight in the fourth quarter of an SEC game on defense. I mean, if that's what your roster looks like in year 3, okay, yeah, everybody's get as upset as you want to be. You'll be valid.
Sure.
But if that's not what your roster looks like in year 3, then I want to see what the roster looks like at the end of this recruiting cycle. Who gets processed out? Who gets brought in?
The whole transfer and the whole deal. Let's see what it resets as once he's had a little bit of time.
Yeah. Hey, caller, who do we have?
Hey,
who's this?
this is Chris in Madison.
Hey, Chris.
How are y'all?
Oh, we're good.
All right. Well, I just wanted to make a couple comments. You know, I'm a huge Kiffin fan. I haven't lost sight of, this is a total rebuild job. However, I think that the only way out of this is to recruit yourself out of it on the defensive and offensive side. And one thing I kind of wanted to point out and hear you guys' comments is it looks like the last couple of games, the way teams are playing us defensively is they're slowing the game down and forcing us to go into a more run look, or forcing us to run the ball more on defense, which is limiting, or on offense, which is limiting our opportunities. And it looked to me as though Kiffin has lost some confidence in Corral a little bit. We got a little bit one-dimensional with the run. And I'm wondering if you guys see the same thing, or, how the team can adjust and get out of that going forward.
Okay. I don't know if he's lost confidence in him. I mean, look, Matt had 3 great games, and then he had an awful game, and then he got off to a bad start today, and he may have just been trying to nurse him back into it. I actually thought if you take that interception away, and I know that's not how it works, I actually thought Matt played a pretty good game.
What was interesting about today? Go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
Well, this is kind of another point, so I don't want to take away your couple seconds on the line. But Neal, Ole Miss ran the ball like crazy today. I mean, ran it for 283 yards, whatever it was. Really dictated the pace. It still did not run the defense out of those looks. They're just going to be what they are. I mean, Matt threw for 150-something yards, having a pretty decent day, like you said, other than that one throw.
Well, Auburn said we're not letting Elijah Moore beat us in the middle of the field.
And those 2 drops took away 50 more yards. But point being, they bracketed Elijah Moore. They had a couple drops. They ran like crazy, and they're still seeing the same looks defensively. That they did not move out of them just because Ole Miss had success running the football.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was pointing out. Again, it's one of those things where, as fans, we're going to have to temper our emotions and understand, like you guys have kind of belabored the point. It's year 0. It's a throwaway year. It's a year where you're going to try to put a product on the field to recruit to, and they're just going to have to recruit themselves out of it. I mean, so we're all just going to have to, be in this for the long run. And I believe it's a minimum, 2-year recruiting rebuild. Appreciate what you guys do. Thanks for taking my call. Good luck the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shout out to Ed. I hope he's real angry.
Oh, Lord.
I can only imagine how mad Ed is.
Holla.
Thank you.
You want to get the drink real quick?
I think that's probably a great idea.
Okay. Alabama on the move again. They are on the Tennessee 33 right now, 1st and 10. We're watching the Vols and the Tide. Appears we're going with just your normal Basil Hayden today. I've mentioned this before. Basil Hayden, one of the really good ones to just put in your cabinet, on your bar, in your bar cart to have, because it's got some rye in it, and if you can't find if you don't just have something with rye, kind of make cocktails or whatever, it's going to give you just enough, little bit of spice, a little bit of kick there, other than some regular 90 proof bourbon that's not a bit of a blend. So that's the one thing that I do like about Basil Hayden is you'll get some of you'll get a little bit of finish there because of the rye blend that's in it. So it has a purpose. Basil Hayden does it. It's a little better. It's obviously not a little better. It's a better version than maybe like Canadian Club, stuff like that that's got some rye in it. So Neal is gathering glasses right now as we're again watching the Tide and the Vols. Alabama with a 2nd and looks like 8 or so from the 13. Mac Jones doesn't move great, but he moves plenty well enough. He can evade and kind of get out in space a little bit. I mean, we don't really talk about him necessarily being an athlete, but he does do okay.
Oh yeah, he does well.
He's got good feet.
He's working his way up into potentially into the first round of the draft.
Oh, that's probably
not. Thanks to Neil Forbes for providing the bourbon of the week. Mac Weirdo Show says, "What are y'all eating today?" I've had 1 stick of beef jerky. I'm going to drink slowly.
Is that really it?
I've had a stick. Yeah, it was the like a high. It wasn't the processed crap. It was like the good stuff.
My hands are kind of sweating from the light and the heat in here, and it's
what a play fake! And then a pick.
Upset alert in Knoxville.
No, I think they said he dropped it. What year is Mac Jones? 4th year junior?
Is that what he is?
I think.
I covered him back in the day in recruiting a pretty good bit. He's a nice kid that always answered the phone, which that said something.
I was telling Chase this is where I'm a psychopath, and
he was committed to Kentucky at one point. They could use Mac Jones right now.
last night, we had a thing here for, well, Laura did. The Chargerettes, they got together here, and they had some chicken tenders. And I was lazy late and just grabbed a couple of those for dinner, and then I was mad at myself. So I spend the next day punishing myself. That's just sort of how it works. I've never had Basil Hayden before.
Really?
Never had it.
Yeah, I told them in the thread, it's something really good to keep in your bar because it's got some rye in it, so you're gonna get a little bit of a spice on the finish.
Ooh,
for
a lot of spice on the finish.
It's a rye blend. It's really good for cocktails and things. If you don't necessarily love sweet bourbon, it's a good one to just have for other people if they want to mix it into old fashions or different things. It's a fairly decent rye substitute, even though it's got some bourbon in it as well. Yeah.
Let's see.
Tennessee is at least pretty hyped up.
I can tell you, people are asking how does so and so get through, and I can honestly tell you the truth is that
it's a crapshoot.
It's like right now, it's wide open. You want to call in, you can. And I'm waiting for the FTP to drop. It has not dropped yet. A little surprised it's taking this long. Shocker, Alabama scores. Yeah, it's just not there yet. Should be there right now.
What, the FTP?
Yeah. Hey, who's this? Hey, who do we got? Hey, who do we have? Hey, who do we have?
This is Scott from Illinois.
Hello, Scott. What's up?
I don't understand all the Ole Miss fans getting on Matt Corral like they do. I think he played one bad game this season. He's clearly our best quarterback, and I just question what they're expecting out of him. I think the problem today was that they didn't let him play. They kind of put gloves on him and didn't open up the offense. But he still played a good enough game to win. So I just question what all the dislike is about Matt Corral.
I'm with you. For what it's worth, I couldn't agree more. I don't get it. I've not understood it. I mean, he did not play well against Arkansas, like you acknowledged, but I didn't think he was the problem today. He had a bad throw early. We've talked about it, and after that he really came back and played well. I thought he played well. They put some gloves on him. Look, Auburn was not going to give you the deep ball over the middle, and I thought he adjusted. He didn't force another mistake. He had the late pick. That's a desperate play. That pick that shouldn't even count against him. And if that's going to count against him, then he should get credit for all the drops. I thought he played okay.
His ability to run the ball, because of being able to pass, is much better. So
he had two or three really good runs.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to touch base with Blake here?
Yeah, we're good whenever you are.
He's good? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let me get to that. Take me just a minute to kind of get out of one and into the other. Sometimes I wonder if this computer just hates the user. If it looks at me like, what are you doing, old man? Because I ask it to do a lot.
Hey guys, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Blake. Blake Kokenauer from Blue Delta Jeans, kind enough to join us here on the Rafters Music and Food Hotline. Hand raised, guys. We are in hour number. Where are we? Hour number 9.
Yeah.
Hour number 9 of today's broadcasting festivities. Blake, how are you?
I'm good. I don't know if it's an honor or what I should make of it that y'all give me a ring right after you break into the brown water.
It's probably probably an honor, probably a sign that we're trying.
It's like a Freudian thing for you.
We're trying to shift the show towards a little, hey, it's going to be okay mode, but that's sometimes hard to do. Not the best post game mood in the world today.
No, it's not. And I'll be honest with you. I got a little insider info this morning that the Blue Delta was going to have a good day, and it's gone a little bit the opposite as we've gone. But saw the head ball coach in our jeans this morning. So the general mood in the fan base is negative, but at least he looked good.
Those are the tan / khaki 4-way stretch, right?
Yeah, so he had on our Stone Gino with a little baby blue stitch today. So I thought that and the powder blue baseball jersey was a pretty good combo.
He pulls off the Jordans with them better than I could. I don't think I could do that.
Well, we're very fortunate. He's been awfully kind to us. That's the second time that he's worn the jeans and tweeted about us, and both times it's been alongside the Jordan brand. So it's hard to complain about that.
Product placement's not awful there. I guess Jumpman's okay to be next to. You're okay with that?
Yeah, we could do a little co-sponsorship there at some point. Maybe get that figured out.
Oh gosh. What? I mean, do you get what happens? I mean, when you notice that thing, like whether it be on Twitter or whether it be them mentioned it on the broadcast today. I think Tom Hart's the one that did it. Do you see any extra social media interactions? Do you see analytics go up to the website? I mean, does that have tangible impact when it happens in a day like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we our Twitter has been very busy today. We've picked up quite a few followers, and in the morning it was a lot of positive comments, and then about the time that the clock hit 0 this afternoon, the comments shifted a little bit, but yeah, we pick up some good traction, see some website visitors, and we'll see some folks in the studio this weekend or this week going through. As they want to look like Kiffin, who doesn't?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being able to pull off some of the looks that he can pull off. I can't quite do it.
Now, Neal, I mean, don't sell yourself short. We y'all know we had our golf tournament last weekend. We had quite a few folks pick up a pair of khaki 4-way stretch pants because they'd seen you wearing them. So don't sell yourself short. You're an influencer there, Neal.
They looked at that and they said, if he can pull that off, imagine what I can do. I told Chase, I said, I don't know. I said if a lot of people can pull them off, but if you've got like a real athletic physique, man, you'd look absolutely phenomenal in those.
Well, we can fit anybody, any type. So if you're a current client, you saw the coach in them today, you want a pair, just go to the website or come see us in the studio. And if you hadn't gotten a pair, give us a shout and we'll make it happen.
I have to tell you these, and we'll show them next week. But these duck canvas, the feel on these is phenomenal. They're great.
Yeah, I'm glad y'all are enjoying them. I was planning on highlighting the duck canvas with y'all today and wanted to talk about that. And y'all did get superseded, unfortunately, but we may put y'all on camera with them next weekend. Y'all have got let's see, I believe Neal, we did you the brown, and Chase, you had the navy. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah.
Well, Neal just keeps getting overshadowed multiple times. I mean, I told Nick last week. I mean, Neal's not even on the website. You got your gallery of clients, and there's no bald-headed McCready on there. Then now Lane this morning sends out one tweet, and poof, everything's put on the back burner. Just.
Well, if we can get both of y'all in a picture, we can put y'all on the website. That's no problem.
I mean, I think Neal should be on the website.
I think Chase.
He used to be on the.
Chase belongs on the website.
He used to be on the Oxford Exxon menu board as soon as you walked in on Thursdays with his big bald head. So I mean, I don't know why he shouldn't be on on the website too.
Well, we've got another photo shoot here coming up. I think in about 3 weeks. So we'll give y'all a call and get y'all to come out and do some posing for us.
He's ready to go.
Yeah, boy, that's
good.
Yeah.
Well, hey guys, I've got a question. I was pondering on this a minute ago. Obviously, our fan base here upset about some of the officiating going on today, but you're starting to, or not starting to see it. I'm seeing it here on my Twitter on a national level. Sports writers all over the country pointing out obvious bad calls. At what point does that kind of cross a threshold and something has to get addressed there, or are we just stuck with it?
It's a great question. Look, the league's answer right now, and it would be valid if we're honest, is that they're losing so damn much money because of the pandemic and not being able to fill up stadiums and such that they can't afford to address it right now. But it needs to be addressed. I mean, it literally cost Arkansas a win over Auburn, and it very, very well may have just cost Ole Miss one too. Ole Miss would have been up 8, so still would have been 1 score, and it's not fair to say Auburn wouldn't have scored and gotten a 2-point conversion and subsequently won the football game because the game wouldn't have been over. Auburn would have gotten the ball and gone on and on. But it's a missed call, and if my theory's right, and the more I think about it, the more I think it is, it speaks volumes to the way that they think. Like, I would rather them be accountable in that moment and go, hey, we screwed up. Like, literally announce it on the field. We screwed up. We blew it dead. We shouldn't have blown it dead. It was a mistake. But instead, they'll come out with some BS explanation that nobody believes, and it kills their credibility even more. You're better off just owning it. Put out a press release that said we missed it. It was bad, and go from there. I mean, you're much better off doing that and moving forward. But as to can they ever go out and get full-time officials, probably not.
Well, and that's, I mean, I've played sports throughout my life. I've watched sports throughout my life. Officiating is always something that people are going to, they're going to complain about it. Nobody ever thinks that officiating is done well. But if you're, the preeminent college football conference in the country, it seems to me like you shouldn't on a week-to-week basis have highly questionable officiating. It's, something of a stain on the conference. And, I certainly understand they've got excuses, but I don't know. You don't want your conference to be widely known as the one that can't get simple calls right and won't admit when you're wrong.
No, I agree. It's been a problem for a long time, and it creates this opinion among fans that the fix is in. And it's my opinion that the fix isn't in. It's just that they're incompetent.
Do you think that the calls average out against every team over time? Or do you think there is an indirect, implied bias that's not, oh, my God, there's a fix in, but there is a certain just mental influence that happens with some programs over time?
Could be a little bit of that. But like today, Auburn had a kickoff return called back for a touchdown. The play was sort of away from the –
Yeah. But there is a difference in a penalty and a complete
I'm telling you
redirect of the call.
I'm telling you what happened on this play.
Yeah, I think I agree with you.
That official coming in from the other side.
Essentially, it's the same exact thing 2 out of 3 weeks.
He blew it dead. And they got in there and they looked at that in the replay and went, oh, shit. Otherwise, it's not a 20-second review. I mean, that review lasted, if there even was one, 10 seconds.
Well, and he, the on the field official, he's paid to do a job, so I guess you can say that he should have caught it. But it's a minuscule movement of a pinky opposite side of the body. I don't think you can't criticize him for missing that in the moment. But when the booth looks at it and like you say, I mean, they either said, hey, we're not gonna look at this because it would be an embarrassment to that guy on the field, or they're just bad at their job to the point where they couldn't see what every one of us saw on the first replay back. It's frustrating. I mean, obviously, I wanted Ole Miss to win this game today just as much as anybody, and it's season 0, like y'all keep saying. It's we're going to lose one here and there, and it's frustrating, but you at least want to lose it and walk away and feel like you lost it on a fair field. And I don't think we got persecuted because we're Ole Miss, but it would have been nice to have an extra touchdown on the board there in the last moments.
What I would have liked to have seen, because I agree completely, live missing that call is absolutely excusable. Good grief. I mean, I missed it live, but the first time I saw a replay, I went, ooh, I want to see that again. And I'm surprised. No, I'm not. That's what would have been good, is if they would have stopped it and said, hey, we're going to look at this, because that would have taken 2-3 minutes to look at that, because you got to really slow it down.
But that's a good thing.
And that's a good thing, right?
That's the point.
And then if you get it and go, hey, you know what? But that's the problem. In my opinion, they didn't do that because they realized, y'all understand that now we're going to have this problem again, because the official came over, I guess the line judge came over and blew the play dead. was blowing his whistle and making the hand signal. And so if Auburn at that point says, well, we didn't try to recover it because you were blowing the whistle, is that BS? I don't know. It's legitimate. They blew the play dead. It's what they're supposed to not do, and they did it again.
Well, we're crying over spilled milk here, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I hate to say.
And then, you know what, guys? And in the end, 2 years from now, we're not going to be talking about this game. 2 years from now, we're either going to be talking about the job that Lane Kiffin has done building a roster and turning Ole Miss into a contender, or we're going to be talking about how it didn't work. One or the other. We won't be talking about, you remember that Auburn game? Boy, it sure would have been different if that game would have, nah. In the end, I mean, thank God we're talking about it because the alternative is not good. But in the end, it's not going to be the story of whether this works or not, whether the Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss decision works or not. It won't come down to this game.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys letting me come on and vent with you.
Well, Blake, thanks for having us. Appreciate everything, and we'll talk to you again next week.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for all y'all do.
All right.
Thank you.
That's Blake Kokenauer, Blue Delta Jeans. I am still waiting for the FTP.
Pretty slow on that one today.
Yeah, I've asked some questions. I'm told they're working on it, so maybe they're having a problem. Hey, caller, who do we have?
Hey, guys, it's Jarrett.
Hey, Jarrett.
How's it going?
Oh, good. How are you?
Oh, man, I am super busy. My wife does not really respect the sanctity of college football Saturdays, so she often leaves me with a 2-year-old. So I haven't really been able to pay super close attention to the game or to the show because I've been taking care of her, and she refuses to take a nap. So fun times.
Well, do we need to talk to your wife about this? Because we will. I mean, we've been providing advice all week for people, and if we have to talk to her, we will. I mean,
yeah, I will say I can't get too upset today because she was volunteering at a charity walk for polio today.
I don't
is where
know.
she was.
I don't know. They couldn't have done that on Sunday or Tuesday or Thursday. They couldn't have done that on. They couldn't have done that at 7 in the morning.
Don't they know? And you know, they were a little upset about their turnout, and I'm like, well, you know, if you don't put it during the middle of an SEC Saturday, you might have more people in Mississippi. Just saying.
It's more than fair.
Yeah. So regarding the game and the program, so I'm just going to preface this by saying, like, I'm not hopping off the Lane train. I still think we made a good decision. However, you know, I definitely felt after the Alabama game, and Neal, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you wrote this, but I mean, I think everybody felt like, oh yeah, like we're going to get this done. Like it's going to, you know, the wins, the success is coming.
Yeah.
I think you said something to the effect that in 2 years, this game's going to matter a lot more, or the outcome's going to be closer.
And I still think it will. Yep.
Okay. So if you made me like gun to my head, like I would probably say you're still right, but I'm definitely starting to move. If I'm on a sliding scale, I'm starting to move in the other direction.
Why?
So
why?
It just seems like especially like today and yesterday, or not yesterday, but last week, it just seems like there was a lot of like bad play calling, boneheaded decisions, like the time management was bad. So you asked me why, and so I was actually going to ask you. So tell me why I shouldn't feel that way.
Because he's going to, if it works, if it goes the way I think it's going to go, he's going to recruit a much better roster. He won't have to manage a game like this. He won't have to manage a game perfectly. They won't have to call a game perfectly. They'll have a completely different type of defense on the field. They'll have more than one wide receiver that they can count on. They'll have a big front seven that can get after the quarterback. They're going to do all of those kind of things, and they're going to win games with talent where it won't come down to having to have some sort of a coaching tutorial every single week.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that would definitely, be true for games like today. And I agree with you. I'm just kind of playing devil's advocate here, but like that would be true for games against teams with a talent level the one we played today. But that wouldn't necessarily be true if we're talking about winning championships, right? You're gonna have to have both eventually because we're not gonna out talent Alabama or Georgia or maybe LSU or who knows.
Well, yeah, you want the games like today to be win or lose to be dissected to that level against the LSU's and the Alabamas and the Georgias and the Floridas, and then you want the games against, you hope Vanderbilt and Arkansas and State, Kentucky that you might play sloppily, you might play great, but you just kind of won the game because you're the better program at that point.
Right. Yeah, I think in 2015 when we played Vanderbilt and it was just terrible, and one of the main reasons we won was what was his name? Tom Luke's son blocked that punt, but it's like, you never thought we were going to lose because we were just so vastly more talented than they were, but you just went out there and kind of sleptwalked your way through it. So then that leads into the question. So what kind of recruiting class, maintains your opinion that that's going to happen? Like, what does that look like?
It's not just a recruiting class. It's a transfer class. It's the way that he overturns his roster. They've got to get better on the defensive end. They got to get better at linebacker. They got to get a lot more athletic. They got to get more athletic at safety. They've got to get bigger and longer at corner. They've got to add some offensive linemen guard to guard that can move people. There's a lot to be done. And to me, there's a guy's going to piss people off. It's a 24-month period before I'm passing some sort of judgment. I mean, I'm not judging in 12 months. I mean, they went 4-8 last year. They were 4-8's 4-8. I mean, the only reason that you fired your coach and ate the money was because the thing was falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's it. So it's going to take time. You don't go from 4-8 to contender in 1 year or 2 years in this league. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it's hard for people to have patience, especially when it's frustrating. Like today, when you're like, okay, man, like last week we had a chance to win that game, and then you don't, and you're just like, ugh, So, all right. So one last question before I let you go.
But let's look at that. Look at that game last year. Ole Miss wasn't in the Auburn game last year. Auburn ran.
Well, some people.
Auburn blew Ole Miss off the field and then took their starters out because they were getting ready for LSU the next week. Ole Miss didn't stress Auburn out last year.
Yeah, a buddy of mine said earlier this week, "Oh, we had a pass in the air to win the game last year." I was like, "Yeah, but did you ever really feel like we were going to win that game?"
That's crap. That's crap. Auburn was significantly better than Ole Miss last year. Yeah, I mean, Auburn blew Ole Miss off the field.
Yeah. No, I agree. Okay, so last question. Air Force -7 at San Jose State tonight. What do you got?
Oh, Falcons, baby.
Yeah, Princess.
Falcons.
Yeah, I like it. Stella,
right.
say hi to Mr. Neal before we go. Say hi. She's laughing at you, Neal.
Yeah, well, that's what
he's used to that.
I'm used to that. That's what women do.
Well, she can't see what you look like. So.
Yeah, she can sense it. She can sense it right through the line. All right, thanks, Jarrett. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night. Talk to you later.
That might be your problem. They sense it before they even do see you. There's like this overall feeling that you have like pheromones that are negative.
Yeah, this guy's a loser. I can feel it. I'm still waiting patiently. I think it's coming soon. I was going to try to get it to where we could.
I might just go winless today. I'm just going to lose all of them.
What'd you have in this one?
Kentucky. -6.
And I had Missouri covering, didn't I?
Yeah. Yeah. I might go from like a 3-game lead to a 3-game deficit in 1 week. So I'm 0-2 so far.
I'm off to a 2-0 start.
Because Ohio State ended up pulling
They covered.
out. Yeah.
Auburn covered. Yeah, there's kind of worried about people's mental state today.
Really?
A little bit. Everybody's taking this one hard.
Well, I think it's a combination.
Okay.
Of last weekend this week.
Oh, okay.
2 winnable games and you don't pull either one of them out.
Yeah.
You play Vanderbilt next time when frankly okay, great.
Now I will the people that say the fake field goal was moronic agreed.
Yeah, just run a play or
That's a bad play. I'm with you completely.
I would have actually kicked.
I would have kicked the ball.
I know it's not a guarantee, but I would have kicked.
No, but he's kicked okay.
He's been fine.
I think I would have taken that and gotten my 3 points. Because that would have put, I can't remember. have to almost go back and look at it. All right, let's see who we have here. Hey, caller, who do we have?
I know it's not here.
Hey, who do we have?
Hey, this is Daniel from South Haven.
Hey, Daniel, what's up?
Man, I agree with what you said earlier about, I do think we got screwed on that call, but I don't think you can blame this game on that completely. I think that fake field goal was like the worst call I've ever seen. I can't imagine expecting Luke Logan to get the outside and that be how we, get a first down. That's just insane. But I also think a lot of fans, if you told us at the beginning of the season we were going to start 1-4, we'd be disappointed, but I think everybody kind of expected that when you looked at the schedule. You expected us to beat Arkansas, but we didn't think we'd really beat Kentucky. And I think because the games have been so close the last 2 weeks, and then what we looked like against Alabama, I think fans are taking it a lot harder. But, really, you just got to kind of look at it where we are. We could have beat Auburn easily today. We had a chance to beat Arkansas last week. We very easily could be 3-2 right now instead of 1-4. And, at the beginning of the season, I would have thought Auburn I would have thought we had no shot against Auburn.
Yeah, if I told you at the beginning of the year that you're driving down the field in the final seconds to tie Auburn and take it to overtime, you would have said, ooh, I'll take that.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. And I agree about the Plumlee thing. I don't think you can recruit a quarterback when you're running that offense. The media and all them, like Jordan Rodgers or Gene Chizik, whoever, keeps saying, you got to play Plumlee more, you got to play Plumlee more. But then you put him in, and he gets that one break where he runs it like 40-something yards, but then he goes in and, he gets tackled behind the line for 6 yards. And then you're bringing Matt Corral in on third down, asking him to, make a play when it's really hard to get into rhythm when you're, switching them in and out like that.
It's conceivable that you're within a year of Arch Manning's decision. I didn't say it's likely.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't say it's going to happen. I said it's conceivable. And right now, as crazy as it is, even though Arch might come to town or whatnot, you can't have Arch in your building and talk to him.
No, Lane Kiffin waved to recruits on Zoom this morning. Think about that. That's what happened.
So, what message do you want to send to Arch Manning? Do you want to send the message that, hey, what we really would love to do is find us a quarterback who can really run fast? Or do you want to send a message that, hey, we're going to play a pro-style offense, we're going to run the thing around, and, let's just say, and I'm not saying this because I don't know, I think they actually like Corral. Let's just say that they tell a kid, hey, we think you probably would be a better decision maker than Corral. And look at this is what we do.
I love Plumlee, but at this point I'm going to make some people mad here. But at this point, I kind of wish he would just transfer and we could root for him for a different team, so it kind of stops this constant talk every single week about, oh, are you going to play Plumlee? You're going to play Plumlee. And I wish he would either move to defense or he would just transfer, because I do think he would be a really good quarterback at like a group of 5 school or something like that, and it would just kind of end this, quarterback talk, or at least the quarterback talk between Plumlee and Corral, Dent and Renfro and Tisdale, whatever, but at least the Plumlee and Corral thing would be over.
I think it's already over. I don't know why he did it to himself today. I understood why, like Chase said, I understand why he did it early, just to give Matt a breather, because that pick was bad, and I'm sure that Matt was pretty down on himself and all that, but he came back and recovered from that pretty well, finished the half well. I didn't understand, that starting the third quarter with Plumlee made no sense to me. It just didn't. I didn't get it.
Yeah, me neither. And you can't really give Corral crap. I've heard people say he threw 2 interceptions. Well, that last interception.
No, he threw
it for the end zone. That's ridiculous.
He made one bad decision today. The last one, that's fine. But if we're going to do that, then we have to give him credit for and I want to. The ball that Yeboah drops at the 5 right there. That's the game changes. That throw was on a dime.
Brother on that one. I think he would have maybe scored on that.
He may have
stopped at the 5, but I think he might have scored.
He may have. He was going to get to at least the 5, probably at least the 3, and he very well may have gotten in. I don't know, but the point is he would have either scored and then you're kicking an extra point, or you're going to have one shot from, say, the 2, 3, 4 yard line.
Yeah, agreed. Well, guys, keep doing what y'all doing, man. I really enjoyed this game, during the game watch party. It's made a big difference because I hate listening to the announcers.
Well, thanks, Daniel. We appreciate it.
What is the Liberty Southern Miss score? Somebody says they're coming.
Oh, yeah?
28-7, though, at one point, right?
It was 28-7.
I mean,
I don't know. I can pull it up. Let's see.
Okay. I mean,
no, I've got it right here. Let's see.
56-35.
Oh.
USM's going to run out of gas. I have a feeling before that one gets.
That's 3 scores, babe.
Yeah. It's going to be a minute.
Yeah.
Is it over? Oh, it's final. 56-35.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Liberty 6-0.
Coastal Carolina beats Georgia Southern 28-17.
Coastal's okay.
Yeah. Notre Dame up 21-3 second quarter.
Who are they playing?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh's okay.
Oklahoma State up 14-7 over Iowa State.
I need to cover that one. I need that one.
Indiana up 17-7 over Penn State. Kane Womack and the boys.
Some people had that as an upset watch this morning. Yeah, I saw multiple people go, hey, that's a thing.
Wake Forest up 17-10 over Virginia Tech at the half. Big Ten's back, baby. Oh, Iowa's playing right now. Why is Iowa not on the screen here?
Yeah, you're watching a different black and gold team.
I mean, what is happening?
I mean, I love watching the team run up the middle 47 times in a game.
Don't you start. Do not take shots at the Hawkeyes.
They might get that undefeated Wisconsin team in like week 10 of the season or week
Iowa
7
14-14 with Purdue, 108 to go in the second. Look at that, an offensive slugfest.
Isn't Rondell Moore out for Purdue today, and that game's still tied?
I don't know. I was talking to Coach Ferentz before the game, and we didn't talk about Purdue. We talked about ourselves.
Okay.
It's
about you.
We thought this is a game that's about us. It's not about Purdue. It's about us.
Coaches like that. It's really about us this week.
It's about us this week.
And it's really a slight to the team. It's like, hey, if we just don't act stupid, we're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Like, hey, it's really – if we have any competence at all, this thing's all right. It's going to be okay.
Yep. That's what I told him. I said, what do you think? He said, it's all about us.
It's going to be 28-10 probably at halftime with Alabama and Tennessee. I think I picked 56-17 or something, so that's on pace right now. I go, why is that quarterback in for Kentucky? Where's Terry Wilson?
All right, Auburn's up. You want me to try to pull some of this
FTP stuff?
Yeah, where we can watch Lane for a minute?
Sure.
All right. All right, it's going to take a few minutes because it's apparently quite a file, but we're working on it. So we'll see how this works. This will be the next big experiment on the hand raise,
put Lane
guys.
Kiffin's PC into our deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we can.
It'd be cool if Kane to pull that out. Good dude. Tom Allen, great man. I mean,
Tom Allen's a good dude. Kane Womack is as good a guy as you'll meet.
Freeze his coaching tree and himself having a big day.
Well, look, Hugh Freeze was on path to do something special. It just didn't work out.
That's fair.
All right, we're moving now.
We're moving?
Yeah. We still have time to take calls. You want to call in? We can. Oh, there's a call. Here we go. Hey, caller, who do we have? Hey, caller.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, who's this?
This is Joe.
Joe?
Yep, Joe and us. How are you?
Hey, Joe. Good. How are you?
Doing fine. Are we in?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're on. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. So, what are we doing with not calling a timeout and taking the delay of game at midfield before we punt? That's not good clock management. We should have taken the delay, saved that timeout. We needed it later.
He admitted the mistake. He said that because Ole Miss had the lead at the moment, that he did not find it relevant, but it was a fair question and a valid criticism. So, yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, that was a frankly, as Neal said and is make proof, not only was the timeout ill-advised to lose, but the 5 yards would have helped Ole Miss. Mac could have used 5 more yards to try to pin.
Mac Brown is always going to kick that into the end zone, like always. Like, we've watched it. We know how it's going to go. Okay, so fair enough. You know, if he knows he did it wrong, then he knows he needs to fix that. Same thing earlier on. First game, I think he punted from midfield after talking about we're going to go for it. Punted on 4th and 2 from midfield. Damn near cost us the game. It wound up not mattering. But if you're going to be aggressive, you need to be aggressive for real, not halfway aggressive.
I thought he called it oddly today compared to how we've seen him call it in the past weeks and just what he's talked about. Yeah, I don't even know the adjective I want to put on it because it wasn't scared. It wasn't indecisive.
A little more cautious.
It
wasn't far from it.
It was trying to stay in the game longer, I felt like maybe he didn't have the confidence, well, frankly, in his defense because everything going on with that side. And then he
Can I play devil's advocate for a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Keydron Smith catches that interception. We're not talking about this.
Yep.
Oh, we're not at all.
That's ball game.
So in many ways, he kept his team in it longer to do that.
Yeah. No, one play on defense right there in the game's over.
On the first drive, they don't get nervous, They were nervous before, run. They let him throw it, pick, and it's like, oh shit, here we go. We can't call our game.
Yeah, I feel like that's part of what's going on right now. Is Ole Miss's identity as as a team is playing like tennis match football, where it's just this back and forth 7-7-7 thing, and it's emphasizing every single offensive drive. And every time you get a defensive stop, you're like, okay, now I got to go break surf. Now I got to do this. Now I got to hold. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's not a regular rhythm to a football game at all right now. Every single play feels like the end of the world.
Well, they're not wrong.
We don't have anything else to lose. From here on out, who cares, right? Like we've lost a game we should have won on the road. We've lost a totally winnable game at home. It's a COVID year. Y'all have talked about it all year. What else do we have to lose? Just pull the brakes off, pull the governor off, and just let it rip from here on out.
I think that's a valid deal. I mean, look, this season's going to change tenor in a lot of ways in a few weeks. I mean, I said it during the show, and I still think I'm right. The South Carolina game feels like a mental swing game for Ole Miss right now because, barring some crazy thing against Vanderbilt, you're going to win that game if you play it. You get a bye week. You get to get a second, figure some things out before Carolina, and then after that, you've got an interesting stretch. But I feel like that Carolina game set some psyche prior to the final 3 weeks of the year.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Corral is not going to progress if we call scared the rest of the year. Just let him rip. If he's not the guy, he's not the guy. I think he is the guy, but we just got to go for it.
Yeah, I'm all good.
All right, cheers, boys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How's it coming?
It's coming. I think it's downloaded. I've got to find it now. Sometimes it's kind of a little weird to find. Hey, caller, who do we have?
Hey, this is Will.
Hey, Will, what's up?
Oh, not much. I'm just in the car. I'm like, well, I'll give this a shot. I'm in the car with the kids. Just left some Halloween, so I said, I never got through, but what the hell? I'm a call right now. So
well, there you made it. It's your lucky day.
Did you get some Halloween candy? What's going on with the Halloween parties?
Yeah, we had some little shindig at church, like a trunk or treat. So I had to take her today because we're going to be out of town next week. So
what is a trunk or treat? People have referred to. I've heard that.
You don't know this one?
No.
Go ahead, Will.
Well, a trunk. Well, that's like so. Basically, instead of going house to house, a lot of people, they get in the parking lot, open their trunks, and design it, decorate, and all that stuff. And kids walk around the parking lot and trick or treat.
It's car to car instead of house to house. You just get handed out as you walk through a parking lot. There'll be cars in every spot, and you make the rounds pretty quickly and efficiently, and you get some candy. And you move on with your day.
Huh?
Yeah, you hadn't seen that one?
No. No much.
Yeah, up here. Yeah, I live in the D.C. metro area, so a lot of people, COVID is a big thing. There's a lot of COVID roads up here, so a lot of people are canceling out the whole neighborhood walking. So we decided to do it in the parking lot for the kids because a lot of the homeowner associations here canceled it, so the church decided to do it in the parking lot. So so we did trunk or treat today.
Okay.
And my first time calling. I love your show. I've been listening for years. I was in the service, and when I was on deployment, I listened to the show a lot, and it helped me get through.
Thank
you. I only wanted to tell you all
very
that.
Nice.
So here we are. We're 1-3 or 1-4. What is the record now? 1-3 or 1-4?
1-4. Is it 4?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, I was kind of disheartened after I saw Matt Corral throw that first pick, and John Rice Plumlee came in. So, but I still think the future of QB is that Matt is with Matt, unless something extraordinary happens in the offseason with the transfer. But I didn't see much of the game because I was out with my kids. So, but I did see the final score. So, were there any more picks thrown, or was that the only one?
He threw one on the final play that was just a throwaway.
Okay. That's nice. Yeah, well, I wanted to take a shot when I saw it, but I didn't. I know you all were doing it. I said, no, I'm not going to take a shot, so I just left. I said, maybe if I don't watch a game, because I'm superstitious. I know, Neal, you said you're pretty superstitious with the Cubs. Sometimes I think if I'm not watching the game, Ole Miss is doing better. So I said, okay, well, maybe if I stop watching something, it'll, things will go better. Because last week during the Arkansas game, I stopped watching after his, 8th pick or whatever. And then we were in 4th down, and then we converted that fake punt. I'm like, okay. I stopped watching for 5 minutes, and something good happened. And then they marched down the field and scored a touchdown. And then I started watching again, and then we lost. So
I do it in Saints games still. I'll turn it off for a minute or walk away or do something. Or we'll follow the game on Twitter for a couple possessions. Sometimes that helps.
Yeah, it helps. Yeah, I think so. But like I said, I'm not good on the radio. I know it is my first time ever being on the radio, so I know it's a lot of people who can probably call in who's a lot better than me. But I think it was just an honor to speak to you all. I think you're the best journalists. I think journalism is it. But I think you all do a great job balancing it out, and I think we're lucky to have you all. To cover the school for us, because Ole Miss is essentially, I guess, the pro team in the state. So I think it's a really great thing to have you all to if I'm going to pay to read something, I'm glad to pay you all to read your content. So.
Well, it's very nice of you.
The check's in the mail. We appreciate that.
Yeah, we really appreciate that.
Call came right in on time.
All right, yeah, thank you, and have a good day, and keep up the good work, and God bless. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what I'm trying to do here, Chase.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you. I'm trying
It's not working?
Well, I've downloaded it, and now I'm trying to find it so that I can airdrop it.
Is it in recents?
Well, I'm looking in recents.
You don't know where it typically goes?
Yeah, it typically goes where I can find it, and this particular day, it is not.
Not doing that?
It is not doing that. I'm searching.
Okay, why is Terry Wilson not in the game? Did somebody answer and I didn't see it?
I don't know.
Because this is not working out with the other quarterback for Kentucky.
You guys can still call. I'm just trying to. The road code
Neal
for the
Chase
Ole Miss
20.
gear. Yeah, Neal Chase 20. Neal Chase 20. NEALCHASE 20. 20% off of all the Peter Millar Ole Miss collection. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Isn't that weird? I just can't find it. It's here. I just can't find it. Bizarre.
We'll get to hear Elijah Drinkwitz brag more if he beats Kentucky with a backup quarterback.
This kid's not bad, this Basilak kid.
He's all right. He's definitely the right one. There's no doubt about that.
CJ, thank you for the stream. For the gift. Appreciate that. He says, question coming in stream, not enough characters.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, they're going to get 2 or 3 plays. They're fine here. Missouri likely to go up 14-3 at the half on Kentucky offense that cannot move the ball whatsoever. That wasn't enough. He's down at the inch line.
This is bizarre.
Struggling?
Well, no, there it is. Okay.
Yes. Elijah Drinkwitz is already the coach that annoys me the most in the SEC.
You don't like him at all, do you?
I can't stand him. No, and I still think I'm right. I think they've got a low ceiling, and it's not going to be much of anything.
I might get you to walk over here and see if I'm doing something wrong.
Okay. Let me do that now.
Yeah, come on. It's be all right. No one cares. We're not that big of a deal. If anybody wants to call in, you can call in now. We'll take your call. There's a call. Hey, caller, who do we have?
Hey guys, what's happening? This is Hal down in around Hattiesburg.
Hey, Hal. So see if you can.
Hey, look,
You can check out.
I was at the bar this morning, pre-gaming for tonight's game around Michigan and Minnesota Brown Jug game. But there was a guy to the right of me that said he was a Mississippi State fan. Got to talking to him. Could tell he really didn't know what was going on. And when Ole Miss started coming back, he started clapping, like cheering. I was like, man, who you rooting for? And he was like, that team right there. And everybody was like looking around, wondering what was going on.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, that's Mississippi. No. So I was like, what are you going to do? Who you pulling for? Like Mississippi State, like loud. But anyway, I thought that was pretty funny.
Moving over here for some reason. I don't know. I can't move them from.
And I also have my daughter here. She's a collegiate athlete. She wants to talk to y'all.
Okay.
Her name's Maddie.
Hey, Maddie, how are you?
Hello.
Hey, Maddie, how are you?
I'm good.
Were you at the bar this morning as well?
No, sir, I was not.
What's going on? Where do you play and what do you play?
I play at Pearl River and I play second base.
Oh, okay. So you're playing softball?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you think of the Ole Miss game today?
Well, I actually did not watch it.
Okay.
But we're watching the Penn State games at halftime.
Oh, okay. How's your season going? You actually hadn't played yet. How do you feel about? Are you going to have a season?
We're playing fall games right now.
Okay.
But feel pretty good about it.
Okay. Well, good. Well, we listen. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
All right. Bye bye. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, this is Michael in Memphis.
Hey, Michael. What's up?
Yeah, I want to ask about analytics.
About analytics?
So analytics. So
Okay.
Shortly after Kiffin was hired, he mentioned that he was going to hire an analytical company to tell you when you would go for it on fourth down, when you'd punt, when you'd kick a field goal, things of that nature. After seeing the Auburn and the Arkansas game, I'm curious to know, is he following analytics? Because to a layman, just watching a game, it doesn't seem like sometimes he makes the decisions that would support analytics. And I was also hoping that y'all could, one, talk about this just in the show, and two, if you could ask this in a press conference.
Okay. About what specifically about analytics do you want me to ask?
About whether he's following a formula to, produce like the most points expected. So when you go for it on fourth down from the 32-yard line, is your sheet, is your analytical sheet, is your projection telling you, hey, 4th and 2 from the 32-yard line?
Yeah, I can already tell you the answer is yes.
Go for it.
The answer is yes. And it's not only a sheet; it's time of game, score, that kind of thing. Hey, speaking of, we're going to hear from Lane Kiffin here in just a moment. Thanks for the call. I got to set this up. Let's see. Everybody just hang tight. This takes a minute live. Got to just hang on 1 second and go here and go here.
So
here's Lane
very
Kiffin.
disappointing loss. Kind of different than the other ones as far as having the lead late. Which means you're controlling the game. 6 minutes left. I think we score 5:43, and so either side can win it. Defense stops, the offense has the ball. So, make 3 first downs, make them use their timeouts, and win the game. It's everything that you want. Then they stop us, so then defense has a shot. And, if we stop them, win the game. So both sides having a shot, it's very discouraging. Usually you just get one shot. And so if either one does their job, we're sitting here with a really big win, versus a very talented team. So tough one to swallow. Probably tougher than the other ones, because it was right there.
Questions for Coach. Nick Suss, you're up first. Lane, can you kind of just talk us through the decision-making on the last 2 offensive drives, the 3 and out, and then the last drive there, how it ended?
As far as
on it seemed like y'all came out a little bit conservative on the 3 and out and then not using the timeouts early on the last drive.
Yeah, so the first one, you're in 4 minutes, so that's what you do. I know you're not used to seeing it because we don't usually do it, but, you got to run the ball and, we think in those situations, John gives us the best chance, and you got to let the clock run down like we did. Just felt in the 2 minute, we were trying to push it downfield, and when he gets tackled, the guys weren't way down there to have to use the timeout, so just trying to get back and have them, and could have worked. Like we throw the ball to Kenny, and wherever he was, the 10-yard line, so we would have had that last timeout, to call it with 3 seconds right there and have a chance to win the game. So, you want to conserve them as long as you can, in situations. So, unfortunate Kenny drops that, or, it would have been a crazy ending there. I don't know. You guys probably know better than me. I felt like he was down, the 10-yard line, so we'd had one play with 3 seconds to win the game. I mean, we would have went for 2, so to try to win the game.
John with WCBI.
Lane, you guys were obviously right there, as you just mentioned, in a couple of those games too earlier this year, not even just today, like, the Alabama game, Arkansas, and so is learning how to kind of effectively closing out these games, is that something that comes with building a new program with new guys, or how do you kind of really build that ability with the new group?
Yeah, I think that's always the case. If guys aren't used to winning, you got to, and I talked to him about it, it's not a magic formula. There's no pixie dust, You got to make more plays than they do and execute the situations, and, that's what winning teams do. So I don't know. I'd like to think they think we're going to win, but, winning teams have that feeling like, hey, we got the ball, we're going to go win. They got the ball, we're up, we're going to stop them and win. So it's a mentality that, I try to talk it, throughout the game, like, hey, this is it. I was telling them, hey, we're going to stop them on defense, get the ball back, and, in the game running the ball for over 300 yards rushing, versus Auburn. So it's what should have happened. We didn't do it. I think, again, John, he gets so excited that I think he wants to make a play that can be good and bad. He pulls the ball on the zone read because he just, he's so competitive, and wants to play versus, the ends wide and hand it off. So, that's what you get with him, and I understand that, especially because he doesn't play as much. So it was good that we got him involved early. The 2 quarterbacks and the 2 running backs, all had, over 50 yards rushing in the game. So it was good that we had answers to the issues last week. These guys copied them like they should and came out, which they normally don't do, dropped 8, played odd tight and dropped 8 the whole first quarter. And so, we had some new runs, some new wrinkles, so we knew if we didn't do that, we were going to see that all year long. So that was good, and actually ran them out of it, and they got back to 4 down after that. So I think we were a lot more patient. Again, here's 51 runs in the game. Well, we run the ball more than anybody in the conference.
Harris Alford.
Hey, Lane, from your vantage point, what did you see on Auburn's last touchdown, the long play to Williams with Kenny covering? What did you see, or Pedron? What did you see there?
I don't know. You guys can probably see better than me from, seeing TV and stuff and press box. So, I don't know if you guys are here. It doesn't look like it. So, you're watching TV. You probably see better than me. I just look like we were in man and we got beat. So, very unfortunate. I'm not making any excuses. I look out there. The game's on the line. And I look out there in the nickel in the right corner are two people that a week ago were on offense. So that's just a situation that we're in. 4 and 6 are out there trying to make call. We're actually telling them what to do during the game. This is like high school, but it is what it is.
Did you get an explanation on why the kickoff play was not reviewed?
Well, they said they did. So, you don't really challenge anymore in college because they review everything supposedly. So there's no use of challenging because, I go to the guy and he says they looked at it and said they didn't see anything. So even when they don't stop it, they're still looking. Now, why they didn't stop and look closer, I have no idea. That's equivalent of a scoring play, which they stop all the time now, forever, it feels like. So I don't know. Someone said post-game that looked like his finger definitely moved. But whatever.
James?
I know it was mentioned in the last question with, 4 and 6 both being on the field on defense. Is that something we can expect to see in the future? Is it just going to be a this week thing because of COVID numbers?
I don't know. They're over there, and so credit to them. This is I thought we're playing Auburn in an SEC game, trying to win an SEC game, and it's like high school. We got 2 players that were on offense at the start of the week, going over there trying to learn all these calls, playing defense. So just is what it is. For whatever reason, we got hit over there with COVID and injuries a lot.
Nate Gabler.
One more question about that clock management. You guys have that 4th and 5 from about midfield, 4 minutes to go, 5 minutes to go. Why take that timeout instead of just taking the 5-yard penalty when you're going to punt?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's very fair. We were trying to draw them off sides with a hard count, and so we usually figure, okay, hey, the timeout's not as important because we're ahead, and so they're going to end up having to use their timeouts, but that's a very fair question.
Nick Suss, what look did you see on the fake field goal try that kind of made you want to go for that in the third quarter?
It was just something we'd said during the week, that our special teams guys felt good about it, and that flip, and I think the flip was a little bit short, so he kind of had to come back a little bit so he couldn't run on the edge. And I don't mind fake field goals when they don't work. It's not the end of the world because you can miss the field goal, and so I think we missed the same exact spot, same hash versus Florida, when we tried to kick. So I know fans, people say, oh, you missed that. Well, you can miss the field goal too. Fake punt, that's the disaster, when you don't make them.
When you have situations like that one and the interception in the end zone that kind of seem to be repeating through these first 5 weeks of the season, what do you say to your guys to kind of shore up some of those game-changing mistakes?
Well, we're always going to be aggressive. Our players know that. We're going to, fake things, go for it more than on 4th down than anybody in the country. So I think that your players like that. You have confidence in them, so I think that's a good thing. But the interception was very disappointing. Now, they covered it really well, but he just threw it so late, especially after the emphasis all week. Outside of that, he did a really good job. There's a 3rd down to Mingo where he didn't force the ball and checked it down, and he ended up making it on 3rd and 10, make the first down, so on that touchdown drive, so that was good to see.
Nate Gabler.
What's the status on Jalen Jones? Obviously, he's out now. Saw a report that it was an upper body injury. How is he?
He is out for the season. He had surgery, so very unfortunate, especially at a position that we need help and a great kid, and so he is out for the year.
Is it an upper body injury?
Yes.
That's Lane Kiffin, post loss to Auburn, 35-28. Appreciate Chase Parham helping me figure that out. Got that up. So you heard from the coach.
Took some responsibility. I don't see how. I mean, the way the system was in place, I don't understand how when you have to run the ball and you're only running the ball, John Rice makes more sense than your running backs with at least the threat to move the ball down the field. And that's not even at this time. It's not even about John Rice's passing ability. It's about through 5 games. There's been nothing put on film to show that he's willing to push the ball down the field. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like where you have to at least go, hey, he threw this against Florida, or he threw this against Arkansas, or they did this. It's just all been very clogged into the middle of the field there on that zone read.
Still have time to take your calls. If you want to call, we'll take a few more if you want. We've been with you now for 9 hours and 2 minutes.
Is that what it is?
9 hours and 2 minutes. Had a full day.
What's that?
It's that for sure. So the phone lines are open if you want to call. If not, there's a couple of calls. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, it's Leif.
Hey, Leif, what's up, man?
Hey, so here's sort of my question that I've been thinking about this afternoon. Because I know you talked about earlier this week that we need to watch to see if the Vandy game is going to be postponed or not.
Right.
So where we're at right now, a team lacking in confidence, would it be better to play Vandy next week, or would it be better to have 2 weeks off to sort of have a quote-unquote mini camp?
No, I think
it would be good to play them next week, get the bad taste out of your mouth, get a bye week, and then play a winnable but losable Carolina game.
Yeah, they need to play a game, win it, and then take most of a week off and chill.
I mean, that's sort of what I was figuring, but from what y'all have said, have y'all heard anything else? If it seems like it's going to be
I think
postponed or not?
As of now, it's probably more likely to play than cancel, but it could go either way very quickly.
Yeah. Well,
the contact tracing makes it very complicated.
Yeah. Oh, everything's complicated nowadays. I'm kind of like the caller. I don't know. He was earlier, and he talked about, we're playing. This is basically year 0, playing with house money. Let's just roll the dice. And I mean, I think that's the problem is those first few games we saw us roll the dice, and we were excited because we were coming off of a coach that decidedly has never rolled a pair of dice in his life. So now I think it seems like we're getting a little bit more conservative. Some of the play calling's not as aggressive as we like. I mean, it's if this is going to be a bad season, hell, at least make it fun.
Oh, I'm with you. I have less of a problem with 4th and 5 at the 50 than I do with up. What was it? I guess they were up a point, got the ball back. Go for it. Go crazy. Don't go conservative there with the Plumlee run and all that stuff. Go for it. Throw the ball down the field. See what happens. But now the flip side of that, and we both know this, is that let's say he throws it and it ends up being a pick 6. We're castrating Matt Corral right now. We're going after Kiffin right now. So it's easy. It's so easy to second guess a game when there's a play here and a play here and a call there and a play here and a play here. At the end of the day, and this isn't to simplify it, oversimplify it, but in the last 2 minutes, Seth Williams made a play. Kenny Yeboah didn't.
Yes, very fair. I mean, yeah, I'm disappointed, but it's a different kind of disappointed than I was last year. Last year I was more resigned to lose every game. This year I'm more upset, and I'm even though emotionally it takes more out of me, it's better than just being like, oh well,
And no doubt
we lost.
No doubt.
I'm gonna go do some yard work. So
no doubt. Thanks for the call, Leif.
All right,
Appreciate you.
Thanks. Bye.
Iowa State is tied up Oklahoma State, 14 all, pending, now official.
Hey, caller, who do we have?
Hey, it's Loyal Buck.
It's who?
Loyal Buck.
Loyal Buck. I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm sure this has been discussed, but I haven't listened to all the show today, but I just don't understand why. Did Lane mention in the press conference why they decided to go with Plumlee there with 4 minutes to go?
Said he gave them the best chance because they were trying to run the football and run the clock out.
Yep.
That's where I think that you have to turn those if you get the first down, that first possession. It was going to take 2 possessions, obviously, to run the clock out. But you've got to turn that into a must-score type situation, in my opinion. Whether it's I'm sure you try to run the ball the first 2 times, but then, you've got to throw on third down if you need to. Because if you don't get that first down, they're still getting the ball back regardless. So I didn't understand that.
Yeah, I thought it was run the offense for a couple different reasons. One, that gives you the best chance to get first downs and run the clock out that way. And B, if you're going to screw it up, go ahead and screw it up now and get more time left on the clock.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I just what did Lane take any? What did he take? What responsibility did he put on himself in the press conference?
Oh, he talked about the fourth and the burning the early timeout on the 4th and 5. So it was fair.
He defended the fake field goal.
Yeah, he said, you can miss the field goal, which is true. Luke Logan's not automatic from there.
I didn't put that field goal anyway.
I didn't have a problem with the field goal. I only had a problem with a couple of things. I didn't like the fake field goal at all. Just not really the fake field goal part. I had a problem with just go for it or kick it right there. Get the points or go for it on 4th down. And then what I just didn't like the Plumlee stuff in the second half. Had I been the coach, and I'm never going to coach a game, but had I been the coach, Plumlee wouldn't have played a snap in the second half. I thought that the first half it made some sense. The second half it didn't.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Plumlee's a great kid, but until you can make throws down the field, I think he threw the ball one time. It was complete, but
yeah, Yeboah made a big-time catch. Otherwise it's incomplete. Yeah, it's easy to defend him.
Yeah, I agree. You guys do a great job. I love what you guys do. This has been such a awesome addition to what you guys do, so I appreciate it so much.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Somebody said the stream's still entertaining after 7 or 8 hours or 9 or whatever we've been on there. Now, how long could you go before you just completely?
I don't know.
Like if somebody said, "Hey,"
the sobering thought for me right now is I still have to write a column.
Well, I guess my point is like if somebody goes, "Hey," and I'm giving ideas, which I don't really want to do, but like if somebody goes, "Hey, you're going to do like a telethon. We're going to raise money for the hours." Like, how would you kind of like be able to stay in it, like where you're not just completely falling out? Like, this chair is starting to get uncomfortable at this point.
Yeah.
That's some of my issues. Like, I feel like I'd need 5 minutes an hour to just kind of like stretch and
I've
blankly lay down on the floor and pop my back and kind of.
Yeah, and I've been sitting in this chair basically since 6:15 this morning.
Yeah.
Hey, who do we have?
Hey, what's up? This is Brandon from Auburn, Mississippi.
What's up, Brandon?
Not much, man.
What's happening? What's happening in Amory today?
That's something of his own. But I just want to tell y'all this: that I've been listening to y'all the past 5 years of my life, and I've been down in South America about 3 times listening to y'all every day, and y'all have brought through some hard times and good times, and I just want to appreciate y'all and tell y'all that I enjoy y'all's show very much.
Appreciate it.
That's very nice.
South America, huh?
Yeah, I've been in South America about 3 times. Actually, I married a woman from down there. And actually, we're married now. I'm trying to get over here to America at the moment.
Okay.
But on the season at hand, I understand, want to put John Plumlee in, I guess, to satisfy and please him. And I also understand y'all's reason why, we need to stay with Corral. But I know this, as an Ole Miss fan personally, I've come to hope for the best and expect the worst. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, that's about as far as I go with it.
Sure.
So, all in all, though, I hang up the phone and listen to y'all's comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's going to be debated ad nauseum every time it happens. It just is what it is at this point. That has been ingrained into this program. Not really even criticism. It's just truth.
Can we have a uniform conversation quickly?
Sure.
2 black and gold teams.
Yeah.
One does it right, and one does it so wrong.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Purdue is awesome, isn't it? I mean, the way they accent those
No.
black and golds.
That Iowa Road uni is fantastic.
What the hell is Oklahoma State wearing today? What is that gray thing
I don't
they
know.
have on?
It's like some sort of a pewter thingy or something.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, Purdue's wearing black on black.
Purdue's wearing black on black with the gold numbers. It's like a Vanderbilt uniform. Vanderbilt tries too hard, and then Iowa that is gorgeous.
Just classics them to death. It's
white top, yellow pant, black helmet. Let's roll. Hey, who do we have?
Hey, this is Marshall in Bedford. How are you?
Hey, Marshall, what's up?
Not much. You guys have kept me company through almost cooking a brisket today. So,
oh wow,
we've been on enough time to cook a freaking brisket.
So take me through your brisket prep. How do you do it?
The Aaron Franklin method. I ruined a coffee grinder with some peppercorns and some kosher salt, and then when it stalls, put it in about 250 degrees for as long as it takes, and when it stalls, wrap it in butcher paper. And
hang on, hold on a second. That is not a Pomeranian right there. What dog is that?
That is a Swiss Shepherd. It's like a German Shepherd, but it's all white.
How big is he or her?
He yesterday was his birthday. He just turned 1. He's about 27 inches at the shoulders, and I think weighs about 75 pounds.
Oh, he's a handsome dog.
Oh, he's a very handsome dog.
Oh, yeah. He's fired up about that brisket, too. He's going to get a piece, isn't he?
I think so, but sometimes when we give him too fatty meat, he gets sick in the middle of the night and wakes my wife up, and then I get in trouble.
I understand. All right, so I interrupted the Franklin method. I apologize. Continue on.
No, so then I, just wrap it whenever it stalls, and then, pull it out at 203 degrees, which I think I'm about 30 minutes away from that, but I'm, checking the temperature every now and then, and enjoying the company. I was getting nervous when you didn't start at exactly whatever 6:50 or.
Oh,
hey, it makes 2 of us, Marshall.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with what somebody 2 callers ago said, where you're saying last year was hopeless, but this year is stressful. I think this is the most fun, low stress Ole Miss football team I've seen in the 40 years I've been watching, because they always do enough to make it interesting this year, and if they pull one out, it's great. But this year doesn't really matter anyway, and you can kind of see a trajectory to things getting better, and there hasn't been an upward trajectory since 2013, and I kind of feel like even when the teams were really good in 2015, you almost had to open the bourbon early when you played Auburn or Alabama, because it was so stressful that you felt like if we don't capitalize on it now, when will be our next shot? But I feel like this is a team that there's just almost no bad outcome when they play, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, if I'm an Ole Miss fan, the only time I have any stress is if this recruiting cycle goes poorly. If I'm unable to attract transfers, if I'm unable to get some of these JUCO defensive linemen that I'm after, then I'm stressed.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, look, I get it. I get every game matters. I mean, look, Chase is probably thinking right now, yeah, say this about the Cubs, big boy. I get it, but there was a point. And I mean this as an encouragement thing. There was a point in, speaking of 2013, 2014, there was a point where I remember the Cubs clearly starting to turn the corner. They looked different in 2014 early. They weren't good. I think they finished in last place. But you could tell it was different. And I remember thinking, oh, this is going to be fun. It's going to be, I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's going to be fun. And it happened faster than I thought it would, and it was. It was a lot of fun. I mean, the period just came to an end, really. And I think that's kind of where Ole Miss is. I think Ole Miss is where the Cubs were in late 2013, early 2014, where you're not good enough to win, but it's coming. It's coming, and you're going to have to attract some people and stuff like that, but I think it's going to happen. I really do. I just think it's going to take a minute, because otherwise – if it were easy to do, it would already be done.
No, I hear you. I mean, there wasn't a minute last year in any game that mattered where this team was, competitive. I mean, there were times when they would come in late and make it look like it might have been competitive if you read the box score. But there was never a second that they struck fear in the heart of anyone. And this year I feel like they're consistently striking fear in the hearts of everyone. And as you always say, it takes a while to learn to win. And I think that, maybe that's the almost sort of the bad thing about the Kentucky win is it teased us into thinking that somehow this team had learned to win on a meaningful level so quickly. And I think we're seeing that they haven't, but I think they will. I mean, it seems like Kiffin has them on the right path and with the right attitude and isn't claiming moral victories. And, it's just, this is a team that's COVID stricken and had, a 170-pound scat back playing corner and a wide receiver who's never been able to get on the field as, whatever safety.
Yeah.
It's like junior high stuff.
Agreed. All right, Marshall, good luck with the brisket here at the end. You got the end. You can screw it up at the end to ask me how I know. So finish the job.
I will, and thanks for all you guys do. Your content's fantastic, and as the previous caller said, it definitely keeps me company through some boring days. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Marshall. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a thread on the board right now saying these last 2 weeks have looked like so many of Matt Luke's losses. No, there's a direction that just is different. I mean, I think there's something people can at least believe in as far as what the ceiling is as it moves forward.
Yeah.
Look, Matt Luke played a lot of close games. I mean, yes, that is accurate.
Yeah, Matt Corral's press conference is
Terry
out.
Wilson just got benched.
Yeah.
Huh.
I need to – if I'm going to do Matt's –
And it wasn't Joey Gatewood, by the way.
I've got to airdrop Matt's
Okay.
if I can find it.
All right.
Let's see. I'm looking for it.
What are you looking for?
I've got it right here. I'm just trying to figure out how to airdrop it.
So what are you
there
doing?
It goes. I'm going to airdrop it to Matt Corral's.
Okay.
Sending it to Mom. I'm sending it there. I'm trying to get it done. All right, let's see. I'm doing something wrong, Chase. I'm trying. Let's see.
You need help?
Yeah, I'm not great at airdropping. It's not my strength. So I'm trying to airdrop this to here. I've downloaded all of them. Yeah, see, I didn't get that far. So we'll play Matt Corral here in a second, airdropping it from one computer to another. I downloaded it to a laptop. There, we're loading it now. So it's here. Hang on one second. We'll get we'll let y'all hear from the Ole Miss quarterback here in just a moment. It's going to take me 1 second. I'm going to have to create a scene, and I'll get it to you. So hang tight just 1 second, and we'll make this happen. So
Iowa getting bailed out by referee call there?
No, it's not a bailout.
Pass interference on Purdue?
It's not a bailout.
I have no idea what the total viewer number is for these all-day streams, honestly.
No, I don't
Mark, I don't know. I've never looked.
All right. 1 second. Get Matt up to you.
Matt, Lane just said earlier that this one's probably the toughest one to swallow because he felt like y'all were kind of right there for you. Do you kind of feel the same way?
Yeah. I mean, besides those two mistakes that I had, one in the red zone, you just can't have that. I was late. Too. There was a window, and I waited. Second window, then they flowed, and like I saw that the whole way. And I just should have trusted it and ran. But it is what it is. It's in the past. I would say this one is the toughest to swallow, just because, man, like we worked hard all week. We did what we were supposed to do. We executed what we needed to execute. We just need to finish. Like, that's really all it is. We just need to finish to all 60 minutes.
Nick Suss, on a drive like the last one there where you guys are trying to score, you got 2 timeouts left, how much autonomy do you have as a quarterback in decision making, and how much of it, can you hear me at all?
Could you repeat that? I missed the first part. I'm sorry.
Yeah. On a drive like that last one with a minute left, how much autonomy do you as the quarterback have for calling plays versus how much of it is scripted from the coaches and you're hearing it in your ear?
I mean, every time we practice 2 minutes, 1 minute 45, 1 minute 20 seconds, 2 timeouts, 1 timeout. Like, we practice this stuff every single day, and that's what I told the offense. And we didn't get it done. We need to go back to work, and like I said, that's all we really can do. Even when we felt like we did what we were supposed to do during the week, even though we did the extra stuff, we did everything right, and it still doesn't go your way. Like, all you can do is just keep going. That's it.
Parrish?
Matt, did you think Kenny had a chance to score had he held on to the ball at 10?
No, but, maybe if he slips that tackle, we would have been closer to the end zone. Of course, it would have helped if he caught it. But, like I told him, it is what it is. We all make mistakes. We're human. Next play. And I know that was hurting him afterwards. I can tell that was like, I had to go pick him up and tell him, you can't change anything that happened. Like, it is what it is. How are you gonna respond? And I left it at that.
Nate Gabler?
Matt, just generally, we talked a lot this week about attacking that drop 8. When it was going well today, what were you doing different?
We knew when they were going to go drop 8. They had personnel for it. So every time we did, we had a call for it. So and it was working. That's why we kept running the ball, because it was working. Why stop? Why change?
Nick Stutz? I think I know the answer to this one, but we saw a little bit more rotation between you and John Rice than we have the rest of the year. Just what's your reaction when you have to go in and out? Does it change your perspective at all, or is it kind of same as for you?
No, not at all. I know they've always had packages for JR, and excuse me, it really just that, like, a person like JR, their type of speed with his type of speed, that changes the whole defense. When he's out there, they change the defense. You have to, or he's gonna run. And when we kept going back and forth, and us moving fast, you could tell what type of chaos that would cause for them, on them trying to get the calls. So.
Tyler Comas.
From your perspective as a starting quarterback, what are the emotions like around the team after a 1-4 start?
Not good. Right now, as I tell them, right now is where we got to come close. We can't separate. We can't start pointing the finger. This is a time where we need to be as close as we ever been.
That was Matt Corral, the Ole Miss quarterback. Anybody that thinks he doesn't care, you're not paying attention. They're close. Look, they're close to 0-5. They're close to 3-2.
The positives from an even game standpoint, today was about as close as they've had. The defense, the defense is held together with duct tape and wide receivers. They're better.
Yeah.
They've played better. They are more assignment sound than they were 3 weeks ago.
But if you needed to know how thin they are on that side of the ball, I'm not picking on these two young men, But if I had told you, hey, in week 5 in a final drive, Auburn's going to be going up
play
against
of the game.
Auburn's going to be going against Tylen Knight and Miles Battle on defense, you just said, "Oh shit, we're in trouble." I mean, you would have.
Yeah.
And if 2 years from now it's still that kind of thing, I'll tell you this failed. This didn't work.
Yeah.
Who do we have, caller?
Hey, Neal.
Hey.
You there?
Yeah, we're here. Who do we have?
Hey, this is John, headed back to Kansas City, man.
Hey, John.
Been trying to get through since I left Oxford. I'm about Winona right now.
Chase is
I've been
very
listening
popular,
for a little
John.
while. I don't want to be the guy that says, so what y'all think about the game? But I got a few things to ask y'all about. With Plumlee, I didn't so much have a problem too much with him playing a few downs, but after they not so much muffed the punt, but after they snapped the ball over the punter's head, I kind of felt like that was a free possession that we kind of
I did too.
should have probably left number 2 in the game and let him maybe sling a dagger right there, and that puts you up and gets momentum going the right way. I don't know why in the world they put 10 in there. I don't know. That was really, really frustrating to me. Other than that, I really didn't have too much of an issue with him playing. I think Corral threw that interception early, and I was kind of sitting behind that. I don't know if y'all saw it. Y'all probably had a better angle watching from TV, but it looked like to me maybe Elijah Moore maybe sat down on that route. Did y'all see that?
Talking about early on?
Yeah, early on.
He kind of ran out of room.
Yeah, it was.
It looked like
he didn't run a great route. Matt didn't make a great read.
Yeah.
I think also, and here's credit to the other side. I think Kevin Steele had the perfect call right there.
Yeah, I somewhat agree, but like I was sitting in a spot where I was actually just kind of right behind that play, and all I saw was white jerseys, and I thought it was a horrible decision on Corral. But then I had buddies start texting me from the game, and they were saying, the announcers were saying that Elijah Moore maybe sat down on the route, and it was a timing route, and I don't know, but either way. It wasn't a good decision on his part there. It's really, really frustrating. It's 2 games in a row that we probably should have won, but that's football, and it's better being upset than being apathetic like last year, I guess.
Oh, for sure.
But let me ask y'all guys this, and I tried to call in last week. This that does not pertain to today's game, but last week it certainly did, and it's driven me crazy forever. Okay, last week against Arkansas, and I just got to get y'all's take on it because I've never heard anyone call in and ask, and it drives me bananas. Last week against Arkansas, we got the ball inside the 1 twice. Why in the hell? And I love Lane Kiffin. Let me preface this. I love Lane Kiffin. I wouldn't trade him for anyone, even though I disagreed with him a couple times today, whatever. Why do you not line up under center inside the 1 with Snoop Connor pushing you inside the end zone? Tom Brady has scored 60-plus touchdowns doing it. Why in the hell do college teams not line up under center inside the 1-yard line and let the running back push them inside after just follow your center? I mean, I'm 43 years old, and I'm 185 pounds, and I think I could get half a yard on 4 tries doing that. Why would we not do that?
I don't know. Nobody does it, though. Auburn doesn't do it either. I mean, lots of people don't do it. Everybody gets in that gun. It's kind of the new thing.
Does it make sense to y'all?
No, but I'm not a football coach.
It doesn't make sense from inside the 1 any farther out than that, and I don't feel like Kiffin trusts his center guard to get any push at all. And I feel like he thinks he has to get somebody moving out of the box to make a play there.
Okay, who's that broker who blocked the Arkansas?
Yeah, he's not a problem inside the 1. Yeah,
but he's the tackle.
Behind that son of a bitch. I mean, good Lord, for 1 yard. I mean, I don't know. Like I say, that doesn't even pertain to today, but that just bugs the hell out of me. I don't get that. But other than that, I don't know. 2 frustrating losses in a row. We probably should be 3-2 right now.
You could be 3-2. You could be 0-5. Kentucky misses an extra point. You could be 0-5.
Look, that's a good point.
This stuff. So you're kind of owed a break right now. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
Look,
I
if you had told Mark Stoops before that game you're going to run for 408 yards, he'd have said, "Hey, celebration dinner tonight." I mean, it goes all the way. Look, it's when you play a bunch of close games. When you play a bunch of close games, you're going to win some and you're going to lose some. It just is what it is.
You're right, and you say that about Stoops running the ball so much. Let me ask you this: okay, we were pretty successful running the football today, and last week we tried to get the run established. What happened to throwing the ball for 500 freaking yards the first 3 games? Why are we getting away from the pass so much right now, do you think? I mean, I understand you want to establish the run to set up the pass. I'm not stupid, but I don't know. We look so good throwing the ball.
Because people are dropping,
games.
but people are dropping 8 into coverage now, and they're taking away the middle of the field. They're not giving you what Kentucky and Florida and Alabama gave you. They're not allowing that. You got to. And this is going to sound smartass, right, John? But I don't mean for it to. The other team's trying to win also. The other team has a plan also. They've got coaches that are paid a bunch of money to coach also. So they look at the film and they're, hey, this doesn't work. This does. Let's take this away from them, and that's what they did.
Well, they have certainly taken Yeboah out of the game plan the last 2 weeks. I will say that he dropped a big one today. And from where I was sitting, I think he was going to score because he's a load. It looked like it hit him at about the 6 or 7 yard line from where I was sitting, and he had all the momentum in the world. I mean, if they'd stopped him, it was going to be inside the 3 probably. And you call a timeout there, who knows what happens. I heard Lane say in the press conference he was going to go for 2, which I loved hearing that. I mean, that's what I would have wanted him to do. But you know, they have eliminated the middle of the field, and Yeboah, he's great. But what's going to keep him? The difference in a first-round pick and a 7th round or possibly a free agent pick is about 0.3 of a second on his 40-yard dash because he's not fast.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all agree with that? He just looks.
I don't know.
That's the difference with him and the tight end from Florida. That guy's fast. That guy.
Well, I mean, Pitts is another world. That's.
Yeah. That guy's a freak, man. And Yeboah, he's good, but he just looks. He's just not that fast. I mean, he's a really good asset to us, and I'm glad we got him. But I don't know. He's just not that fast. But anyway, I appreciate y'all taking my call, and I love the show, guys.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
See ya.
You're getting into this Iowa football, aren't you? I can see it. You're locked in.
Good.
You got Hawkeye fever.
Yeah, something like that. Let's see.
Whew. Look at the Hawkeye defense, just taking it away, huh? Working on some content, by the way, for rebelgrove.com. I'm going to put up a collection of the videos. Lane Kiffin, Matt Corral, Jerry Neal, Jacquez Jones, and then I will write some form of a column. My mind is fried right now, but we'll get there. We've been with y'all since let's see. The stream has been going on for 9 hours and 35 minutes.
That's correct.
So I think we're going to stop there. Call it a day. Ole Miss loses 35-28 to Auburn. Our thanks to I need to thank a lot of people. Ryan Brown, WJOX, for his time. JG Tate, auburnsports.com. Keith Carter, the Ole Miss athletics director. Visit Oxford. The Rogue.
Blue Delta Jeans.
Pete DeWeese, yeah.
Jeffrey Wright.
Yeah, Jeffrey Wright. All of you who called in. Greg Jones, LB's Meat Market. Campbell McCready, Zach Berry. We were going to hear from Chris Landry, but I had a screw up. So it would have been 10 hours and 35 minutes, but it's be okay. So it's 5:10. Enjoy the rest of your evening. The plan, Matt, is to tape the next G-Pits tomorrow. That's the plan. That plan is somewhat fluid every week, but we're working on it. Ole Miss and Vanderbilt hopefully next Saturday at 3. And if that's the case, the plan will be to bring content to you starting at about 11 a.m. that day, so you can watch football and catch up on our programming. And then Chase and I will be here for Scoreboard Business presented by The Rogue at 1 o'clock. Don't forget, by the way, go to therogue.com. Their Peter Millar collection. You can get 20% off the Ole Miss Peter Millar collection just by entering promo code Neal Chase 20. NEALCHASE 20. So we'll be back with an edition of the Oxford Exxon podcast on Monday. So until then, for Chase Parham, I'm Neal McCready. Take care. Thanks for being